Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, brings you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Michael Rene and Gene Peters in The Day the Earth Stood Still. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. There is an ever-present question that has puzzled and intrigued our world for centuries. Is there life on any of the other planets? So in tonight's play, we will tell you of a possible momentous event in our future. The arrival of this planet, on this planet, of a man from the outer space. The day the Earth stood still. And as our stars of this provocative drama from 20th Century Fox, we have one of their fastest rising stars, Michael Rene, co-starring with that outstanding actress, Gene Peters. Now, before raising the curtain on The Day the Earth Stood Still, starring Michael Rene and Gene Peters, here is Ken Carpenter.
I don't know about you, but exhausted as I am from the holidays, I still hate to admit that they're really over. But maybe some of the ladies don't feel quite the same way. You probably never want to see another dish or glass that needs to be washed. On the other hand, perhaps you were as lucky as the carpenters. We had plenty of new Lux Liquid detergent on hand. Yes, ma'am, with Lux Liquid, you really get rid of messy dishes fast and easy. Put 1 teaspoonful of Lux Liquid into the dishpan, and the dishes literally soak clean. Just rinse, stack, and you're done. Lux Liquid's special formula actually dissolves the grease right off plates, and yet it's mild on your hands, Lux Mild. And the can it comes in is something out of the ordinary, too. It's unbreakable, and it has a wonderful new dripless spout that ends messy handling. Added to all this, Lux Liquid is really thrifty. Just 1 teaspoonful will do a dishpan full. And it's been proven 1 can outlasts several boxes of the leading laundry powder. Yes, Lux Liquid is truly the next best thing to a dishwashing machine. As good for dishes as Lux Flakes are for nylons. And there just isn't any other care like Lux Flakes care for nylons. It really can double the wear you get from every pair. No matter what anyone else says, remember, 96% of stocking manufacturers recommend Lux Flakes Care. And like all Lever Brothers products, Lux Liquid and Lux Flakes are unconditionally guaranteed to be all they're promised or your money back.
Now, Act 1 of The Day the Earth Stood Still, starring Michael Rene as Klaatu and Gene Peters as Helen Benson.
It was a pleasant spring day, an ideal day for a walk in the park, a day to push the baby buggy and be glad you were alive. There'd been at least 20 such sparkling days that spring, and perhaps 1 billion or more of them since the Earth began. And nothing had ever happened to spoil them but a few small fires, or a slight head cold in the evening, or a rain squall. This spring day, in the middle of the marvelous 20th century, was different. It was the most different day that had happened to mankind since the first Christmas. The thing was noticed in Hong Kong first on the British radar.
But that's impossible. That thing must be doing about 4,000.
That can't be aircraft, sir. Must be a buzz bomb.
Better give an alarm. Keep it steady, though. Maybe faulty equipment.
If the British radar in Hong Kong was faulty, so was the radar all over the Orient and Asia and Europe. So were the announcers on the radio.
This is Moscow.
This is Calcutta, India.
This is Radio Luxembourg.
The American radar screen quickly confirmed the fact that there was nothing wrong with the British radar, and that there was something very gravely wrong 40 miles out in space, far above the Earth.
Luckton at Ferris to Baker, Ferris to Baker. I have an object at 200,000 feet, 4000 miles an hour.
Then it was here. Incredibly, it was here. Burning down through the sky over Washington, D.C., hovering over the mall. Descending.
They're here! They're come! They're here! They're here!
Not a sound. Stillness. Not a move from the cordon of tanks and armored cars and troops in full battle dress. Not a sound or gesture from the monstrous domed disc resting on the grass.
The ship designed for travel outside the Earth's atmosphere landed in Washington today at 3:47 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We still do not know where it came from. The ship is now resting exactly where it landed 2 hours ago. So far, there is no sign of life from inside the ship. Behind the cordon of troops, tanks, and artillery is a huge crowd of curiosity seekers. Every eye, every weapon is trained on the ship. The atmosphere is one of terrific tension rather than of fear. It's been that way for... Just a minute, ladies and gentlemen. I think something's happening. The spaceship is opening up. Someone is coming out.
Keep calm, everybody. Don't get excited. Keep calm. Quiet!
A wedge is opened in the smooth, unbroken metal skin of the spaceship. A ramp slithers out on the grass. Against an eerie glow of unearthly light from inside the spaceship stands the spaceman. He is a man, entirely like ourselves. He wears a close-fitting suit like a deep-sea diver's armor, but of alien material. A spherical helmet entirely conceals his head. He holds up his hand. He is going to speak.
We have come to visit you in peace and with goodwill. Receive me as a friend.
Here he comes, men. Watch it. Keep that BAR trained on him.
He's going for something in his tunic, sir.
Quiet.
It's a ray gun or something. I'm going to let him have it.
No, wait! You fool, he's down! Hold back that crowd! Everybody! Back! Your wound doesn't look too bad. I'm sorry, but you shouldn't have gone for that ray gun.
It was not a weapon.
He understands us.
It was a gift for your president. With it, you might have studied life on other planets.
What's bothering the crowd, Lieutenant? Tell him to... Oh, no. Oh, no!
A nightmare stands on the ramp leading out of the spaceship. A mechanical giant, monstrous, all metal and menace, with a visor in his helmet lifting slowly, revealing a dreadful light boiling within that metal head. And suddenly, out of that incandescence, a narrow ray. Rifles, tanks, artillery glow with that terrible incandescence and become vapor in a mush of puddled steel. And in the deathly silence that follows, the robot strides down the ramp. The Avenger. From where?
God! The Glet of Roscoe! He won't hurt you now.
Let's get you to a hospital.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
The doctors here tell me your wound is not serious.
No. It amazes them that it's almost healed already.
I'm very glad.
It should serve as some sort of indication of our powers.
My name is Harley, secretary to the president. I've been told you speak our language fluently, that your name is Mr. Klaatu.
Just Klaatu.
The president has asked me to convey our deepest apologies for what has happened.
Sit down, Mr. Harley.
I'm sure I don't have to point out that your arrival was something of a surprise. Had you been traveling long?
About 5 months. Your months?
You must have come a long way.
About 250 million of your miles.
Naturally, we're very curious to know where you come from.
From another planet. Let's just say that we're neighbors.
It's rather difficult for us to think of another planet as a neighbor.
I'm afraid in the present situation you'll have to learn to think that way.
The present situation?
I mean the reasons for my coming here.
Would you care to talk about it?
Not now, or with you alone.
Perhaps you'd rather discuss it personally with the president.
I want to meet with the representatives from all the nations of the Earth.
I'm afraid that would be a little awkward.
Why?
In view of the tensions and suspicions in our world today, such a meeting would be impossible.
Mr. Harley, my mission here concerns the existence of every last creature who lives on Earth.
It must not be complicated by the childish jealousies, intrigues, suspicions of your planet.
Our problems are very complex. You mustn't judge us too harshly.
I'm impatient with stupidity. My people have learned to live without it.
The President will, of course, do his best to bring about the meeting you desire. I know it'll be quite useless. I wish it were otherwise. I'm very sorry, Mr. Klaatu.
Wait. Before making any grave decisions, I think I should get out among your people. Become familiar with the basis for these strange, unreasoning attitudes.
Our military people insist that you do not attempt to leave the hospital. The door will be locked. I'm sure you understand. Good day, Mr. Klaatu.
The door will be locked. Will it now?
Klaatu escaped, nor could the embarrassing news of his disappearance long be suppressed. It was read about in the papers and described in excited tones over the radio.
Authorities at Walter Reed Hospital still refuse to comment on how he managed to escape, except to say that he broke into a hospital locker and stole clothing belonging to a staff doctor. While the government does not minimize the crisis...
This was the latest and the only news. And among the countless millions listening were two men and a woman in an ordinary home on an ordinary street in Washington. Mrs. Crockett's rooming house. There was Mrs. Crockett and Helen Benson and little Bobby Benson.
We may be up against powers that are beyond our control or understanding.
Oh,
and that we...
I just can't stand any more of this.
Oh, I wanted to hear more, Mrs. Crockett.
It's exciting, isn't it, Mother?
Hush, Bobby. Exciting? It's enough to drive a person... Oh! Who are you?
I'm sorry. I saw your sign outside and the door was open. My name is Carpenter.
Yes?
I'm looking for a room.
Oh, yes. I do have a nice room.
Are you a G-man?
No, I'm afraid I'm not.
I bet he is, Mom. I bet he's looking for that spaceman.
I think we've all been hearing too much about spacemen, Mr. Carpenter.
This is Mrs. Benson, Mr. Carpenter.
How do you do?
And this is little Bobby, my youngest guest.
Hi.
I'm Mrs. Crockett. You're a long way from home, aren't you, Mr. Carpenter?
How did you know?
Oh, I can tell a New England accent every time. This way, please, Mr. Carpenter. And so this Sunday morning, we ask the question that has been plaguing the entire world for 2 days now. Where is the creature, and what is he up to?
Eat your cereal, Bobby.
Oh, Mom, I'm all muscle as it is.
Bobby.
Okay, Mr. Carpenter.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Crockett. Please, go on reading.
Creature, and what is he up to? If he can build a spaceship that can fly to Earth, and a robot that can destroy our tanks and guns, what other terrors can he unleash at will?
What a man.
Obviously, we must track down this monster and destroy him before he destroys us. Correct. Then why don't they do it?
This spaceman, or whatever he is, we automatically assume he's a menace. Maybe he isn't, after all.
Well, then where is he, Mrs. Benson? What's he up to?
Maybe he's afraid.
Oh, he's afraid.
Well, after all, he was shot the minute he landed here. I just was wondering what I'd do.
Perhaps before deciding upon a course of action, you'd want to know more about the people here.
Nothing strange about Washington.
A person from another planet might disagree with you.
Oh, it's all right, Mrs. Crockett. That's Mr. Stevens calling for me. I'll go to the door.
That awful robot standing there like an ugly iron statue gives me the shivers.
Morning, Tom.
Hello, Helen. Hey, can anybody see us?
Oh, no.
So, all right, we're all set. I picked up some sandwiches and put gas in the car, and the radio is busted, so we can forget about the spaceman for the day, huh?
I haven't been able to arrange for anyone to stay with Bobby. Mrs. Crockett's going out, and I don't suppose we could take him with us.
Oh, well, we could.
Just today. Mrs. Crockett has plans, and I don't know who else to ask.
I haven't any plans.
Oh, Mr. Carpenter.
I'd be glad to spend the day with Bobby, if you'd let me.
Oh, great, thanks.
Well, it's very nice of you to offer. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Carpenter. This is Tom Stevens.
Hi.
How do you do? Bobby and I had a fine time yesterday afternoon. I thought he might show me around the city today.
Well...
Please, I'd enjoy it.
And this is where my father is buried. Robert Benson, Virginia, 1st Lieutenant, 45th Infantry. April 10th, 1916, January 29th, 1944.
Your father was very young, wasn't he, Bobby?
He was killed at Anzio.
Did all these people here die in wars?
Well, most of them. Didn't you ever hear of Arlington Cemetery?
I'm afraid not.
You don't seem to know much about anything, Mr. Carpenter.
I've been far away, Bobby.
Don't they have places like this where you've been?
Not like this one. You see, they don't have any wars. Let's walk.
All right.
What would you like to do now?
Go to the movies.
All right.
No fooling?
No fooling. Do you have to have money to go there?
Well, I've got $2. I'll treat you, okay?
No, I want to take you. Look, do you think they'd accept these?
Oh, gee, what are they? Diamonds?
Well, in some places, these are what people use for money. They're easy to carry and they don't wear out.
I bet they're worth $1 million.
Would you give me your $2 for 2 of these?
Sure, okay.
There you are.
Let's not say anything to Mom about this, huh?
Why not?
Well, she doesn't like me to take advantage of people. Hey, before we go to the movies, would you like to see the Abraham Lincoln Memorial?
Thank you. Yes, I would.
Well, this is it. That's the Gettysburg speech up there.
That this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. Those are great words.
That's some statue.
That's the kind of man I'd like to talk to. Bobby, who is the greatest man in America today?
Oh, gee, I don't know. The spaceman, I guess.
I was speaking of Earthmen.
Oh, I don't know. The president?
I mean the greatest philosopher, the greatest thinker, scholar.
Oh, well, that's Professor Barnhart, I guess.
Yes, Professor Barnhart.
He's the greatest scientist in the world, and he lives right here in Washington, right near where my mother works.
Where is that?
Department of Commerce. She's a secretary. Why?
I have an idea, Bobby. Let's go see Professor Barnhart.
What for?
You just said he's the greatest man in America.
You're kidding, aren't you?
Wouldn't you like to meet him?
Oh, sure I would. Oh, go on. I bet you'd be scared.
Maybe we can scare him more than he can scare us.
I like you, Mr. Carpenter. You're a real screwball. Gee, maybe the professor isn't at home.
Let's take a look through that window.
I'll bet this is where he works. Look in there. Books all over. Blackboard's full of stuff. Door's locked, too.
Is it? I know it isn't, Bobby.
Well, that's funny.
We'll go in and wait for him. I'm sure he won't mind.
Gee, just think. All the brains that goes on in here. What's all that stuff on the blackboard?
It's a problem in celestial mechanics.
What's the matter?
You'll never get the answer that way. Let's see.
Hey, it says don't erase, don't touch.
This is right. Check. Correct. Correct. And here's where he gets off the track. Now we'll fix that. So.
You must be an arithmetic teacher, I bet.
Differentiate the equation. There.
Who are you?
Uh-oh.
How dare you come in like this? How dare you write on that blackboard? Do you realize the professor's been working on that problem for weeks?
He'll solve it in no time now.
What do you want?
We came to see Professor Barnhart.
Well, he's not here, and he won't be back until evening. I think you better leave.
Will you tell him that Mr. Carpenter was here? 1615 M Street, Northwest. I think he'll want to talk to me.
Indeed.
Thank you. Oh, it may have entered your mind to erase what I've written on the blackboard.
It certainly has.
I wouldn't do that. The professor needs it very badly. Come on, Bobby.
Carpenter, 1650 M Street, Northwest. Carpenter, M Street. Operator, give me the police.
Act 2 of The Day the Earth Stood Still in a few moments, after we see if Francis Scully has any big news for us tonight.
Oh, I do, Ken, about a big man in a big picture. The picture is Warner Brothers' Wayne Fellows production, Hondo, in 3D.
And the big man must be John Wayne, even bigger in 3D.
Oh, and better than ever, too. For his leading lady, John drew one of last year's most talked about and talented Broadway actresses, Geraldine Page.
Oh, yes. Hondo is her first Hollywood picture, isn't it?
That's right.
And isn't that the one that was filmed in a really wild part of Mexico?
Camargo, Mexico, Ken, where it's hot as well as wild. In the picture, John plays a part Indian dispatch rider for the U.S. Cavalry around 1870. Geraldine is lovely as the woman he falls in love with.
She's a fine actress. Knows a good thing when she sees it, too, because she's a real Lux girl. You'll be getting in on a good thing, too, once you use mild and gentle Lux toilet soap. 9 out of 10 Hollywood stars, like Geraldine Page, have found that really there's no soap quite like Lux. And now our producer, Mr. Cummings.
Act 2 of The Day the Earth Stood Still, starring Michael Rene as Klaatu and Jean Peters as Helen Benson.
It is early evening of the same day. Tom Stevens and Helen Benson drive up to the boarding house after their picnic, quite unaware of the dark squad car parked at the curb a few feet ahead.
Well, here we are.
Thank you, Tom. It was a wonderful day.
You, still haven't answered my question.
Oh, you know how I feel, Tom. But I still want time to think it over.
If I could only tell the boss I was getting married and acquiring 2 dependents.
You're a good salesman.
A good salesman wouldn't give you time to think about it.
Good night.
Didn't you forget something? Now, good night.
Good night.
Night.
Oh, Mr. Carpenter.
Hi, Mom.
Hello, darling.
Mrs. Benson, this is Mr. Brady.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Mr. Brady's a government agent.
Oh? Did you have a nice day, Bobby?
We had a swell time, didn't we, Mr. Carpenter?
Yes, we did.
We went to the movies and had a banana split, and we went to see Daddy.
Oh, I don't know how to thank you, Mr. Carpenter.
I enjoyed every minute of it.
We better get going.
Yes. Good night, Bobby.
Good night.
I'll tell you the rest of that story tomorrow. Good night, Mrs. Benson.
Good night.
Nice meeting you, Mrs. Benson.
Thank you.
Why did Mr. Carpenter have to go with Mr. Brady?
I don't know. Maybe it was a mistake. Upstairs with you.
Yeah. We sure had fun today. We went all over Washington, and we went to see Professor Barnhart.
Professor Barnhart?
Oh, sure.
Barnhart? Up to bed now. Pronto.
Is this the man you wanted to see, Professor Barnhart?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Brady. If I may speak to Mr. Carpenter alone, please.
I'll wait outside, Professor.
You are Mr. Carpenter?
Yes, Professor.
Who wrote those equations on my blackboard?
My clumsy way of introducing myself.
Forgive the manner in which you were picked up. Hilda called the police before I saw your annotations on the board.
I appreciate the need for security, Professor.
I have not quite fathomed the problem, even with your remarkable assistance, Mr. Carpenter.
Let's look at it, sir. All you have to do now is substitute this expression at this point.
Yes, that will reproduce the first-order term, but what about the effect of the other terms?
Negligible. With variation of parameters, this is the answer.
How can you be so sure? Have you tested this theory?
I find it works well enough to get me from one planet to another.
Klaatu.
I spent 2 days at your Walter Reed Hospital. I was interviewed variously.
I need no proof. This blackboard is proof.
If you're not interested, or if you intend to turn me over to the Army, we needn't waste any more time.
Interested? Will you excuse me one moment, please? Mr. Brady, you may go now. Please thank General Cutler and tell him that I know this gentleman. So much for that, Klaatu. Now, please sit down.
You have faith, Professor.
Faith and curiosity. Do sit down. I have several thousand questions to ask you.
I would like to explain my mission here.
That is my first question.
It was my hope to discuss this officially with all the nations of the world. I was not allowed the opportunity. Now, we know from scientific observation that your planet has discovered a rudimentary kind of atomic energy. We also know that you're experimenting with rockets.
Yes, that is true. What exactly is the nature of your mission?
To warn you that your planet faces danger. What I have to say must be said to all concerned. I come to you as a last resort. Must I take drastic action in order to get a hearing?
What sort of action do you mean?
Violent action? Perhaps leveling the island of Manhattan? Or toppling the Rock of Gibraltar into the sea? Well?
Would you, for example, be willing to meet with a group of scientists I'm calling together? We're having our first meeting tonight. Perhaps you could explain your mission to them, and they in turn could present it to their various peoples.
That is what I came to see you about.
One thing, Klaatu. Suppose this group should reject your proposals. What is the alternative?
There is no alternative, Professor. In such a case, the planet Earth would have to be eliminated.
Such power exists?
I assure you such power exists.
The scientists who are attending these meetings have come here from all over the world. Now, this power you speak of, they must be made to realize that it exists. Now, you mentioned a demonstration of force.
Yes.
Something that would affect the entire planet?
That can be arranged.
Perhaps a little demonstration.
Something dramatic but not destructive. It's quite an interesting problem. Would tomorrow be all right?
If you say so.
Say about noon?
Then tomorrow at noon. Good.
Going out tonight, Mrs. Benson?
Oh, it's you, Mr. Carpenter.
I'm afraid I startled you.
Yes, I am going out. Mr. Stevens is calling for me.
Everyone seems so...
Jittery is the word.
Bobby's the only person I know who isn't jittery. He's a fine boy, Mrs. Benson.
Naturally, I think so.
Warm, friendly, intelligent. He's the only real friend I've made since I've been here.
Mr. Carpenter, this is none of my business, but why did that detective come here last night, that Mr. Brady?
Bobby and I tried to see Professor Barnhart in the afternoon, but he wasn't in. Apparently they thought I was looking for secrets of some kind.
Oh, that must be Tom now.
Oh, Mr. Stevens, do come in. Helen is in the sitting room.
Alert Mrs. Crockett. She has a romantic mind.
Hello there, Helen. Got a minute to spare. You ready? Hello, Carpenter. Picture starts at 8:50 on the dot, Helen.
I'll be ready in a minute. I was just talking to Mr. Carpenter.
Oh, I hope Mr. Carpenter won't think I'm intruding.
Excuse me. I was just going up to my room. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Carpenter.
Have a good time, both of you.
Thank you. Tom, that was awful.
I'm sorry. I guess I'm just tired of hearing about Mr. Carpenter. Mr. Carpenter. Shh. I don't like the way he's attached himself to you and Bobby. After all, what do you know about him?
Very little, it's true. Well, let's not stand and talk about it anymore. I'll go up and get my things.
Gee, Mr. Carpenter, thanks a lot for helping me with my homework.
That's all there is to it, Bobby, my boy. All you have to remember is first find the common denominator, then subtract.
I got you. Thanks, Mr. Carpenter.
I'm leaving with Tom, Bobby. You'll go to bed on time now, won't you?
I'll say good night again, Mrs. Benson.
Mr. Carpenter...
Yes?
Nothing. Good night.
Good night. Night, Bobby.
Bobby, I think it would be better if you didn't see quite so much of Mr. Carpenter.
Well, gee, why, Mom? He's swell. I like him. And he's awful good at arithmetic. He even helped Professor Barnhart.
Well, I'm sure he's a very nice man. I just think he might prefer to be left alone. Now, go to bed, darling.
But why would he want to be left alone?
Don't forget to brush your teeth.
Come in.
Bobby, do you have a flashlight I might borrow for tonight?
Oh, sure, Mr. Carpenter. It's a real Boy Scout one.
Thank you, Bobby.
Why do you want it?
The light in my room went out. See you tomorrow. Better get into bed now.
Gee, I wonder if the batteries are any good. Mr. Carpenter!
Bobby went to the door and opened it. What he saw down the hallway puzzled him. Mr. Carpenter's door was ajar and light was pouring out of his room.
Funny. He said his light went out.
Then Mr. Carpenter came out carrying the flashlight and stealing down the steps like a thief. This was peculiar, but this was adventure. Bobby followed Mr. Carpenter, and what he saw couldn't have been a dream. It was too real. But it couldn't have been true either. It was too deliciously frightful. Dream or not, it was filled with darkness, stung by staccato flashes from a genuine Boy Scout flashlight. Flashes that activated a giant robot into knocking out his guards so that Mr. Carpenter from the boarding house could get into the shed the Army had built around the spaceship. And dream or not, Bobby saw this Mr. Carpenter go into the spaceship. And then a wave of sheer terror swept over Bobby at last, and he turned and ran wildly away, the way little boys always run in nightmares, trying so hard and moving so slowly and all the time falling down. It was awful. It was swell. When his mother came home around midnight, Bobby was curled up on the sofa. Instantly, he jumped up and ran to her and to Tom Stevens as they came into the hallway.
Mom, listen.
Bobby, what are you doing down here at this hour, fully dressed?
Hello, Mr. Stevens. Mom, I had to tell you.
Tell me what?
What's the matter, Bobby?
I followed Mr. Carpenter tonight, right after you left, and gee, where do you think he went? Right into the spaceship.
Now, Bobby, just 1 minute.
Honest, Mom, I saw him. They got a shed built around the spaceship so nobody can get to it. But Mr. Carpenter flashed a signal to that Iron Man up there, and what do you think?
Bobby, have you been dreaming again?
Why, sure.
No, Mom, honest, I haven't. I promise you, I saw it.
Where did you see all of this?
Well, I'm telling you, on the lawn down at the mall. In that place where the soldiers are all out in front.
And where were the soldiers all this time?
Well, that robot fella grabbed him and knocked him out.
Oh, Bobby.
Yeah, and then Mr. Carpenter walked into the shed, and the spaceship opened up, and he walked right inside, and it closed again. Gee, I like Mr. Carpenter, but I'm scared, Mom.
Oh, darling, it was just a bad dream. We'll prove it to you. Tom, will you see if Mr. Carpenter's still up? Ask him to come down here a minute.
Helen.
Yes, Tom?
Helen, he's not there, but look what I found on the carpet.
It can't be a diamond, can it?
I don't know.
But it's much too big.
Oh, but it looks real to me.
Oh, Mr. Carpenter's got lots of them. He gave a couple of them to me. Here.
He gave you these?
Well, not exactly. I gave him $2.
I don't know, but this whole thing, it just doesn't make sense. Look, Helen, do you think it's all right for you to stay here?
There's a strong lock on my door. And Bobby's going to sleep in my room tonight.
Okay.
Upstairs, nightmare boy.
It wasn't a nightmare.
Bobby.
Yeah, Mom?
Bobby, your shoes are soaking wet.
Yeah, grass on the mall was kind of wet. Good night, all.
Oh, Tom. I wonder.
Klaatu had promised what Professor Barnhart termed a little demonstration. Promised it for the following day at noon. It is now 2 minutes to 12. In the Department of Commerce building, Helen Benson has left her office on her way to lunch. She stands in the corridor waiting for an elevator.
Mrs. Benson.
Mr. Carpenter, what are you doing here?
I came to see you.
Well, I was just going to lunch. What is it?
I saw Bobby this morning before he went to school.
Yes?
I want to know what he told you.
Oh, Bobby has such an active imagination.
Did you believe what he told you?
Really, Mr. Carpenter, this is where I work, and I only have a short time for lunch today. If you'll excuse me...
I'll go down with you.
If you like. The service elevator's open. You'll have to press the button, Mr. Carpenter.
Oh, yes, yes.
It was just 5 seconds before noon of that fateful day when Helen Benson and Mr. Carpenter stepped into that electric elevator. At that same moment, the enormous commerce of our briskly modern world roared and thundered in the streets. "5 seconds to noon. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1. 0. High noon. And silence. All over the world, traffic stopped dead in a million streets. Here and there a horse-drawn vehicle clopped its melancholy way among the motionless motors. Bicycles moved before awe and the common desolation made the riders stop of their own free will. Electric clocks stopped on the dot of noon. All across the powered world, the machines stood still. Toasters failed to pop and battle fleets on maneuvers drifted aimlessly on their dead propellers. Joe Smith's milkshake didn't spin, and the humming turbines deep in Hoover Dam didn't produce current. Mrs. Housewife's washer stopped in the middle of its cycle, and electric lights went out all over the world. At a conference table in Washington, a hasty council of the armed services was held.
As far as we can tell, gentlemen, all electric power has been cut off all over, with few exceptions. And even these exceptions are remarkable. Hospitals, planes in flight, that sort of thing. I wish I could be more specific, but all communications are out. I can tell you that we are preparing to declare a state of national emergency, but before we start discussing plans, I want a report from Colonel Ryder.
All I can report, General, is that the robot at the spaceship was discovered to have moved last night. It knocked unconscious the 2 soldiers guarding the entrance to the shed the Army engineers had built around the spaceship, indicating that someone, presumably the spaceman, had wanted to get into the ship for one reason or another.
In all likelihood to signal for this demonstration of his planet's power. Go on, Colonel.
Well, that's all, sir.
Well, gentlemen, until now, we've agreed on the desirability of capturing this man alive. We can no longer afford to be soft in this matter. We will get him alive if possible, but we must get him. Is that clear, gentlemen? Dead or alive? Get him.
Before we continue with Act 3 of The Day the Earth Stood Still, I want to say hello again to a very pretty, very young lady who still attends high school on the 20th Century Fox lot, when she's not making pictures, that is, Gloria Gordon.
Good evening, Mr. Cummings.
Gloria, I want to congratulate you on your splendid performance in 20th Century Fox's CinemaScope thriller, Beneath the 12-Mile Reef.
Well, it was a break for me getting to work with Terry Moore, Robert Wagner, and Gilbert Rowland. I'm Bob's sister in the picture, you know. It's my first CinemaScope appearance, too.
Those Technicolor deep-sea diving scenes are beautiful as well as exciting. A fine picture like Beneath the 12-Mile Reef can start a career zooming, Gloria. I'm sure it will yours.
And that peaches and cream complexion won't hurt a bit either, Gloria.
Thanks, Mr. Carpenter. You can call mine a Lux complexion if you like, because I use Lux all the time to keep my skin looking just right. I think there's nothing like it.
You know, it's hard to find a movie star who doesn't depend on Lux complexion care. In the bath, too, Lux toilet soap is so gentle, so refreshing. And like all Lever Brothers products, Lux toilet soap is unconditionally guaranteed. If it isn't all we say it is, your money will be returned. We pause now for station identification. This is the CBS Radio Network.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of The Day the Earth Stood Still, starring Michael Rene as Klaatu and Jean Peters as Helen Benson.
All over the world, electric power has been neutralized on the stroke of noon, as a token of the spaceman's power and as a warning to the Earth. While they've been trapped between floors in an elevator, the spaceman has told Helen his identity and purpose here.
I've already told you more than I told Professor Barnhart, because my life, in a sense, is in your hands. But if I die, a world, your world, may die too.
Yes, I understand.
I thought if you knew the facts, you'd appreciate the importance of my not being caught before the meeting tonight with the world scientists.
Yes, of course. Of course I do. You hold great hope for this meeting, don't you?
I can see no other hope for your planet. If the meeting should fail, then I'm afraid there is no hope.
Oh, the lights. And we've started again.
It must be 12:30.
Yes, exactly. Where are you going now?
Back to the boarding house. I'll be safe there for the afternoon. I'll be able to keep an eye on Bobby. He's the only other person who knows about me.
No. Wait a minute. There is someone else.
How? They can't be.
Tom. He was with me last night when Bobby told me what he saw.
Oh.
Well, of course, he doesn't know anything definite, and, well, he talked to me first before... But then we can't take a chance, can we?
Can you get in touch with him?
I think so.
I mean at once, now.
I'll try.
You will. You must.
Hello? Operator, I was connected with my party. Please. Hello? Oh, is this Mr. Tom Stevens' office again? We were Well, I must speak to Mr. No, Mr. Stevens. Yes, this is Mrs. Benson. Benson! Well, when do you expect him in, then? Well, will you tell him I called, and please not to leave his office. I'm coming down to see him. Yes, it's very important. To you, too.
Margaret, this is Mr. Stevens. I just got in. Now, listen, call the Pentagon. Who? Mrs. Benson? When? Never mind. This is more important. Listen, now, call the Pentagon and find out who's in charge of the spaceman business. Whoever it is, I want to talk to him.
Tom.
Call me back right away and don't take any other calls. Brush them off fast.
Tom, I've been trying to get you all afternoon.
I've got some pretty terrific news about your good friend, Mr. Carpenter.
What about him?
He's the man from the spaceship. I had that diamond, or whatever it is, checked at 3 different places. Nobody on Earth's ever seen a stone like that. And after what Bobby's told us, that's enough for me. Why is it nobody knows about this Mr. Carpenter? Why hasn't he got any money?
All right, Tom. It's true.
Yeah. How do you know?
You've just got to promise me you won't say a word to anybody.
Oh, nobody but the Pentagon.
Please, Tom.
Are you crazy? After what happened today, he's a menace.
You don't understand. You don't realize how important this is.
Important. Of course it's important, and we can do something about it.
You mustn't do anything about it, Tom. Believe me, I know what I'm talking about.
I say he is dangerous. It is our duty to turn him in.
He isn't dangerous. He isn't a menace. He told me what he came here for.
Oh, honey, don't be silly because you happen to like the guy. Do you realize what this will mean for us? I'll be the biggest man in the country. I'll write my own ticket.
Is that what you're thinking about?
Listen, somebody's got to get rid of him.
Tom, I'm not going to let you do it. Tom, don't.
Hello, Margaret. Yeah. General Cutler? Good. Now, hold on.
You don't know what you're doing. It isn't just you and Mr. Carpenter.
Mr. Carpenter.
It's everybody. The rest of the world is involved.
I don't give a hang about the rest of the world. I'm in this for me.
Tom.
Now, you'll feel different when you see my picture in the papers.
I feel different right now.
You'll see. You're going to marry a hero.
I'm not going to marry anybody. Not even a hero.
Hey, Helen. Hello? General Cutler? General, my name is Tom Stevens, with a V. I have positive information about the spaceman and where he's staying. Right. Yeah, of course I'm sure. He's living in a boarding house at 1615 M Street, Northwest. That is correct, General.
Yes, I have all of it now, Mr. Stevens, and thank you very much indeed. I want to talk to you further, but I haven't time now. We want to act on this.
Yes, sir?
Have Colonel Ryder deploy all Zone 5 units according to Plan B immediately. Investigate 1615 M Street Northwest for presence of spaceman. Repeat.
Mr. Carpenter.
Right here. Did you see Tom? What does he say?
It's no good. It's too late. I've got a taxi outside. Hurry.
Attention Zone 5, attention Zone 5. Man and woman observed entering taxi at 1615 M Street Northwest. Man is probably Klaatu, alias Carpenter. Establish roadblocks according to plan Baker and maintain station. Remain on radio alert until further order.
I don't know. I think we may have been seen getting into the taxi.
Where can you go?
I'm sure Barnhart can arrange to hide me until the meeting tonight.
Where's it going to be?
At the ship. Now look there. Army cars.
Full troops in full gear.
The alarm is out, all right.
It's only a few more blocks to Professor Barnhart's.
I'm worried about Gort. I'm afraid of what he might do if anything should happen to me.
Gort? But he's a robot.
He's a product of centuries of refinement.
But what could he do without you?
There's no limit to what he could do. He could destroy the Earth.
And the city is swarming with patrol cars, hunting you. How can we tell them?
They won't listen. You must listen. If anything happens to me, you must go to Gort. You must give him this message. Klaatu Barada Nikto. Gort. Klaatu Barada Nikto. Say it.
Gort. Klaatu Barada
Nikto.
Gort. Klaatu Barada Nikto. Klaatu Barada Nikto.
Remember those words.
Klaatu Barada Nikto.
Attention, Zone 5. Taxicab moving north on 14th Street from Harvard Street. Man and woman in back seat. License number H0012. H0012. Section 2, close in. This is your target vehicle.
We're hemmed in. Driver will get out here. I'm going to try to run for it. If they get me, you get to Gort. Now.
There he is! Stop or we'll shoot! Stop or we'll fire!
Mr. Carpenter!
Gort, run!
Never mind, I'll check the guy.
Barada, Nikto. Klaatu, Barada, Nikto, Klaatu.
Centuries, ages of superhuman, superplanetary skill had bred intuition and a dim power of reason into the enormously complex intelligence inside of Gort's metal brain case. When Helen Benson stumbled up to the shed that housed the space machine, the guards were not there. Then she saw them. They were lying inside, their rifles fused and bent. Gort somehow knew that Klaatu was dead. Gort was already on the move. He was on the move toward Helen.
No! No! God, no!
The visor of his helmet was opening on that cosmic incandescence within, seething with world ruin, aiming impassively at Helen.
God! God! Klaatu! Klaatu! Barada! Nikto!
Helen Benson fainted. When she returned to consciousness, she was lying on a dais bathed in a soft, shadowless light, in a chamber vaguely circular of completely unfamiliar build. She was in the space machine. Across the room stood Gort with his back to her, and lying in front of him on a platform was Klaatu.
Mr. Carpenter.
Gort, the machine, the automaton, was applying electrodes to his master, and a piercing, whining, maddening sound filled the ship. Klaatu moved. He sat up. Stood up.
Mr. Carpenter.
Hello.
I thought you were...
I was. They took me to an emergency hospital at the city jail. Gort broke in and took me back here. This technique can restore life in some cases, and only for a limited time.
How long?
No one can tell. Time enough and more for me to go outside and speak to Professor Barnhart's scientists. I must speak to them. It's what I came for. Gort will put out the ramp.
You people of Earth, you men of science, you are here from all over your world, Europe, Asia, representing many nations, many ideas. I am leaving soon. You will forgive me if I speak bluntly. The universe grows smaller every day. Where I come from, we believe there must be security for all, or no one is secure. This does not mean giving up any freedom, except the freedom to act irresponsibly. This is the message that I ask you to take back when you return to your native lands. Tell your people and your governments that we have created a race of robots whose function it is to patrol the planets in spaceships and preserve the peace. At the first sign of treachery, they will act automatically. Nothing you have here on Earth can stop them. The penalty for provoking their action is too terrible to risk. Your choice is simple. Live in peace or perish in violence. We shall be waiting for your answer. The decision rests with you. Gort, Baringo. Remember.
I'll remember, Mr. Carpenter.
And as they had seen him come, so did they see him depart. And the people of the earth pondered upon the warning.
In a moment, our stars will return.
Pepsodent's new flavor.
Pepsodent's new flavor. Pepsodent's new flavor.
Wow!
Pepsodent's new flavor. And the clean mouth taste for hours.
Yes, the big news is Pepsodent has a brand new wonderful flavor. Grown-ups prefer it, but kids, well, kids go crazy for it. And that's not all.
I've seen the research that proves Pepsodent gives you the cleanest teeth of all leading toothpastes. That's because Pepsodent's gentle oral detergent cleans not just the surfaces of your teeth, but around and between them, even where your brush can't reach.
Your own personal proof of this is Pepsodent's clean mouth taste for hours. So try new Pepsodent White. Or if you prefer chlorophyll, Pepsodent Chlorophyll. You like
Pepsodent's new flavor. Pepsodent's new flavor.
Wow!
Pepsodent's new flavor. And the clean mouth taste for hours.
And now, here's Mr. Cummings with our stars.
And here they are after two out-of-this-world performances, Michael Rene and Gene Peters. Mike, have you ever seen any UMOs?
What's a UMO?
An unidentifiable moving object. Yes, I saw several years ago in London.
You mean during the war?
No, when I was a very young actor. But the flying objects were later identified as ripe tomatoes and eggs and cauliflower.
And how about you, Gene? Seen any flying saucers?
Oh, actresses aren't interested in such things, Irving. We prefer King of the Khyber rifles. After all, who cares about spacemen when you can see Tyrone Power and Michael Rene in their latest picture, co-starring with Terry Moore?
Oh, Marilyn Monroe, Betty Grable, and Lauren Bacall in How to Marry a Millionaire.
And both these 20th Century Fox pictures are in Technicolor and CinemaScope. And these exciting new mediums are especially interesting to actresses.
Their new stars must be especially interested in Lux soap for your complexion.
We certainly are. I, for one, started using Lux soap for my complexion years ago, and I'm certainly glad I did.
Now, Irving, what's in store for next week?
Well, Mike, we're going from life in the future back to the charming era of the Roaring Twenties. It's a delightful, amusing story of a multimillionaire who, for sentimental reasons, presents an average happy family with $100,000 and almost ruins their lives. It's Has Anybody Seen My Gal? And as the stars of this highly entertaining comedy romance from the Universal International Studios, we have two of their most popular young stars, Rock Hudson and Piper Lorre, co-starring with that fine actor, Gene Lockhart.
Oh, the whole family will love it. Good night.
Good night.
Good night and happy landing.
Hello there. I'm Art Linkletter. You know it's pretty hard to improve on a good product, but Lever Brothers has done it. Now, all-purpose surf is better than ever, even better than the surf you may have used last year. You see, today's surf is made from a new, improved formula that gets your clothes so clean they smell clean. When you wash your clothes with surf, you don't need to worry about a stale, sour smell or that unpleasant medicinal odor that some detergents leave, because surf-washed clothes have a clean, sunshine freshness, like they'd been swinging in the breeze on a sunny day. And they have that same clean freshness whether you dry them indoors or out. Today's surf gets white things really clean without bluing or water softener, and you never need a bleach except for stubborn stains. So if you haven't tried all-purpose surf lately, try it soon. Take it from your old friend Art Linkletter. You like surf for everything you wash, 'cause when you wash them with surf, they smell like sunshine.
Thanks, Art Linkletter. And I'd like to say again that when you wash things with surf, they smell like sunshine. And that's important, because things aren't really clean unless they smell clean. It's true that all good detergents these days get clothes clean looking, but surf does more. Yes, surf gets clothes so clean they smell like sunshine. And that means they're clean clear through. So, ladies, why don't you prove it to yourselves? Get surf tomorrow and discover what a really clean wash is.
Lever Brothers Company, makers of Lux Toilet Soap and Lux Liquid Detergent, invite you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Has Anybody Seen My Gal? Starring Piper Lorre, Rock Hudson, and Gene Lockhart. This is Irving Cummings saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Knowing how to save regularly is sometimes the only difference between success and failure. The savings bond way is the sure way to save. Every year, United States savings bonds grow in value. Interest increases year by year. As your bond investment grows, so does your security. Save for the future by investing in United States savings bonds today. Join the payroll savings plan where you work. Every payday, the amount you name will be set aside automatically, systematically, and invested for you in savings bonds. And remember, savings bonds are better than ever because they return 3% interest compounded semi-annually when held to maturity. What's more, they're fully guaranteed by Uncle Sam against loss, theft, or destruction. There's no safer investment in the world than United States savings bonds. If you're self-employed, save regularly through the bond-a-month plan where you bank. Heard in our cast tonight were Paul Freese as the narrator, Lamont Johnson as Tom, Herb Butterfield as Professor Barnhart, Tudor Owen as Mr. Harley, Billy Gray as Bobby, Edith Evanson as Mrs. Crockett, and Tyler McVeigh, Bill Conrad, Robert Griffin, Tom Brown, Fred Shields, Marvin Bryan, Chet Mencken, Alastair Duncan, Stephen Roberts, Adeline A. Smith, and Eddie Marr. The Day the Earth Stood Still was based on Harry Bates' story, Farewell to the Master, which appeared in Astounding Science Fiction magazine. Our radio play was adapted by Milton Geiger, and our music was composed and directed by Rudy Schrager. Lever Brothers Company guarantees you'll be glad you bought the products you heard about on this program, or you can have your money back. This is your announcer, Ken Carpenter, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Has Anybody Seen My Gal?, starring Rock Hudson, Piper Laurie, and Gene Lockhart. Every Thursday evening, Lever Brothers Company brings you the Lux Video Theater. Consult your local newspaper for time and station. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Adventures in time and space, told in future tense. Dimension Can you predict the future? Can you tell what will happen in 100 years? Or in 10? Or in the next minute? Can you look beyond the known dimensions of time and space into the unknown, Dimension X? Tonight we have a strange story to tell. A sweet, blood-curdling little story that is really only 2 sentences long. The last man on Earth sat alone in a room. There was a knock on the door. Think it over. Suppose you were the last man alive on Earth, in the universe for that matter. The last man sitting alone in a room, and suddenly there was a knock on the door. What knocked on the door? You wonder, don't you? Your mind, faced with the unknown, supplies something vaguely horrible. But it isn't horrible, really. You'll see. The last man on Earth sat alone in a room. There was a knock on the door.
What? Oh, what's that?
Good morning, man.
What? Who are you?
You have regained consciousness.
Well, who are you?
I am Azan.
Maybe if I close my eyes, it'll go away.
I will not go away, man.
No, I guess I am awake. Who? What are you?
I am Azan.
Well, what's that?
Azan is intelligent life.
What happened? Where are you from?
From Planet 7 in the 3rd galaxy in the 4th quadrant.
Where?
It is not necessary to repeat information which is correct in the original statement.
Planet 7? You mean I'm not on Earth?
You are still on your planet.
Well, then what are you doing here?
The Zans have annexed your world.
You mean you've conquered Earth?
Yes, that is correct. We will now prepare your planet for habitation by the Zan.
Well, how about the people?
There is no longer any use for large numbers of lower life forms. Therefore, we have dispensed with them.
Dispensed with? You mean you've... When did all this happen?
2 days ago. You have been unconscious until now.
You really mean I'm the last man on Earth?
That is correct. Identify yourself now.
What?
Kindly provide data as to your position in the elementary social order of your planet.
Well, I'm Walter Phelan, Associate Professor of Anthropology at Nathan University. How is it you speak English?
We have deciphered your written and recorded records. It is not difficult to reconstruct your language. Very type of auditory communication.
Oh.
Is there anything you want to complete your natural habitat?
You mean I'm a prisoner?
That is correct. What will you want further in your room?
Well, do I have to stay here?
Yes.
The rest of my life?
Forever.
Well, then you better bring in my books. I gotta call you something. Do you mind if I call you, George?
It is immaterial.
All right, then, George. You know, I can't really believe this.
That is a characteristic of low-life form.
I'm trying to take this in without going off balance completely.
I will be back, Associate Professor of Anthropology.
It's all right, George. Just call me Walter.
Very well, Walter. I will be back with your books.
All right, George. I'll be seeing you around.
You will not be around, Walter. You will be here.
Yes, the last man on Earth sat alone in a room. A rather peculiar room. He just noticed how peculiar it was, and he'd been studying out the reason for its peculiarity. His conclusion didn't horrify him, but it annoyed him. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Oh, hello, George.
Hello, Walter.
What can I do for you?
Point one, you will please henceforth sit with your chair pointed the other way.
I thought so. That plain wall is different from the other sides, isn't it?
That is correct. It is transparent.
That's what I thought. I'm in a zoo, right?
That is correct.
I knew it. And if I persist in sitting with my back to it, what then? You'll kill me, I ask, hopefully?
No, we will not kill you.
That's too bad. George, I'll face the bars and perform for the people. I mean for the Zons. How many other animals do you have here in the zoo, George?
216, a male and female each of 108 kinds.
Male and female of all the animals?
There is a female of your species among the collection.
Anyone I know? Never mind, it doesn't matter anyway. Well, George, you started out with point one. I suppose there's a point two kicking around somewhere. What is it?
Something we do not understand. 2 of the other animals sleep and do not wake. They are cold. What is wrong with them, Walter?
Well, they must be dead.
Dead? That means stopped. But nothing stopped them. Each was alone.
Sure, they just died.
But I have told you they were alone. Nothing stopped them.
George, do you mean to tell me that you don't know what natural death is?
Death is when a being is killed, stopped from living.
Maybe these animals just died of old age.
Old age? I do not understand.
George, how old are you?
Your planet went around the sun about 7,000 times since I was born.
What? 7,000 years?
Yes, I'm still young.
Now, look, George, you've got something to learn about this planet you've hijacked. Here on Earth, we've got somebody that's a stranger where you come from. Down here, our people and animals live until the Grim Reaper stops them.
This, Grim Reaper stopped the 2 animals?
That's right.
He will stop more?
Oh, he gets us all, George.
This is a new factor we have not considered.
But you can consider it. Because when the Grim Reaper gets through, there won't be very much left of your zoo.
You mean he will stop more animals soon?
Well, with your lifespan, it won't seem like a minute and we'll all be gone. Oh, it looks like you made a mistake, George. I don't think there's very much you can do about it.
That is not correct. The Zon is a logical being. We will take action.
Where are you taking me, George?
We will be there shortly.
You mean, it's moving day?
That is correct. We are here now. You will live here now, Walter. It is a larger room.
Well, be it ever so humble.
Go inside.
Be careful with those books, George. Don't lose... Excuse me.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
Well, I guess George didn't explain. George tries to be polite, but he hasn't quite caught on yet. I'm Walter Phelan.
My name is Grace Evans, Mr. Phelan. What is all this about? Why did they bring me here?
I think I know why.
Why?
You see, I've been talking to George.
George?
Well, that's what I call them, all of them. There's no way to tell them apart anyway. There aren't many of them here, yet. They come from outside the solar system, sort of an advanced scouting party.
Yes, I saw their spaceship. It's as big as a mountain.
They're moving in on us. They cleaned off the Earth with some kind of vibration that destroys all sorts of animal life. They killed everybody.
Oh, no. I was afraid.
Well, the cheerful note is that you and I and 200-odd other animals were picked up beforehand as specimens for the zoo. You know that this is a zoo, don't you?
Yes. I suspected it. But I don't remember anything about being captured. I just woke up here.
Well, they solved a lot of problems for us. Housing shortages, wars. I don't suppose the human race, you and I, that is, have to worry about anything now.
It's awful.
Only they made one mistake. They overestimated us.
I don't understand.
They thought we were immortal.
That we were what?
Immortal, like they are.
Oh, they can be killed. The Zons don't know what natural death is. They didn't know anyway until they lost 2 of us yesterday.
You mean there are more than 2 of us?
No more of our species. These were merely brother animals. A rabbit and a canary. And by the Zons' way of figuring time, the rest of us are only good for a few minutes apiece anyway. That's a joke on them. They figured they had permanent specimens here in their zoo.
But didn't they know that we'd all die eventually?
No, I don't think so. See, George told me he was 7,000 years old, and he's supposed to be young. When they learned how quickly we die, well, they were probably shocked to the core. If they have cause.
How can you talk that way about it?
Academic detachment. I learned it at faculty teas. At any rate, they've decided to reorganize their zoo 2 by 2.
Oh.
Sure, they figure we'll last longer collectively, if not individually.
But if they think... That is, if you think for 1 minute...
No, don't worry. I don't.
But are they going to keep us locked up together in this one little room?
I'm afraid so.
It's horrible.
I agree with you perfectly, my dear. But all personal considerations aside, the least favor we can do the human race is to let it end with us. I don't see much point in continuing it just for an exhibition in a zoo.
How can you just sit here and lecture?
Habit.
But we've got to do something.
Why?
I don't know. It just seems we owe it to the human race to do something.
You got a suggestion?
There must be some way. They can be killed, you said.
I think that anything that would kill one of us would kill one of them. You see, I figured it out, I think. George cut his... Well, I suppose you'd call it his hand when he brought in my books. It started to bleed, red blood, but I could see the cut closing just as he stood there. And by the time he left, it was healed.
I don't understand.
Don't you see, whatever factor there is in man that makes him grow old is missing in the Zon. They just go on and on and on until they're stopped.
Yeah. But suppose we killed one. There must be some way.
Well, but what would be the use? They wouldn't even punish us. They just give us our food through a trap door and put a sign out saying, "Beware of the man, dangerous."
I don't think they'd have to bother in your case. I don't see anything funny.
I'm sorry. Just reminds me of Martha.
Martha?
My wife. She died 2 years ago.
I'm sorry.
No, not at all. Oh, that'll be George with my books. Come in. Hello, George.
Hello, Walter. Point 1, I have brought your books.
Point 1, Well, what else is on your mind?
Point 2, another creature sleeps and will not wake. A small feathered one called a duck.
It happens, George. I warned you. Old Man Death, the Grim Reaper. I told you all about him.
Walter, the Council of Zon has met. It has been decided logically that the only intelligent life to escape the vibration is you. Therefore, the logical conclusion is you are stopping these animals by some means unknown to us.
George, you're off your trolley.
You will tell me now how this is done.
You boys afraid you're going to lose the whole zoo?
It is necessary to save the remaining specimens as long as possible. If we do not get information, we may be forced to dispense with your species entirely.
Now, wait a minute.
This means you, Walter, and the female.
Now, wait a minute, George. Don't go off half-cocked. Let me take a look at these animals that won't wake up.
I will take you there now. Go first, Walter.
After you, my dear George.
This is the weasel.
You should have got him in the winter, George. The fur's worth more then. Then it's an ermine.
This is the reptile cage. Here are the ducks. This is the male. The female has been stopped.
Lucky girl. What's the matter, fella? You lonely down there?
Walter, you will tell me how you stopped the female duck.
You got me, George. I didn't do it. Maybe she died of the Dutch elm blight.
Walter, you are not being logical. We have concluded you are stopping these animals. Tell us how it is done.
I told you, George, I haven't the foggiest notion.
Very well. We will have to take further action.
Well, what are you going to do, George?
We have methods of action you will know soon. We will go back now to your room.
What happened, Mr. Phelan?
You can call call me Walter. After all, George does, and we have more in common.
Oh, please, what happened?
Just a duck, a dead duck. George thinks I killed her by remote control. He thinks I'm holding out on him.
Good.
What?
Well, at least we can get back at them. At least we can do something to them.
Well, why? After all, George isn't a bad fellow, if you like an ant mentality.
How can you say that? They've wiped out the whole human race. They've murdered everybody.
I suppose they have, but we can't change that now, so why think about it?
Well, we can't just sit here and do nothing.
I fail to see how we can do anything else.
Oh, of all the men in the world they had to pick. Don't you want to fight back? Don't you want to keep on fighting until the end?
It hadn't occurred to me.
But we've got to, Walter.
Why?
Well, I can't really explain, but... Walter, if there was any good in man at all, it was that he kept on, struggling against nature and in the end even against himself. But at least he kept on fighting for what he thought was right, and we're all that's left. Walter, we just can't end it by giving up. We've got to keep on fighting.
You know, you do remind me of Martha.
Oh, look, there isn't much left for us, but we could beat them in this one small thing. We can pretend that there's a secret about death, and we could refuse to tell them anything.
There isn't anything to tell.
Well, they don't know that. Promise me you won't give in.
I suppose the worst they can do is to kill us.
Oh, Walter.
All right, Miss Evans. Hello, George.
Hello, Walter. Now, you will tell us how these animals are stopped?
George, this may come as a great shock to you, but I've decided not to tell you.
Why?
Oh, call it a romantic attachment to lost causes. My grandfather was a Confederate officer.
Walter, you are not being logical, but that is expected in lower life forms. You will come with me now, Walter.
Where are you taking him?
To the second level. Come now, Walter.
You won't tell them.
I can't guarantee anything, but as of now, I don't intend to.
We've got to fight. Remember that, Walter. We've got to go out fighting.
I think you're right.
Come now, Walter.
Goodbye.
It's been a pleasure, Miss Evans.
I am waiting. Come now, Walter.
After you, my dear George.
You will tell us now, Walter? That was the first level of vibration. There are many more. However, we have calculated that none of them exceed your threshold of unconsciousness.
Oh, very clever, George.
Of course. You will tell us now, how do you stop these animals? You will tell us now?
As of now, no. However, I'm not very brave, if that encourages you, George.
You are not being logical, Walter.
You're telling me.
We will now use vibration level 2. You will tell us now?
You know, George, I can't figure it out myself, but I'm stubborn. Maybe it has something to do about the dignity of man, the civilization such as it was that you wiped out.
I do not understand.
I didn't think you would. So go ahead. Vibrate.
Vibration level 2. It will be very painful, Walter. Walter? Walter? You are still conscious.
Let me alone, George.
You will tell us now. You will tell us how you stop the animals.
Let me alone.
We have had vibration levels 1 through 10. There are still 15 more before your threshold of unconsciousness.
No, let me alone.
Walter, listen to me. Another creature sleeps and will not wake. We must know now.
That's tough. You better start vibrating again, George.
No.
What?
It would not be logical. We have calculated that no further level of vibration will overcome your irrational psychological block. We conclude you will not tell.
You mean you're going to let me go?
That is correct.
That's real nice of you, George. I appreciate it.
We have calculated that the resistance of the female of your species will be lower. We will now place her under the vibrations.
Oh, no, George, you can't do that.
Why not, Walter? It is the logical plan.
No, she couldn't take it.
Yes, that is what we expect. Therefore, we will go and bring the woman here.
No, now listen to me, George. There is no secret. Do you understand that? There's no secret. Those animals died from natural causes. And I'm telling you the truth.
That is not a logical answer. We will get the woman.
Well, I've told you the truth. Can't you understand?
We must know now. The female animal caged next to the duck has been stopped. We must preserve the survivor.
The animal next to the duck?
We will bring the woman here. She will tell us after the vibration.
No, listen, George. George, do you want the truth? You want to know how to save the mates of the animals that have been stopped?
You will tell us now?
Yes, I'll tell you. Take me to that stopped animal, and I'll tell you how to save its mate.
Very well, Walter. You are being logical now. We will go.
Walter, are you all right?
Yeah, just let me catch my breath a minute.
What happened?
Well, after a while, I told them what they wanted to know.
You didn't.
Sure, as George pointed out, it seemed to be the logical thing at the time.
You gave up?
I suppose you can call it that. Look, I'm very bad. Something might turn up, Martha.
But they've beaten us completely then. There isn't anything we can do. Rest of the human race. And we give up. We don't even die fighting. You call me?
Oh, I must have said Martha. I'm sorry.
The Council of the Zon has met.
Something wrong? She was my wife. She died 2 years ago. What were you saying?
Nothing. Nothing. It doesn't matter. It's too late. Too late. For the whole...
What now, George?
Zon has been stopped.
What?
Zon is dead?
That is correct.
You didn't believe me, George. But you can die. You can really die. You'll have to get used to that if you're going to stay here.
The Council has decided. A, you have in some way stopped this Zon. B, you and the woman must be eliminated.
You got it wrong, George. I didn't stop that Zon. It's just death. It gets all of us here.
You will be eliminated now.
But, George, it won't do any good to kill us. It won't save you. Everything that lives on Earth must die.
That is not logical.
But it's true.
The Council has decided. This time, you will have the full vibration.
This time? Walter, what did they do to you?
They have a rather effective third degree.
They tortured you, Walter?
Yes.
And Walter, it was all my fault.
I wouldn't even have tried without you. I suppose we have a last chance now to end with some dignity.
I think you're a very brave man.
Well, there isn't much else to do. Do we go now, George?
Now, Walter. Wait.
What's that?
I have been told another Zon has died.
Now will you believe me?
The Council of the Zon meets now.
2 gone already, and you were with me, George. You know I didn't kill this one.
What stopped him then?
I told you it's old man death. You came to the wrong planet, George. Your immortality doesn't go down here. He can stop you, but you can't stop him. And you'll all die if you stick around. And now what?
The Council has decided this is a place of death. We will leave your planet.
Leave? You mean you're giving up?
It is not safe for the Zon.
Walter, they're leaving. They're really going.
Go on then, George, and don't hurry back.
It would not be logical to do so. We are leaving the Earth now. Goodbye, Walter.
Goodbye, George. They're all aboard now.
Oh, it's so wonderful to feel the wind and the sun again.
Close the hatches.
Walter, is it safe for us to be out here?
Sure, they're not interested in us any longer. They only want to get away. And I want to see this grace, the Zon leaving Earth forever. Now they're blasting off.
There they go.
Yes, it's over now. Well, I suppose we might as well go back in.
I still don't understand, Walter. What made them go?
Oh, I just told them the facts of life.
Of death, you mean?
No, of life. After all, I thought George was old enough to know at 7,000 years he was getting to be a pretty big boy.
I wish you'd stop joking and tell me what happened.
Look out for the step. Well, do you remember when the first animals died?
Yes, the rabbit and the canary.
And their mates just started to pine and waste away?
Yes.
Well, that worried the Zahn. They wanted to keep the last specimens alive if they could. So finally I broke down and told them about affection.
Affection?
Mm-hmm. And then I introduced Donald.
Donald? Who's that?
Here we are.
Oh.
Come here. Grace, I want you to meet Donald.
Oh, Walter, please. What does affection have to do with it?
Well, that's what the Zahn wanted to know. I told him it was love that made the world go round, that having lost his mate, Donald would die immediately unless he had affection and constant petting.
Petting?
Mm-hmm. I even showed him how. Come here, fella. Come here. Come here. Yes, I held Donald in my arms and petted him a while, and then I let the Zahn take over with the animal in the next cage.
What animal?
Take a look. Hey, watch out. Don't go
Walter,
too close.
It's a rattlesnake.
Yes, it's a rattlesnake. The Zahn's metabolism made it impossible for them to die of old age, but I had a hunch they could be poisoned.
Then it was the snake that killed the two Zahn.
They never even knew what bit them.
Then you outwitted them, Walter.
I suppose.
And I thought you'd just given up. Oh, Walter, I'm so proud of you.
You don't have to be. I had given up. I probably wouldn't have fought at all if you hadn't pushed me.
Well,
we've got a world to plan, a whole new world, Grace.
I know.
We'll have to decide which animals to let out of the zoo and which ones would be safer to keep in. But first, there's a much bigger problem.
What's that?
The human race.
Oh.
Yeah, we've got to make a decision about that. It's a pretty important one.
Yes. But...
It hasn't been a bad race. Of course, it may go backward for a while until it gets its breath, but... Well, we can save the books and all the most important things and get it started ahead once more.
Please, Walter.
It's the Garden of Eden.
Oh, don't be
all over again.
Don't be ridiculous, Walter.
Funny. You even blush like Martha. Oh, only you're stronger than she was. And prettier, too.
I wish you'd forget about Martha.
I think I will, my dear, if you'll only give me a little time.
Now, Walter Phelan, you listen to me. If you think for 1 minute that we...
I thought it would never happen to me again. But it is love that makes the world go round. And so, Grace, if you could only...
I wouldn't marry you if you were the last man on earth.
But that's exactly what I am.
I don't care. I don't even want to talk about it. I'm going out.
Well, all right, my dear, but think it over and please come back. You see, I told you. It wasn't really so horrible, our story. Remember how it goes. The last man on earth sat alone in the room. And then there was a knock on the door. Come in. Oh, come in. Come in. My dear. You see, it wasn't horrible at all.
You have just heard the Frederick Brown story entitled Knock, an adventure in time, space, and the unknown world of the future, the world of Dimension X.
Now, about next week. Next week, we tell the story of a robot. But a robot that was almost human.
Tonight's adventure in Dimension X was adapted for radio by Ernest Kenoy. Arnold Moss was heard as Walter Phelan, Louis Van Ruten as the Zahn, and Joan Alexander as Grace Evans. Your narrator was Norman Rose. Music by Albert Berman, engineer Bill Chambers. Dimension X is produced by Van Woodward and directed by Edward King. Tomorrow, hear Sam Spade. Now it's Truth or Consequences on NBC.
We present Flora Robson as Lindsay Ash in The Soft September Air, an original play by Charlotte Hastings, specially written for Dame Flora to star in on radio. Andrew Branch plays Dickon Bellamy. The Soft September Air.
I'm off now.
Thank you, Bev.
And there's no call for you to be on your knees to them weeds. Bevy'll be up Saturday.
I'll just finish this border. Saturday we'll lift the dahlias.
We don't never lift ours. Bevyl don't hold with it. Your supper's in the oven and there's a mousse in the fridge. You said you fancied chocolate, but I think the lemon's better.
Thank you, Bev.
And George Billing just brought up late post. 2 bills, one's the electric. I put them on your desk.
Thank you, Bev.
And I reckon this one's from your sister.
Oh, dear, so it is. How tiresome.
Ha ha. She'll not be best pleased when she knows what you're up to. Well, I'll get gone now before this long-haired layabout arrives.
Bev, students are not all necessarily long-haired layabouts.
Worst thing they ever did putting that university in the town. All them up there living off Social Security.
And student grants are not Social Security.
I don't know why we bother to vote. Bevyl says what we need now is a collision government.
Oh, Bev.
And we don't want one of them lads up here spoiling all the peace and quiet.
I cannot be alone at night in this isolated house any longer. And one boy, studying quietly in his room, is not going to disturb anything.
That's as may be. See you in the morning.
Thank you, Bev. I have to get that bicycle worked. Oh, dear. If I read this now, it'll spoil my supper, and if I read it late, it'll give me indigestion. I know. I'll read it now and then have a large sherry. And one thing's for sure, Lindsay, my girl. If there's someone else in the house, you'll have to stop talking to yourself. Now, where are my glasses?
My dear Lindsay, this idea of taking a student into your house is preposterous. You cannot need the money. Your writing does very well, though we have never been able to understand why. But there's no accounting for tastes.
Well, well.
However, we do appreciate your fear of being alone in Linnets at night, after that attempted break-in. And Cedric wishes me to say we are prepared to make a home for you with us. Oh. We cannot offer you separate accommodation, but there are 2 back rooms with quite a pleasant view over the kitchen garden, and Cedric has generously offered to put in a gas ring.
Really?
Think it over, and let us know when you will come. Your affectionate sister, Millicent. P.S. It's a pity you're not more domesticated. You never did know one end of a dishcloth from another.
Oh, damnation.
Hello.
I'm sorry,
I'm from the university. The housing office sent me. Oh, my God.
What is the matter?
The house. I've never seen anything so beautiful. The thatch and the walls with that sort of scroll pattern.
Pargeting. Pargeting, made with a pointed stick while the plaster is still wet. One of the medieval building crafts.
How old is it?
So far as we've been able to ascertain, it's 15th century.
I can't wait to come here. Please, dear lady, take me in. Look, on my knees. I do entreat thee in compassion's name.
Don't be an idiot. Get up.
Dear lady.
No, I don't want my hand kissed. Get up and sit down here beside me. That's better. Now, just a few details.
Bellamy, Richard Paul, known as Dickon. 21 in 2 months' time, 3rd year reading English. Honest, sober, and reasonably industrious. Only vice playing the guitar. I think you were as beautiful as your house. And please, may I now kiss your hand?
Lindsay Ash, novelist, widowed 5 years. As I desire above all things to remain in this cottage, I need someone in the house at night, because...
I will defend you to the death and beyond. May I move in now?
I haven't yet said you may move in at all.
Then I will hang myself from one of those willows, and you may gaze from your window at my dangling, twitching body.
What with?
Sorry?
There must be something to support your dangling, twitching body.
Oh, do you have a clothesline?
We couldn't spare it. It's in constant use.
I see. No other piece of rope available? Thick string or garden twine?
Regretfully, no. This is a thrifty house.
Then I will drown myself in that beautiful pond. There is a willow grows aslant a brook.
It's only 2 feet deep.
So you condemn me to live?
It would appear so. Why don't you want to live at the university?
On campus? You must be joking. I've stuck it for 2 years. 2 years of hell. Please let me come here. I think I might find peace in this place.
The front door is at the side. Will you come with me?
Oh, yes.
Oh. Who's this?
I say, is this Linnets?
Yes, do you want me?
I'm from the university. The housing office said
I'm afraid you're just too late. Oh, this is Dickon Bellamy.
Chris Conway, hi.
Hi.
Wow, what a marvellous place.
Couldn't you possibly fit me in somewhere?
Wouldn't a house like this have more than 2 bedrooms?
2 double rooms and a bit of an attic.
A double? 2 beds? I suppose you wouldn't share?
Well,
And now, just a moment.
I've left it late. Honestly, I can't find a dog kennel. And you must know what it's like on campus these days.
Yes.
Well, then?
It's up to Mrs. Ash. Dear lady, could we perhaps see the room?
I really hadn't considered. Very well. Come this way.
Oh, it's even better inside. The beams on that fireplace.
Do you burn logs?
And just look at that china. What is it?
A dessert service, Davenport. One of my treasures. The staircase is through this door. There's only one place you have to duck, just at the top.
Ouch!
Well, I did warn you. Well, here you are. This is the room.
Oh, bags of space. Couldn't be better. Now, what do you say, Dickon?
Well, excuse me. Settle it between yourselves and we'll talk it over.
Yeah. Nice old girl.
Old? I didn't think... how much gear have you got?
Not much. Hey, did you see that television? Do you think she'd let us watch football?
Westfield 37?
Mrs. Ash, my name's Marsh, Westfield University. The housing office said, well, I've left it late and I can't find anywhere.
Oh, no. Dear Millicent, my 3 students moved in yesterday. They are Dickon, Chris, and Gavin, who is called Blitz, apparently because he has red hair and politics to match. They're not quite so worldly as they would like to think, but they're young and gay, and I think we shall deal peacefully together without personal involvement. I hope the view over the kitchen garden continues pleasant. Your affectionate sister, Lindsay. P.S. Reassure Cedric that I use the word gay in its archaic sense. P.P.S. Who wants to know anything about a dishcloth anyway? Yes?
Could we see you for a moment? About the rules.
Rules? Oh, couldn't we just make them up as occasions arise?
Organisation is essential both inside and outside industry.
I am rather trying to be industrious myself just now. Oh, very well. You'd better come in. Sit down somewhere.
Right,
There's some sherry over there.
Oh, great.
Help yourselves.
Oh, thanks.
Someone get me a glass.
Oh, glass from...
More sherry, Mom? Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Thank you. Cheers.
Cheers.
Well, we'll keep it simple, shall we? One of you should be here at night. Your rooms are cleaned, you cook your own food, and leave the kitchen clear for Mrs. Bevel.
Right.
Oh, by the way, she's worked for me for over 20 years, and we understand each other. Either treat her with respect or leave her alone. Understood?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Good. Any questions?
I don't graduate for another year. When these two leave, can I have the double room?
If you stay on.
Great. Di'll like that.
And who is Di?
My girlfriend. Will she pay the same rent?
Are you proposing this girlfriend should, I believe the current term is, shack up with you?
Sure. Oh, you'll like Di, she's...
No.
No?
Again, to use your own expression, no way.
Why ever not?
Leave it, Blitz. This applies to all three of you. You must certainly invite your girlfriends in for a drink or a snack. If you want them to share your beds, you must go elsewhere.
Oh, didn't you ever?
Since I enjoyed nearly 30 years of happy marriage, one may assume that I did. Sexual fulfillment is not the prerogative of your generation.
Wow. I only said...
It would be all round the village in 48 hours. And undoubtedly Mrs. Bevel would leave, which I couldn't for a moment contemplate.
All right, you've made your point, and I beg your pardon.
Thank you. Now, if there's nothing else, I have to concentrate.
Yeah, the old girl packs a mean punch when she wants to.
I don't mind when she shouts. It's when she stands on the rug and goes all quiet. Why do you keep calling her old?
62.
Sorry?
62. Her age. I borrowed her dictionary yesterday. It said to my dear daughter Lindsay Margaret on her 21st birthday. And it gave the date. Like I said, 62. Old as God.
How would you know his age? You're an atheist.
Dear Lindsay, I don't want to harry you, but if I am to show Love Me Long to Regius Films, I must have the finished MS in the next 6 weeks. We shall be all right for Blaine's spring list. I hope things are not too hectic. Bianca sends her love, and I add mine. Yours ever, Philip.
6 weeks. I better deal with this at once. Oh, dear. Dear Philip. So sorry. I will do my utmost. The plain truth is, I have been solitary so long, and am so used to peace and my own way. Oh, heavens above! Goodness me! Goodness! Chris, turn it down! Okay! Switch it right over if you like! Thank you! Oh, I do dislike Saturday mornings. They seem to be all milling around. Perhaps they'll go off after lunch. Oh, this is too much. Goodness me. Blitz!
What do you want?
Stop that noise! I should think so.
I've got a tester, haven't I?
Well, take it over into the garage. It won't sound so loud.
I can't. The back wheel's off.
Then you could bloody well carry it. This is ridiculous. I must control myself. Now, where was I? Philip, oh yes. I'm so used to peace and my own way.
Mrs. Ash, I'm through.
Bev.
This is it. I'm leaving.
What's the matter?
Well, I come up the path and what do I see? That Blitz dragging his bike across the lawn, cutting it all into racks.
Oh, dear.
And Bevel taking so much trouble to keep it nice.
Bev, it's my fault. I told him...
And that's not all. Have you seen my kitchen? Because if not, you're coming to see it right now.
Oh, Bev.
You'll come and see it if it's the last thing you do. There. Look at it.
Oh, dear.
Just look at it. Black oil on the tiles and on the wall there. And all them filthy rags soaking in my sink.
Bev. What's up?
What's up? You ask me what's up? What about all this oil?
All right. Don't get your knickers in a twist.
Now, don't you speak to me like that, you red-headed young bastard.
Here, steady on. Who you calling?
Is it the revolution?
And you can keep out of it. Yeah. I've not forgot how you left the bathroom on Tuesday.
Why? I'm very sorry, Bev. But we didn't expect you, and it would have been clean.
I'm waiting to clean it now if she'll just move her old flat feet.
If you don't watch it, I'll put one of those flat feet where you won't like it.
Oh, cool off.
I'm through.
And you should have gone long ago, the pittance she pays you.
Well, if everyone's to be told what money I get...
I don't know what she pays you, but I do know it's not £30 a week.
£30? You're out of your mind.
Anyone who doesn't get 30 quid a week should go on social security.
Now, you listen here, Sonny. Me and Bevel has the pension and what we make lawful outside it. And we won't never ask no government for anything but what's our due.
And while you work for peanuts, others have to do the same. Can't you see you're being exploited?
All I can see is that I've worked happy here for 20 years, and now it's come to this. I'm right sorry, Mrs. Ash, but it's me or them, and you can't say I didn't warn you.
You heard what she said? Them or me. It's certainly not going to be them.
You mean you throwing us out?
By the end of next week.
You can't. It's not right.
Even here. What are we going to do?
The end of the week.
You can't do this. We have our rights.
And I have the right to say who I want in my house.
Yes, Mrs. Ash, but we're right into term, Mrs. Ash. How will we get fixed up?
It's victimisation. I'll inform the housing office.
Don't bother. I'll do it for you. And clear up this mess.
You stupid fool! Why do you have to bring your blasted politics into it? Oh, hello.
Hello.
You're up early?
I need my coffee, since Mrs. Bevel isn't here.
Oh, may I do it?
No.
You are mad at us, aren't you?
Yes.
Look, suppose she agreed to come back, with us still here.
Suppose the moon fell right out of the sky.
Last night I went to see her.
You did what? What did she say?
Actually, I did most of the talking.
The mind boggles. What could you have said?
Oh, how much you needed her after so long, and that we were grovellingly sorry and had the greatest respect for her. But dash it all, I did everything but go down on my knees and bang my head on the floor. Stop laughing.
Oh, pardon me, thou bleeding piece of earth.
But I am meek and gentle with... Meek? I'll say I was meek. I tell you, Lady Friendship can go no further.
Didn't she say anything?
Oh, yes. Thus as may be. There's something else I ought to tell you.
Something... Dickon, what else did you say?
Oh, well, I had to lay it on a bit.
Dickon.
I said... I passed your room last night, and I heard you sobbing quietly into your pillow.
Dickon.
I thought it rather a nice touch.
I could kill you.
Not for the moment. I think she's coming up the drive, with a thumping great bunch of flowers on the handlebars.
Upstairs, quick. Here, take your coffee. Thank you. And if you must listen, at least keep quiet.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning, Bev. I was, just making some coffee.
Oh, well, if I'm to find I'm not wanted...
No. Oh, Bev, dear, I'm so glad to see you.
Then you get back to bed and I'll bring up some fresh coffee.
Oh.
And why are you using the powdered stuff? Haven't we any proper graduals?
Yeah? Dick? What's the matter? Half a minute, I'll light on. Hey, wake up. Come on, wake up. It's Chris.
The sheet is dead.
What? Are you having a nightmare, Dick?
I'm so cold.
Oh, no wonder. All the bedclothes on the floor. Here, come on. Right? I'll go down and make a cuppa.
Is that you, Chris?
Oh, sorry I woke you. Dickens had a bad dream.
Oh, dear.
I'm making a cuppa.
A good idea. I could do with one myself.
Oh.
Chris. About Dickon. Do you think he's stable?
Good Lord, yes. A bit emotional, perhaps. He hasn't quite left it all behind yet.
Left what behind?
Oh, the adolescent bit.
Chris, dear, are you over it?
I'm not bothered.
Lucky old you.
And don't forget, he's got his finals in June.
So have you. Aren't you bothered about that either?
Well, I may sweat a bit the last few weeks. The way I look at it, you do the work and get good marks, or you don't work and get what you deserve.
Hello.
Hey, Dick, go back to bed.
I'm too cold. Can we put a log on the drawing room fire?
All right, but not for long. I'll take the tray, Chris. There's a rug in the hall chest.
That log's fading. Here will we sit before a dying fire.
I'm too tired for any sad stories of the death of kings.
If you two are going to start quoting, I'm going to bed. You make me feel a proper ignoramus. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Chris.
He doesn't know how often we make them up ourselves.
No need to disillusion him. Drink that tea and get to bed.
There's something I must tell you.
Another time, another place.
No. Now, please. It's all so hopeless. So hopeless.
Dickon, stop wallowing.
Wallowing?
Working up a nice little personal drama and enjoying every minute of it. You pour it all out and go to bed relaxed and happy. And I'll be left like a drained cistern.
The sheeted dead.
What?
My dream. Rows and rows. Just shapes, no faces. And a frightful bell booming. Too late. Too late.
Jag.
I have to talk to you. Will you hold my hands?
They'll be warmer under the rug.
My last year at school, I had a breakdown. I was in a psychiatric place for a year, ECT the lot.
Hard luck.
Aren't you even sorry?
My sympathies are with your parents.
My mother died when I was 2. My father, he said all the conventional things. Pull yourself together, only you can help yourself. Actually, I think...
What started all this?
I don't know.
Oh, come on.
I don't. Really, I don't. I suppose... pressures. Aren't you going to say the usual things? That inevitable bit about a wasted life?
And the waste of public money which provides your grant.
Oh, my grant is minimal. My father's a rich man. He's Bellamy of Bellamy's Brass.
And how rich is rich?
He owns a vast works and a sizable chunk of the north. And me? I'm the young muster what's going to take it all over.
Then I can't see you have anything to worry about.
Last year I tried to kill myself. Are you shocked?
Curious. I suppose you want to tell me...
I got over the first part, and I looked forward. Oh, God, how I looked forward to university. Everything going, people to talk to.
What went wrong?
I got in with the drug lot.
Oh, Dickon, you're not still...
Oh, no. It didn't go very far anyway. So I had treatment, and then one night it all went clean over the top of my head. I swallowed a whole lot of my antidepressant pills. Unfortunately, a whole lot wasn't enough. They rushed me to hospital.
Where I hope they taught you a harsh lesson with a stomach pump.
It might have been better and quicker if they had.
How do you mean?
There was this young doctor. He said, I don't know what you've taken, you young fool, but I do know you're not dying. So you'll lie and sweat it out until you can name the drug, and then I'll give you the antidote. God, it was tough.
Did you sweat it out?
All the whole long night. My jaws were so stiff I couldn't speak. And I shook like I was being racked.
You're wallowing?
Oh, yes. Sorry. So, next morning I managed to write down the name of the drug, and he gave me the antidote.
And what did your father say this time?
He never knew. I wouldn't let them tell him.
But Dickon...
So now you see what it's meant to me to come to this place. Will you throw me out?
No, but you must make me a promise.
Not to do it again?
Not to do it here. I don't particularly want to find you like the sheeted dead in my back bedroom. Nor do I want to break the news to your father.
I'll promise. But you'll have to help me.
How?
I'm still taking the pills. If I give you the bottle and you hand out the prescribed dose...
No.
No?
No. You fought through 2 crises and you'll fight your way out of this.
You're not in the least sympathetic.
Why should I be? You're obviously a survivor.
But I think you understand. Oh, I say, I'm exhausted. What's the time?
3:30. I wonder Blitz hasn't protested.
Oh, Blitz hasn't come in yet.
Not in at this hour?
Oh, he often stops out nights. Didn't you know?
I did not. The girlfriend, I suppose.
Yes, lucky old Blitz getting it regular.
What is she like?
Di? Well, you ever see them together? She's the one with the short hair. I'll tell you something else. Politically speaking, I think Blitz is red. Believe me, beside her, he isn't even the palest coral. Oh, may I go to bed now, please?
Pray, don't let me detain you. Good morning.
You've been very kind. Thank you.
You poor, stupid child. Of course I'd like to hold your hand and say all the useless, comforting things. And what good would that do either of us? Sentiment has no part in my life now. Or has it?
Dear Lindsay, I'm not averse to your apparent change of style, but we must be consistent in one book. I'm rather worried about Rosalind. I'll ring you on Thursday evening.
Gentlemen!
Did you want us, Mrs. A?
A tiny point. I know we are all relieved at the ending of our small war, but was it necessary to decorate the bathroom mirror with the words, Bev rules okay? And shut the door, please. Dear Philip, I wish I had never created Rosalind. She's a dead ball. No, don't ring me on Thursday. One of my students is 21, and his father is taking us all out to dinner at the Royal Hotel. Come in.
Hi. Could I borrow the car this afternoon? I've got to get it parked for the bike, and neither Chris nor Dickon are able to...
very well. You'll have to put in some petrol.
Ah, well, my grant's not due till Wednesday. Actually, I was rather hoping...
Much?
Could you manage 5?
All right.
Great, thanks. Oh, and I could get you any shopping while I'm in town.
Now. Next, please. Yes, Chris?
Do you think you could just trim my hair?
What's the matter with the barber?
It costs 90p.
I'll do it for 45.
Well, actually...
The grant's not due till Wednesday. All right, go up to the bathroom and put a towel around you. I'll be up in a moment.
Thanks.
And, Chris, wash it first.
Oh. Okay.
Now, Rosalind. Where's page 40? Here we are. They were contained in silence as the room was itself contained. She felt all his strength flowing into her. My little love, he said. My very little love. Who is it now?
It's me. This dinner on Thursday, I shall have to wear my suit.
I should hope you don't intend to go in your jeans.
Well, the pants are split.
From the waist to the crutch, as usual. Leave them over there, I'll see to it.
Oh, thank you.
Out!
Yes, Mom.
Wretched boys. Now then. Rosalind, my little love. Oh, for heaven's sake, how could anyone possibly fall in love with a creature like Rosalind?
And I must say, Mrs. Ash, it's a pleasure to have you with us. My boy speaks that highly of you in his letters.
Father.
Though we just say you have to give him a bit of stick now and again.
Quiet, Dickon. Let's just say, Mr. Bellamy, that the instinct of survival is very strong.
Well, if my lad ever gets you down, either throw him out or let me know. Now, everybody satisfied? That duck you're liking?
Excellent.
So then we'll get down to business. Waiter?
Sir?
Open that other bottle. And, Mrs. Ash, you see that supervisor chap over there, by the band?
Yes.
Well, when we've drunk the toast, I want you to catch his eye.
Hey!
That's it. Fill him up. Oops. And when you catch his eye, give the signal.
Father,
He's waiting for it. Just raise your hand. Everybody ready then? To Dick.
To Dick.
Cheers. Dick.
Cheers, Dick. Cheers, Dick. Happy birthday.
Right, Mrs. Ash. Now.
There
Dick.
you go.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Dickon. Happy birthday to you. Stand up, lad. Stand up. Stand up, let them see you. We'll have the 21 again.
Thank you. Thank you all very much.
Fill them up again, waiter. Come on, right up.
Yes, sir.
Aye. Oh, and here's your check, Dickon. Oh, excuse me, Mrs. Asher.
Yes, sir.
What we agreed.
Thank you, Father.
He gets his car later, Mrs. Ash, when he finishes his degree and comes home.
A car?
Aye, nice little automatic, brand new.
Oh,
you lucky devil.
I can't wait to see it.
Well, no sense in racketing about in it down here. And if he takes it over when he joins the firm, he can run it on expenses straight away.
Expenses?
Did you say something, Captain?
No.
Oh, you haven't said much all evening, have you? Well, one of the quiet ones, maybe.
Oh, Blitz, quiet. You should hear him at the Union.
And why shouldn't I be heard at the Union?
I have just decided that the duck was cooked in pure orange liqueur.
Yes, I think you're right. We went to a monastery in France once where the monks make a special liqueur of their own.
With herbs and honey. Near Anjou, isn't it? Yes, I've been there with my husband.
They all looked so busy and peaceful. I very nearly joined them and gave up my degree.
Oh, what are you studying?
Biology.
And what'll you do? I mean, when you've graduated?
Well, I begin to think it'll be medicine.
Chris, how splendid.
Yes, indeed. Worthwhile. And you, Gavin, what are your plans?
Oh, Blitz isn't...
I'm reading politics, and I'm going to work for the party.
Oh, Parliament, eh? Ambitious, are you? Got your sights on cabinet rank, eh?
The Socialist Workers' Party.
Blitz, dear, this is a birthday celebration.
No. Just one thing I'd like to know before we leave it. What are you personally working for?
The structure of a classless society.
Blitz, I insist.
The bosses must be destroyed.
Oh, well, I'm one of them. How will you destroy me? By violence?
If necessary.
Would it surprise you to know that I'm a socialist?
You?
Aye, me. And a strong union man as well. I recognize the men must have representation. And we need the unions. The thing is to use them as little as possible.
How do you mean?
Now, you listen to me, young Lenin. I'm Bellamy, of Bellamy's Brass. You know what I always say?
No.
I say, I make good brass, and it makes good brass for me. How's that? It makes good brass for me.
You mean it makes good profits?
I employ nigh on 2,000 men. What do you think I pay them with? Buttons?
Money has no place in a...
Blitz, once and for all, this is enough.
Nay, he's a right to speak up for what he believes in. Well, I can see why they call you Blitz. So come along now. Have another drink from your enemy's profits, and let's declare a truce.
Look, I only...
Bellamy, do you dance?
Mrs. Ash, in the days of my youth, I was reckoned the best waltzer in the county.
Good.
So, if you'll do me the honour...
Simply can't apologize enough.
Oh, that's all right, Mrs. Ash. Oh, when a lad's got a fire in his belly, steam must come out somewhere. Oh, no, he'll do. I could wish my boy had a bit of fire in him.
He has his own kind of fire. He's just a little oversensitive as yet.
Ah, well, perhaps that's it. We had a bit of trouble earlier on.
He told me. I hope you don't mind.
No, of course not. You seem to have some feeling for him. It's kind of you to let him spend Christmas under your roof.
Spend Christmas?
I'll miss him, of course, but Well, next summer he'll be home and settling down for good.
Mr. Bellamy, I know it's not my business, but may I say something?
I'd appreciate it.
Don't rush, Dickon. Be patient.
Well, I'll try, but... Well, I think you see how it is with us. Oh, there's nothing I wouldn't do for the lad, but... Well, we don't seem to communicate. Chalk and cheese, Mrs. Ash. That's how it is with me and Dickon. Chalk and cheese.
I'm ashamed of you. You behave disgracefully.
I can't help it. He makes me cringe.
He does everything possible to make you happy.
In his way. Give the signal. Happy birthday. How do you think I felt standing there?
A small gesture in return for a cheque and a car.
A car he chose, a dinner he arranged. I might have liked a concert or the opera. But no, I didn't have a choice.
And by the way, what's this about spending Christmas here?
Oh, he told you. May I, please?
As I feel at the moment, no.
I'm sorry I've upset you. Will you forgive me?
Why should I? You and Blitz between you have spoilt the evening.
At least Blitz could talk to him. That's more than I can.
Why can't you?
He's so absolutely black and white.
If you mean he's firm, direct, and predictable, I agree. There are worse characteristics.
I'm more comfortable when people are a bit smudged round the edges.
Oh, don't talk nonsense. Don't you realize, can't you accept that he loves you?
He only loves his brass.
That's the most horrible thing I've heard this evening.
I'm sorry.
So you've already said. It's getting boring. I'm going to bed. Your present's over there.
My present?
On my desk. I saved it to round off the evening. Not much left to round off, is there?
Oh, wait. Please don't go like that. At least let me open it. Records. Oh, glory, the Messiah.
You mentioned you were saving for it.
You make me feel awful. Is there anything I can do to prove how sorry I am?
There might be.
Anything.
Your father isn't leaving till midday tomorrow. You can get up early and go over to breakfast with him. You'll thank him for the dinner. Be warm and charming as you can when you wish.
It won't work.
Dickon, do it.
If I at least try, could there be a quid pro quo?
Such as?
Could we sit one evening with a bottle of wine and hear the Messiah together?
Well, we'll think about it.
Thank you. May I kiss you?
What?
No, not your hand. It is my birthday.
Then here, chastely above the left eyebrow.
You smell nice.
Soap and water. You boys should try it sometimes.
Lovely. It's genius. The power, the supreme confidence, and the accent absolutely firm on the musical statement. Yes. I know, see? I know that my... Oh, it's the great Handelian declaration. Oh, hell, let it rain.
No, I'm expecting a call from Philip. Put on comfort tea.
Oh, right.
Westfield 37.
Mrs. Ash? Dr. Porteous, Dean of Students, Westfield University. I believe you have a Gavin Marsh staying with you.
Blitz, he's not here at the moment.
No. He's asked us to let you know he won't be back till sometime tomorrow, and I'd better just warn you he'll be a bit battered.
Don't say he's come off that wretched bike.
Something like that. Don't worry, we're getting him fixed up.
Is it serious? Is he in hospital?
Oh, no. Just a few bruises here and there. He'll be all right. He just asked our office to ring. Goodbye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Dickon.
What's up? Oh, hi, Chris.
Hi.
Anything wrong?
That was your dean on the phone. Blitz has had some kind of accident.
Oh, is that what old Porterhouse said?
It's a little puzzling. Dr. Porteous said they're fixing him up, but he isn't in hospital.
I expect they've got him up at the health centre.
He's in the nick.
You didn't have to tell her.
Tell me what? Now, look, I insist on knowing.
He must have known about all the trouble on campus. The sit-in.
There always seems to be trouble on campus. But the Vice-Chancellor said...
Well, there was a big demo in the town this morning. Got out of hand. Apparently it'll be on the regional news tonight.
And considerable violence ensued when the students left the campus and paraded in the High Street. Terry Preston reports. The demonstration at Westfield, which was intended as a peaceful protest against increased university fees, ran into trouble when it tangled with a rival group from the National Front. 2 policemen were badly injured and some half a dozen students were arrested and detained.
Turn it off! Turn it off!
Blitz? Blitz, may I come in?
Go away.
Please open the door.
It's not locked.
It was kind of you to send me a message. Blitz, your face.
It's nothing. I said go away.
It needs attention. Who dressed it?
The police surgeon. I'll go up to the health centre presently.
You are not fit to drive that cycle again today. I'll do it.
I said go.
I don't care what you said. You're under my roof. For once, you listen to me. Now, where's your face cuff? And I'd better get some disinfectant.
Oh, for God's sake, if you must interfere, there's some over there on the shelf.
If you mean this green bottle, it's marked lubricating oil.
At the back, behind those leaflets. Look, can't you just leave me alone?
Blitz, what happened this morning in court?
Fined and bound over. Nothing else the fools could do.
What about the university?
They may try disciplinary action, as they call it. Then they'll really see what a demo's like.
Oh, Blitz, why? You're not violent by nature.
If people won't listen, it must be violence.
You make me tired. What do any of you really know about violence?
Oh, we know a damn sight more than...
A few demos and punch-ups with the police. Did you ever walk down the street with houses burning on both sides, people trapped, and more fire screaming down out of the sky?
Oh, if you're going to bring your piddling little war into it...
We fought our little war, as you call it, for you lot. Now, keep still. Now, what are we getting in return?
Oh, we want justice, equality, freedom from want.
Do you think we don't want all that? I've seen improvements in my lifetime, and it moves slowly. You want it all yesterday.
It's no good talking to you. You want people like old Bellamy. You don't know what goes on in the world. You haven't even read the books.
I think you underestimate us.
Oh, and when you've finished your ministering angel bit, I suppose you'll tell me to go.
No.
Why?
Because you are free to believe what you like. And because I think that under that hard red shell there's a decent boy trying to get out. There. That should feel better, even if you won't admit it. But you just lie quietly and plan your revolution, and I'll get you some good, strong coffee.
Damn your coffee. You know what you can do with it.
What? At the price it is today? No way, man. No way.
Oh, God. Why won't they realise? It drags on and on. I'll never see it in my lifetime. What can we do? What can we do?
The rising of the sun and the running of the deer, the playing of the merry organ, sweet singing in the choir.
May I put another log on the fire?
Oh, if you're determined to incinerate us. Dickon, be careful.
Man is born to sorrow as the sparks fly upwards.
You weren't born to anything but luxury.
Luxury?
Dickon, don't keep kicking that log.
When the flames shine on your hair, it is the colour of autumn leaves.
Royal chestnut.
Sorry?
Royal chestnut. That's what it says on the bottle those autumn leaves come out of.
Oh, you exasperating, irritating woman. Won't you ever, for a single unguarded moment, allow yourself to be sentimental?
Only in my books. Some people say they drip.
Well, I've read 2 and I don't agree.
Have you now? What did you...
You cater for a specific market. You take a romantic story and thereafter write a straightforward piece of English on a given subject.
You're going to become a most distinguished literary critic.
You have also sold film rights. You must be a rich woman.
Rich? Take away agent's commission, expenses, and the taxman, and I can just about keep my ears above water.
So, don't submerge them for a moment. I want to give you your Christmas present.
Present? You've already given me about 2 gallons of expensive perfume. Dickon, I hope you haven't spent any more money.
No, this hasn't cost anything. I've made you a song.
And I'm going to hear it now?
There's something I ought to tell you first. It started in my mind when I first came. You were sitting in the garden, in the autumn air, quiet and peaceful.
Actually, I remember
I was... No more fuss and fret. At the end of her life.
No, just a moment.
I wondered if it was really like that. No emotions, no regret. I made the song. Listen.
The soft September air is quiet and chill about my face. Gone are the restless winds of willful spring, short summer space. But a dead winter snaps the heartstrings, all the trees stand bleak and bare. Let the quiet mind remember the soft September air, the soft September air.
Oh, how desire doth outrun performance.
Oh, don't say that. It's charming.
Perhaps it's not so bad musically. If only I could write poetry. It's so unfair. If Wiley can, why can't I?
Who is Wiley?
In the maths department. A dreary old professor, about as sensitive as one of his own slide rules. And he can write good poetry and get it published.
How do you know it's good?
There was a bit in a Sunday paper. I memorized it. Listen.
Do we want to hear...
Listen. The fire of passion does not leap. It burns with a slow and incandescent flame. And in the heart of all this fury there lies a diamond, cold as stone and bright as death. And that is love.
And that is poetry?
Yes.
I see what you mean. Will you believe me when I say I prefer yours? I love your song, and I'm honored that you wrote it for me. Maybe hear it again.
Now?
Please.
The soft September air is cool and still, all passion spent, as go the withered leaves, so go at joy and sweet content.
Dear Philip, you are right. I never knew a year to pass so breathlessly. Today, Chris and Dickon have gone to university to hear the results of their finals. So for the moment it is blissfully peaceful. And now, about the new book. Dickon.
I'm going upstairs to cut my throat.
Oh, please use the clothesline. It'll be much less messy.
I've got a third.
Congratulations.
On a third? It's tantamount to a failure.
Nonsense. You can write B.A. after your name.
Who cares?
I do, and so does your father. He'll be so proud at the ceremony.
He isn't coming.
Oh, Dickon, why not?
He has to go to Brussels. The EEC can't spare him.
But surely...
The young master will wear a cap and gown and touch hands with the Chancellor. For the old master, it'll be business as usual. Long live Bellamy's brass.
Just for once, couldn't he delegate?
He has. He suggests you come with me.
I should like that. I've never seen a degree ceremony, and afterwards we can have our own celebration.
Oh, he's prepared to celebrate. He's coming down on Tuesday before he goes to Brussels. We seem to have made a breakthrough. He actually asked me what I would like.
And have you told him?
Well, not yet. It depends on you.
On me?
I would like to dine here.
Oh.
In the cottage. Just the three of us.
Oh.
With a white lace cloth and all the silver. And to eat our dessert of the Davenport service. And if you think that's childish, you only have to say so.
I say! I've got a first! I've got a running first!
Oh, Chris, I'm so glad.
Oh, I can't believe it. I honestly didn't expect. Dick, how did you get on?
Oh, well.
He got a third. Now, how about opening a bottle?
It was that blasted Viva that did it. Anyway, Chris, congratulations.
Thanks. I thought you said the Viva was a walkover.
There were three of them. Old Porterhouse, I don't mind him, and Fisher, and the external examiner. I never knew his name. Mouth like a plum, unripe.
I thought you were sound enough on your subject. You're always quoting.
It was fine at first. Just routine stuff. Lawrence and Russell. And then this Plum character says, Mr. Bellamy, would you expound? Expound, I ask you, for a few seconds on Shakespeare's political views.
Now that is interesting.
It's ludicrous. Shakespeare never had any political beliefs.
Oh, what do you base that on?
Oh, for God's sake. You're a working author. Where would he get time?
Time?
All that output, years of it, magnificent, immortal verse, written by hand with a quill pen, page after page, often by rushlight.
But indications in the text. Julius Caesar.
That was history. Oh, he gave his characters politics, but he was above it. He had to be. I told them. I even threw Arnold at them.
Arnold? You mean...
Arnold's sonnet to Shakespeare.
Oh.
Others abide the question, thou art free, or topping knowledge.
This I should have appreciated.
Well, they didn't. Suddenly Plummouth said, an imaginative concept, Mr. Bellamy, but quite inconclusive, and not what you were asked.
Huh? And you said?
I said, oh, there has been much throwing about of brains. Then I bowed and left.
Oh, God.
But what is wrong with an imaginative concept?
Dick's right, Mrs. Ashe. It isn't the sort of thing they want.
Read the set books and repeat the contents. The academic regurgitation.
Dick, cool it. Stop shaking. Now listen. Now listen. Fetch your guitar, and we'll all go over to the Magpie and have a sing-song. A few pints will take away the taste of plums. Go on now.
Okay. I'm sorry.
And you're coming too, Mrs. A.
Oh?
I am going to buy you a succession of the best and largest cherries.
Oh, I can certainly use them.
And I see why Dickon's been happy here. It's a right lovely place. And everything in keeping. This china now, must be worth a bit. Family heirloom.
My godmother left it to me.
Well, now, I'm going to ask you to let me add something for looking after the lad.
No.
Dick, let's have that parcel.
Here you are, Father.
Mr. Bellamy, there's no need. I've enjoyed it.
I'm not going to say it's an antique, but it's been specially made in our works. There you are.
Oh.
I've had one of my very best designers on it. Very best.
It's a bird.
A linnet, yes. It's a knock off your front door.
Yes.
Now, first you'll have to get this plate fixed. The hole's already drilled. Then he slots in here. So. And then you lift his tail, and he gives the warning with his beak.
Just look at the detail. Every feather. It's perfect.
Yeah, as near as can be. Everyone got that interested. And I told them, I said, all our brass is special. This has got to be right.
Thank you. And you, Dickon.
I didn't know about it.
No, I thought it might be a surprise for both of you.
It's a complete craftsman's job.
Aye, and the craftsman saw it through. My works manager, Joe Heaton.
Aye, old Joe Heaton with his little flat hat.
That'll do. You treat Joe with respect. You'll be seeing a lot of him in the next few months.
Listen, Father...
I thought when you've taken your degree, you'd like to come out to Brussels for the last 2 days. Give you an insight into how they run these things.
Father,
Or you can go off somewhere on your own, if you want to. But come beginning of September, we start you on the job. Right from foundations. Eh, Mrs. Ash?
Mm-hmm.
Man's got to know how it's done before he can tell others to do it.
Certainly.
So Joe's got a short works course set out, about 3 months. And you'll go through accounts and dispatch, have a good spell on overseas sales, say 18 months, and we should have you on the board by...
I'm not coming into the business.
Now, lad, what's this?
I said...
I heard what you said. Maybe I didn't hear right.
You heard right.
Mr. Bellamy, I think I should leave you and Dickon alone.
I especially want you to stay.
Why?
You've often called me erratic, hysterical. I want you to see I'm absolutely serious. And it'll save me having to say it all twice.
Mr. Bellamy.
I don't know what nonsense he's got in his head, but if he's not ashamed for you to hear it, and, well, it is your house...
Dickon, are you sure about this?
Yes.
Then I'll stay.
Now look, I'm not all that pig-headed. All these exams recently, well, must have been a strain. Put it down to nerves. Take a long break. Take 6 months, then come back and we'll talk no more of it.
6 months, 60 years, it wouldn't make any difference.
So, you're passing up ownership of one of the biggest industrial setups in the north?
Yes.
Why?
I don't want to make brass. I want to make songs.
Songs? Well, fair enough. I've nothing against that. Everyone needs a bit of a hobby. Your time from 9 till 5 is my business. What you do with your evenings and weekends is yours.
I can't spend 3/4 of my life in a cage. I must be free, be my own man.
Well, of course you're your own man.
No. Let me tell you something. Remember, about 3 years ago, you took me to the corporation banquet.
I bought you your first dinner suit. From my own tailor.
I was standing by the bar. There was a bit of a crush. Someone said, "Over there? That's Bellamy's boy."
What's the matter with that? You are my son.
Oh, don't misjudge me, Father. I've every respect and admiration for you. I'm proud to be your son. I won't be Bellamy's boy.
Words. Some fool with too many gins under his belt, and now to curb his tongue.
Must we go on like this? Can't you see my point and let me go?
Let you go? Am I to put a life's work into my son and then just see him walk away from me?
Not from you. From what you stand for.
It's the same bloody thing, isn't it?
I've tried to tell you for years. I could never make any impression.
Now, plain and straight. You mean this?
Yes.
All right. But I'll not see you go down. If you don't fancy what I've made for you, you can tell me what you do fancy. I'll set you up in it. And you can do it your way.
Please.
But it'll have to be on a proper basis. You'll have to make it pay.
Thank you, Father, but no.
Then what the hell are you going to do?
The world's a big place. I'll find something.
A drifter, a dropout. And see here, my brass may offend you, but there's another kind, and you'll need it. It's called money.
I'll manage.
What on, manna from heaven?
If it falls?
You're a wicked, ungrateful young swine.
Mr. Bellamy.
It's too much. Tell him to get out of my sight. I never want to see him again.
Father, I'm sorry.
Dickon, go upstairs.
One thing.
Just go upstairs.
Oh.
My God. This is a face.
Take this brandy.
Well, I don't know what to do.
Don't talk for a moment. Drink it down. That better?
Thank you. I apologize for losing my temper.
As you said, it's a facer.
What am I going to do?
I think you'll have to let him go.
When I look at him tonight, I can't believe he's my flesh and blood. He's got nothing of me, nor his mother neither.
I had wondered about that.
What? Whether he were like Anne?
Yes.
Lord, no. No, fine, strong lass she was. Got above me socially. County people. Father was Lord Lieutenant.
I see.
Always full of life. And that forthright. Bellamy, she'd say. Called me Bellamy, you see. couldn't bear Horace. She'd say, "No one can say I married you for your money. I wonder why they think I did take you." And she knew. So did I.
How long were you married?
5 splendid years. Then Dickon. Who would have thought a strong, healthy lass like that wasn't built for childbearing?
So that was it.
I never picked up. She said, "There's your boy, Bellamy. Take care of him. I'm not going to give you another." Then 2 more years watching her slip away from me.
Does Dickon know this?
Nay, I wouldn't want him told. Forgive me for rambling on like this, but, well, it's peaceful, sitting here, and you're a good listener.
I wish I could do more.
Aye. Well, I'll be at the Royal till 8 tomorrow morning. If he likes to come over, the door's open. No more than that. Will you tell him?
Yes.
And now, if I might use your phone, I'll ring Masters to fetch me.
I'll drive you back.
Oh, there's really no need.
I don't think you should be alone. I'll drive you back and we'll have some coffee. And then you'll take 2 of my tablets. They're only mild, but you must have some sleep.
That's true.
And once you're on that plane, you won't have much time to brood. At least not for a day or 2. Right?
Right. You know, Mrs. Ash, you're a good lass yourself. A right good lass.
You making tea?
Yes.
Making up for 2.
Right.
Had some trouble with your old man.
How did you know that?
Heard him shout his head off. Then you rushed up. I suppose they've been chewing it over. Anyway, they've gone off now.
Both of them?
Saw him from my window, went in her car.
Oh.
What's he done? Cut you off with a shilling? Or just pinch your girlfriend?
What the hell do you mean?
Oh, Lord, don't blow your top over nothing. You must have heard the talk.
What did you mean?
Nothing. Always gossip in villages, round the cottages, in the pubs. Doesn't mean a thing, just a laugh.
Gossip about what?
Oh, come on. Everyone knows she's your girlfriend.
What?
Nothing wrong with that if you like her mature.
You filthy little beast.
Now, hold on, I was only needling
Saying
you.
such vile things with no possible reason.
Well, you've always been friendly. And you were here for those 3 weeks at Christmas.
It's ridiculous. Apart from anything else, she could be my grandmother.
Of course she could. So that's it, innit? Nothing to get in a state about.
You and your rotten ideas. You drag people down, reduce them. You smear everything.
You're taking it all too seriously. Look, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have told you.
Well, you have told me, haven't you? So it's too late. That's what the bell said.
What do you want about? What bell?
In my dream. Too late.
Dickon, don't look like that. It's all right. Sit down and drink your tea. You're shivering.
Get away from me.
Dickon, listen.
Damn and blast you!
Come back. Dickon, come back.
Hey, what the devil do you think you're doing? Watch it. What's happening? I was just putting the hood on the car because they forecast rain again. And Dickon tore past me like a bat out of hell.
Yeah, well, how was I to know he couldn't take a joke?
Joke? What kind of a joke?
Oh, nothing. I think he's out of his mind.
Blitz, what have you been saying to him? Westfield 37.
Is Mrs. Ash there? Dr. Porteous, Westfield.
Oh, Dr. Porteous, it's Conway here. Chris Conway. Is it about Dickon?
Yes.
I was out looking for over an hour. Is he on campus?
He's in Westfield General Hospital.
Oh, I knew he'd come off that bike.
A night watchman found him in one of the storerooms. He's taken a massive overdose.
Overdose? My God, he's not...
Well, they're working on it. Does Mrs. Ash know where we could find his parents? We tried his home, but there's only an answering...
His father's here, at the Royal, and Mrs. Ash. Are you at the hospital?
Yes.
I'll go and fetch them over. Where will we find you? Casualty?
Reception. Park Street,
Right, I'll get going.
Thank you. Chris,
Yes?
don't panic them, but step on it.
All right, sister, he'll do. A ruddy young fool.
Send him up to the ward for the night. Oh, what's left of it.
Yes, Doctor. Oh, Doctor?
And tell them to throw him out before 10. Can't fill up beds with cries for help.
I think he meant it. It's the second time.
It's what?
Well, I thought I recognised him when they brought him in. I asked records for any file.
Let's have it. Oh, yeah. Well. Look at this. Oh, why do they do it? Are his parents here?
Oh, his father's in reception. And a lady. I don't think she's his mother.
In the circumstances, she can count herself lucky. Yes, all right, sister. I'll go and see the dad. It's your decision, Mr. Bellamy. If you won't see him, you won't. But he very definitely needs professional help.
He'll get all the help he asks for, but I'll not see him.
Then we'll send his records to your own doctor with our recommendations.
Thank you. I'm sorry you've wasted your good time.
You've had a considerable shock. You may feel differently later. I hope so, anyway. Well, if you'll excuse me, I've several other customers to see. Good night.
Good night. I wish you would change your mind.
Dr. Greaves is right, you know. He does need help.
And you should have informed me the first time, Professor. That record. Drugs. The lot. And I didn't know. I should have been told.
Can't it go to his credit that he tried to spare you?
Because he was ashamed. Ashamed and weak and worthless.
No, he has a good brain.
He hasn't the discipline to use his intelligence. All we pay for their education, and you can't even teach them that.
We do our best. They have a great many pressures.
You both have a stubborn streak. It's a little unfair.
Now, you can't talk about unfairness, Mrs. Ash. Didn't you hear me offer him every alternative? Didn't I try everything to help?
Yes.
And I'll do one thing more. You remember I gave him a cheque on his birthday? £500 it was.
I remember.
Well, last month my accountants told me it hadn't been paid in. Well, I'm going to see it is paid in. He'll have £500 to tide him over. And that's the last penny he can look for from me. Let him live on his songs.
No one has, so far, considered he might write good songs.
Then let him get on with it. Yeah. I'm sorry to leave you with all this, but I have a plane to catch. Now, don't let him get round you any more. And promise me you'll not give nor lend him any cash.
I don't think he'll ask.
Right, then. And I'll be off. May we keep in touch?
Please.
And I'll say goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, Professor, can my man run you back to college?
Thank you. I've my own car. Good night.
Good night.
Goodbye, Mrs. Ash. You might let me know what happens.
Yes.
Goodbye, then.
Goodbye. Oh, dear.
Ready to go, Mrs. A?
Chris, where were you?
Just sitting over there. The old man was ranting on, wasn't he? Just as well he wouldn't see Dickon.
But surely...
Because Dickon wouldn't have seen him.
How can you know?
I've been up to the ward. Just chatted up night sister. Smashing girl. She let me in.
And Dickon?
He said he didn't want anything or anybody. Oh. And clamped down like a whole bed of oysters.
Oh, Chris. I'm so tired. Please take me home.
You asleep, Mrs. A?
No. I've come through that tunnel of exhaustion when you emerge at the other end and know you'll never sleep again.
Well, by the time we're home, Mrs. Bev will be due. She'll cosset you and put you to bed.
There's Dickon to be faced. And Blitz.
Want me to do it?
No, why should you?
I'm not bothered.
Chris.
And we'll all be gone by the end of the week. Going to take any more of us?
Students? Definitely no. I'm too old for all this emotion.
It passes.
Yes, it does. Chris, you're going to make a splendid doctor. So stable.
Oh.
And not bothered.
Well, this time last year, I was very bothered indeed.
Girl trouble?
No, not trouble. It's the strange part.
How strange?
Well, there we were, the two of us, very involved, very close, and happy. Everything was fun and warm, and sort of safe.
Yes.
And suddenly, bing, finished, just like that. That warmth, that understanding, where did it all go?
Perhaps it goes into the atmosphere and we reabsorb it, or other people absorb it. So it's used over and over again.
Like matter.
Matter?
First law of thermodynamics.
Oh.
Matter can neither be created nor destroyed.
Always there, waiting. What a consoling thought.
Yeah. Now, what are you laughing at?
Just suddenly remembering. When I was 18 and fell most passionately in love, he was over 6 feet tall, with a big nose like Punch, and a lordly air. And all the girls fell around his feet in heaps.
What? You never fell in a heap at anybody's feet?
Oh, I did. When I think of the good emotional matter I dissipated on him.
Let's hope someone else used it to better purpose.
Oh. Are we home?
Yep. You get out and I'll put the car away. Got your key?
Yes. Chris, you've been such a comfort.
Anytime.
Hello. Just going to get some coffee. Do you want a cup? What are you looking so bug-eyed about? Did you never see a naked body before?
Certainly. But so far they have always been clean.
Why, you old Blitz! Blitz!
What is it?
Your landlady's back. You better come. I think I'm going to slay her.
You what? Oh, Lord. Here, hang about.
Oh, come on,
Put
Blitz.
this round you.
Do I have to?
You will get dressed and leave my house, both of you.
We'll go when we've had breakfast.
You go now.
You're going to make us?
I don't make a thing about it.
I'm not.
I'm off next week anyway. Just let's get going.
What right has she to order us out?
This is my house.
Your house? This? You're that? What divine arrangement says anything is yours? Why should you have all these possessions?
Because I worked for them.
Writing a lot of dandy-necked books. No style, no content, no social significance.
I hardly think your judgment...
She knows what she's talking about. Creative writing's her thing.
And has she published so far?
I'll publish when I'm good and ready.
I see. Well, there are plenty of precedents for late starters.
You're second-rate.
Leave it.
I have never pretended to be anything else. I have an ability. Note, I do not even say talent. A small ability to tell tales.
Rubbish which should never have been printed in the
And
first
if you
place.
care to look around, I can assure you that everything you see has been bought by my pen.
Oh, has it? You and your precious bits and pieces. You shouldn't be allowed to... Oh, look at this.
Be careful.
Di, you're going too far.
Fancy plates.
Oh.
Do you know how many people in the other world? Yes. How many people haven't even food, let alone arty-tarty plates to put it on?
Put that down.
Stop it.
Oh, nice, isn't it? All flowers are. Here is a pretty thing. And a very pretty thing.
No,
Di,
please.
And what shall we do with this very pretty thing?
Stop it, stop.
Look at that now. It just fell out of my hand.
You wicked.
Go in pairs. Better keep them together. Come on, Sis. I don't just stand there.
Cool it, Di. For God's sake, cool it. No. Bring that.
Miss Lee, ring the police. 999.
Quick,
ring the police.
You just tell me in your own words, he said, and I'll write it down. Then we'll read it over and you can sign it.
Yes, well, if...
Sign? I told him, not me, I said. I'm not signing anything without I get my glasses.
Well, as things turned out, it wasn't necessary.
Murdering young devils, letting them get away with it.
She didn't want to fuss.
Oh, her so quiet. Inspector, can't we treat this as a private matter? Inspector, I'm sorry you was cold. And they done nothing.
You must get it clear, Bev.
If Mrs. Ash wouldn't make a statement and sign it, the police couldn't make a charge.
Charge? They should have put them two in a cell and birched them till they squealed. And that Blitz walking out as free as a bird.
They've kept Di.
Well, I should hope so. Screaming, fighting, smashing window of police car, and poor Constable Stanley with that girl's nails raked down his face.
Where do you want that box of broken china stored?
Back of the pantry. Mind you, I think she's insane. I told the inspector. I reckon that one's insane, I said. And you know what he said to me?
No?
He said, not at all, Mrs. Bevel. She's what they call liberated. Liberated? What do you think about that?
I don't know why you women keep on about liberation. As far as I can see, you've all been getting your own way ever since Eve had her chat with the snake.
Well, snakes indeed.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Ash.
Oh, Mrs. Ash, what are you coming down for? I was going to fetch you up a tray.
I'll have it here, Bev. You shouldn't have let me sleep so long.
You should be in your bed, knocked about like that.
I'm all right, Bev. Just a bump on the head. Bev, dear, bring me some strong coffee.
Oh, Bevel's boarded them windows, says he'll be in Westfield tomorrow to get the glass.
Thank you, Bev.
And I've cleaned the little room and put it back as 'twas. Chris cleared out Blitz's stuff and he's taking it up to college.
Come in.
Could I speak to you, please?
Oh, come in, Blitz. Bev, coffee. And would you please bring 2 cups?
What? After I saw them a-crashing and a-smashing?
I didn't smash anything. I was trying to stop her.
Well, it didn't look like that to me.
Yes, Blitz?
I wanted to say... Well, obviously I can't come back here next term. I thought you might prefer it if I moved in with Di today.
Then that might be best. Thank you. You're being very considerate.
I didn't mean all this to happen. Dickon got things all wrong and Di just went over the top.
Are the police bringing charges?
They seem to think they can, but we'll look after her. We know our rights. Why didn't you make a statement?
It wouldn't have helped. And I think you've enough to work out.
I'm very sorry. And I want to pay for the damage.
I don't want your money, Blitz. Forget it.
I'd rather.
Keep it for the party funds.
I might have known you wouldn't understand. Well, it's goodbye then.
Goodbye, Blitz. Good luck.
You know, I have liked being here, at Linnet's. Perhaps all things being equal...
Equal? You talk about being equal?
Bev.
I'll tell you straight to your face. Me and Bevel has brought up 3 sons. They haven't been to no university nor read no clever books, but they've all got good jobs and decent wives. And if I thought they had to be equal to creatures like you, I'd break my heart.
Well, goodbye then.
Goodbye. Bev, you shouldn't have...
Here's your coffee. Now you drink it while it's hot.
Oh, thank you, Bev.
Well, I put some of the best cups on the cabinet. I fetched three old plates from Bevel's family. Thought it'd look a bit less bare.
Yes.
Yes, and let's hope that will be the last of them.
Oh, I expect Dickon will be back.
He has been back. Back and packed and gone.
Gone? Bev, when?
Oh, about midday. Quiet he was and looked so pinched as a bone.
But didn't he say anything?
Only that you weren't to be disturbed, and I didn't have time to listen. I was sweeping up the glass.
But surely...
And lie on a solid hour to get the splinters out of the carpet.
Did he leave a message?
No.
Bev, listen. He wouldn't go off without a word. Was there a note?
Oh, come to think of it, there was some words on a paper. Now there, I must have scrinched it up and put it out with the rubbish.
Then it has to be found.
Well, it's not as if it were a proper letter. It's just wrote on a bit of an old sugar bag on the kitchen counter.
Go and look.
Oh, wait now. Now, this just might be it in my apron pocket. There.
Parting is such sweet sorrow.
Such a fuss about a few silly words. Will you want me for anything else?
No, thank you. You get along, I'll be all right. I've got a lot of work to do.
Oh, all them write-ins. See you in the morning, then.
Thank you, Bev. Parting is such sweet sorrow. What could we have said to each other? No sweetness and perhaps not much sorrow. Just sick embarrassment. Oh, how wise, how very wise to do it like this. I wonder what will happen to him. To all of them. I shall miss it. All that young life flowing through the house.
You're wallowing.
Wallowing? What made me think of that? Work is the answer. Work. I'll start now. I'll do 2,000 words and then I'll have a gin. Oh, I need another name for this woman. Simple and straightforward. Jane. No, that would be a cliché. Mary. No one can cavil at Mary. Mary, Mary, quite contrary. Holy Mary, Mother of God. I wonder if she was simple and sensible. Well, she'd have to be, wouldn't she? She had other children to bring up besides him. Oh, I'm so tired. I can't work. I don't want to work. Lindsay Ash, what do you mean you don't want to work? Are you or are you not a professional?
I'm off now.
Thank you, Bev.
Now leave them weeds. Bev will have them in 2 minutes with a hoe. Your supper's in the oven, but I didn't make a pudding. The apple pie has to be ate up.
It shall be duly ate.
And Billings has just rung this up. From your sister.
Only the one?
That's all. Well, see you in the morning.
Thank you, Bev. Why do I keep expecting a letter? And why should he write anyway? If he hasn't written to his father, oh well. What's...
I say, this is Linnet's cottage. Are you Mrs. Ash? I'm from the university.
Oh, no.
I've got a package for you. From Dickon Bellamy.
Dickon?
He left it with me at the end of last term. I had to promise to bring it up on this particular day. Anniversary or something. Your birthday, perhaps?
No.
Anyway, here it is. Oh, I say, what a glorious place. A garden. I suppose you do know you've got a specially fine Alnus glutinosa.
Alnus? Oh, the order.
Yes, lovely things. Do you know the Rialto Bridge in Venice is actually built on alder piles?
Oh.
They're native species, of course, Alnus cordata.
No, I didn't know. How interesting. You are knowledgeable about trees.
Well, I'm doing environmental studies, aren't I? Some of us have to be conservationists. Oh, this really is a wonderful spot. I say, might I ask you something?
Yes.
Well, I've only got another year. The final's in June, and I must move out somewhere quiet. I suppose I couldn't...
I'm sorry. No.
I couldn't coax you. Oh, I would promise to behave myself.
No.
Well, while I am here, would you allow me to look round the garden? Just a few minutes.
Of course. And take your time. The boundary is the hedge down to the water meadows.
Oh, bless you. Oh, hold on. You've dropped your parcel. Here you are.
Thank you.
I won't be too long.
Nice boy. Concerned and reliable. What arrogance of Dickon to ask him. I wonder what this... Oh.
Dear lady, the Mercury who delivers this will not have wings upon his heels, but I think he is to be trusted. If so, you will read it on the anniversary of that day I came up the path and saw you sitting in your garden.
Oh, yes.
I spent a year under your roof, and you gave me much. But I gave you nothing until this moment. Here is £500, all in new notes, for a specific purpose. Please find the finest dessert service this amount allows, and fill your shelves once more with beauty.
Dickon.
I charge thee upon thine honour that ye do this thing. What's the next line?
Next line? Charge thee upon... Wait. Yes. Sir, it shall be most honourably discharged.
Dear lady, I kiss your hands. Dickon. One day I shall write a song for you that will ring round the world.
Oh, it gets more beautiful round every corner. But it is isolated here, isn't it? Good thing you've got someone else in the house.
Someone else?
I heard him singing as I came back. Plays that guitar well, doesn't he?
Did you say singing?
Yes. Perhaps you didn't hear it outside. It was a bit faint. Something about autumn. September. I'll be going now. Got to get fixed up somewhere. Pity I couldn't have come here. It's such hell on campus. I think I could have found peace in this place.
Just a moment. The front door is at the side. Will you come with me?
Flora Robson starred as Lindsay Ash in The Soft September Air, and Andrew Branch was Dickon Bellamy. Chris was played by Sean Barrett, Blitz, Kenneth Shanley. Mrs. Bevel, Betty Hardy, Horace Bellamy, Hector Ross, Dr. Porteous, Kenneth Barrow, Millicent, Margot Boyd, television newsreader, Malcolm Gerard, Philip, Gavin Campbell, Di, Susan Sleman, Dr. Greaves, Henry Knowles, nursing sister, Brenda Kay, and the student, Max Hafler. The title song was composed by Michael Blanchard, and the guitar was played by Eric Hill. The Soft September Air was specially written by Charlotte Hastings for Dame Flora to star in on radio, and the play was directed by Graham Gould.
Mystery in the Air, starring Peter Lorre, presented by Camel Cigarettes.
This, dear friends, was the man Philip Gentry, or Reverend Pierce, or whatever other name he may choose in eternity. The man whom we bury today. That night when he stood above my bed, pouring defiance and bitterness into my ears, thinking that I was paralyzed, I could both speak and write.
My paralysis had been gone for many days. But I did not speak, because I knew what Philip Gentry would do, what he had to do, criminal and murderer though he was.
Each week at this hour, Peter Lorre brings us the excitement of the great stories of the strange and unusual, of dark and compelling masterpieces culled from the four corners of world literature.
Tonight, Beyond Good and Evil, starring Peter Lorre, brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before. Yes, try a Camel. Let your T-zone decide. That's T for taste and T for throat, your proving ground for any cigarette. Let your T-zone decide if Camel's rich, full flavor and cool mildness aren't just made to order for enjoyment. Yes, try a Camel. And be sure to have a carton of Camels on hand for the long weekend coming up.
Why, Reverend Pierce.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening, Lucy. Is Reverend McKillop still awake?
Oh, yes. We don't put him to bed until 8 or later. Evening service over already?
Is it over? Shame on you, Lucy, a parson's daughter, and you forget there is no service on Wednesdays.
Of course. You've come to read to Father.
Well, there's so little I can do. If he were able to let us know in some way.
I can tell by his eyes. Whenever you're here, they fairly glow.
Oh, I suppose that helpless as he is, not able to speak or even to write, my visits are at least a diversion.
You're much more than a diversion. You're his hope.
No, Lucy. The Lord is his hope.
Oh, yes.
The Lord struck him down with paralysis, and in time the Lord will surely free him from it. Well, I'll go in and try to cheer him up. Good evening, Reverend McKillop. Good evening, good evening, good evening. Yes, McKillop, you hang on my every word, and you never talk back. You never have, except once, and after tonight you won't get the chance. Huh? Speak up, Reverend, why don't you? No, of course, the cat's got your tongue, huh? Yes, tonight is your last chance, Reverend. Tonight is the consummation, finish, the end, Act 3 curtain on a great play about death and redemption, about good and evil. And I won't shrink from your eyes, McKillop, see? Your eyes can't kill, but I can kill. I have the mind and the will and the hands. I've killed one man, that you know. And tonight I am going to kill again. Yes, Reverend McKillop, you know who I was before I became the Reverend Howard Pierce, pastor of this good and godly community. And you know my real name, it's Philip Gentry, but you never knew the soul of Philip Gentry, the contempt, the sum of evil that was in me that night it all began. Yes, it's now 3 months ago. What a stormy night. I was crouching in a swamp with a man named Mac, because we had just escaped from prison, hiding like animals in the deep mud and ooze, alien from the whole entire human race.
Gentry, where are you going?
To the highway, you idiot. Got to make time before daylight, before the rain stops. They'll bring out the bloodhounds in the morning.
Yeah, okay, you're the boss.
There's the highway now, there, beyond the fence.
Well, so what do we do now? Where do we go?
Let's split up. I'll meet you in Chicago later.
At Gus's place?
Yes, at Gus's place in 2 or 3 weeks, when the manhunt cools off.
You won't let me down, will you, Gentry?
I said I'll meet you. Now get moving. Go on, fast. I walked a mile and saw a car. It was parked close to the edge of the road. Its headlights almost blacked out by the rain. And then, at a glow of what I knew was a flashlight, I saw a man bending into the rain, struggling to change a tire. He was alone, so I walked up to him. Hello. Need help?
Oh, you startled me.
I'm sorry.
I didn't expect to see anyone this late.
Picked a bad night for a flat. Huh?
Yes, and it's the second today. I'm going to be awfully late.
Here, come on, let me help.
Oh, no, thank you. But if you would hold the light.
Oh, sure. Come a long way?
Yes, from Detroit. I'm on my way to Carlton. I was supposed to get there this afternoon. I'm the new minister there. My name's Pierce.
Didn't notice you were a preacher.
Yes, I'm taking over for old Reverend McKillop at Grace Church. He's been in bad health,
Church.
so I'm taking his place. Yes. Oh, my, this bolt is stubborn. I can't seem to get it to...
Come on, let me have the wrench.
No, really. Just hold the light.
I said give me the wrench.
Well, all right. It's awfully good of you.
Come on, give it to me.
No, wait.
I need
wait, what are
your
you doing?
car, Reverend
No,
Pierce.
no,
You are
please.
going to be
Please,
even
no,
later
no,
than you thought.
No. Oh.
Be quiet, you! I hit him twice, and I can't tell you now, Reverend McKillop, what I thought when that wrench bit into flesh and bone. Oh, I swear to you that it was not my intention to kill, and yet I did. I killed, yes. When I put my hand on his chest, the heart had stopped, and the Reverend Howard Pierce was dead. Yes, Reverend Pierce was dead. Very dead, so I buried him. I buried him in my prison clothes, and soon I was dressed in his clothes. Oh, I had on his decent black and turned around collar, and I was rolling this way. And at the city limits of Carlton, my own destiny stepped in. I was stopped by a traffic cop.
Let me see your license, buddy.
A license? Oh, yeah, Here it is.
Howard Pierce. Occupation. Oh, minister. I didn't notice.
Well, what is it, officer? Is that speeding?
No, we're checking all cars on this road. There was a break at the state pen. 2 prisoners escaped.
Yes.
They might come this way.
I see.
But I won't hold you up any longer, Reverend. You going far?
Oh, no, Carlton.
Say, this is Carlton.
It is? Oh, yes, there's the sign.
Say, I get it. Imagine me not catching on right away.
Catching on?
Sure, you must be the new preacher for Grace Church.
Oh, yes, I am.
Well, I'm Charlie Owen. I sing in the Grace Church choir, baritone. You going to the parsonage now?
Yes, I was.
Well, it's a little tricky finding it. I'm going into headquarters now, and I have to go right by Reverend McKillop's house.
Oh, that's
You
nice.
follow me.
Thank you, son. It's very nice of you.
Hello there, Lucy.
Why, hello, Charlie.
Guess who I'm delivering to you? It's Reverend Pierce. He's just getting out of the car. Who are you expecting, Lucy? The boyfriend?
You mean my fiancé, Mr. Tom Hubbard?
When are you two going to get married, anyway? You know, everybody in... Oh, here's Reverend Pierce. Reverend Pierce, here's Lucy, Reverend McKillop's daughter.
How do you do?
Oh, come in, Reverend Pierce. Father and I have been so worried. We expected you all afternoon.
Oh, I had 2 flat tires.
Oh, what a shame. Well, Father's waiting up for you in his study. Father, Charlie Owen brought Reverend Pierce.
Reverend Pierce? Well, come in. You and Mr. Owen wait outside for a few minutes, Lucy.
All right,
Sure,
Father.
sir. Sit over here, Reverend Pierce.
Thank you, sir.
I can't tell you how relieved I am to see you. I really couldn't bring myself to sleep tonight without first talking to you. You see, the situation's serious.
Serious? Why, Reverend?
My health. I'm a sick man. I've had 1 stroke, as I wrote you.
Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah.
Well, I could have another one at any time.
Okay.
The doctor says a worse one. And I feel it essential that the work of the parish should be in firm hands. This parish needs a young man.
Well, I hope to be of service, sir.
I've heard only good of you, Reverend Pierce.
Thank you.
And you know you're even younger than you looked.
Really?
In the picture you sent. Darker, too. Your hair.
I'm afraid it wasn't a very good liking.
I have the picture here somewhere on my desk with your letters.
What did you want to talk to me about, Reverend McKillop?
Oh, all the work of the parish. Oh, yes, here's the photograph. It's,
Something
Reverend
wrong,
Pierce.
Reverend McKillop?
It's not. Who are you?
Not what?
This isn't your picture. Who are you?
I don't think that should interest you. It should.
Something's happened to Reverend Pierce.
McKillop.
What did you do to him?
What do you think I did, Reverend McKillop, huh? Come on, go on, guess. Guess, don't you hear me? Come on, don't you play with me, you sanctimonious fool. Come on, speak up. Speak up. What's the matter with you? Oh, don't tell me you had another stroke, huh? That's right. You can't speak, huh? Is that it? Well, I'll find out. In any case, I'll take that picture, Reverend McKillop, and now if you don't...
Pierce, we thought...
Yes, Lucy, something has happened to your father. We were talking and...
Is it?
Yes, I'm afraid it's another stroke. He can't speak, and apparently he can't move.
Father. What can we do?
Lucy, we'll have to wait for the doctor and maybe even then.
I know. The doctor said he could be paralyzed for months, years. He mustn't die.
No. If we have faith, the Lord will spare him. And until the good Lord returns his health, I'll try to shepherd his flock. Yes, and since that first time, Reverend McKillop, you've never opened your mouth again. Oh, you can stare, yes. Stare as hard as you want. That doesn't bother me, because your stare cannot kill, but I, as you know, I can, and I will, Reverend McKillop.
In a few moments, Mr. Peter Lorre will bring us the climax of tonight's Mystery in the Air, when camels present Act Two of Beyond Good and...
Ask a sports champ in any field what helped him most toward success, and he'll probably say experience. Yes, experience is the best teacher. Take bronc riding champ Jerry Ambler. His most recently won sports crown is the Saddle Bronc Championship of the World. Experience? Why, say, Jerry's been riding broncs for 18 years. Yes, as he recently said,
experience is the best teacher, in bronc riding and in smoking, too. A cigarette for me is Camel.
And there, Jerry's like thousands and thousands of other cigarette smokers who smoke just about all the different brands during the wartime cigarette shortage. Well, experience like that was bound to make people experts in judging the differences in cigarette quality. And on the basis of that experience, thousands and thousands of people decided they liked Camels best. Yes, they learned that for rich, full flavor and cool mildness, the cigarette for them is Camel. As a result,
more people are smoking Camels than ever before.
Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel yourself.
Reverend McKillop, aging, paralyzed, unable to speak, listens helplessly as Philip Gentry, criminal and murderer, explains why he killed Reverend Pierce and assumed Pierce's clothes and identity, and describes his first sermon.
And so, in conclusion, dear friends, remember the agony of our Lord was shared by two thieves, and they were crucified beside him that he might be numbered among the transgressors. And remember his words to one, verily I say unto thee, today shalt thou be with me in paradise. Now we will sing hymn 426, Just As I Am, without one plea. Yes, that was my first sermon, Reverend McKillop. Oh, I saw your eyes when Lucy told you how deeply moved the congregation was. Oh, you couldn't understand. You just couldn't how such a thing could be done without faith. Oh, but I've been a lawyer, and I've done a lot without faith. Yes, I've been the ideal parson you were looking for. I wish you could ask young Hubbard. You don't know he called on me, huh?
Reverend Pierce?
Yes?
I missed your first service, Reverend. I thought I ought to pay you a call. My name's Hubbard.
Oh, yes, I know. You're in the choir. Come on. Come in, Mr. Hubbard. Make yourself comfortable.
Oh, thank you.
What's your business, Mr. Hubbard?
I work at the bank. I'm chief teller.
Chief teller, huh? A very responsible job for a young man like you.
I suppose it is, but I don't have much more responsibility than the other tellers, except at the end of the month.
Oh.
Then it's a strain.
End of the month? What?
Well, sure, that's when I have to...
Yes?
You know, I've never told anyone about this.
Please.
So even with you...
Well, if it's confidential.
Well, no, naturally not so far as you're concerned, Reverend Pierce. You see, the 30th of the month, we move all our deposits to the Federal Reserve Bank.
Yes.
$200,000 or more. So you can see how I wouldn't want some people to know that.
You mean you have to take the deposits alone?
Oh, no. Gosh, no, that'd be even worse than it is. No, there's an armored truck that comes to take the money.
Surely the bank takes adequate precautions.
Well, I have a gun, and there's an alarm system, but...
You see?
Well, the thing is, I'm all alone. Huh? Sometimes when I'm sitting there at my desk, I think how easy it would be.
Why?
Well, all somebody would have to do is shoot me through the glass door.
Okay.
Even if the alarm rang, it would be 10 minutes before the police got there.
Oh, well, Mr. Hubbard, after all, it's a very quiet community, no?
Well, I guess that's what the directors of the bank figure.
Only possible danger I can see would be from too many people knowing what you've told me. I mean, wrong people. You say you don't talk. So...
Oh, no. No, Reverend Pierce. I've never told a soul except you.
See, that's faith, McKillop. I see I did a lot without faith, but not without faith in my own shining destiny. Imagine, out of all his communities, 35,000 people, Hubbard picked me, to share his secret. He even told me the truck didn't come for the money until 9:30 at night. As soon as Hubbard had gone, I wrote a letter to Mac. You remember, I told Mac to wait for me in Chicago, and in that letter, I explained the setup, and I asked him to be at the bank at 9 p.m. on the 30th. Well, and in the meantime, I continued to play my saintly part. It was easy. Warmed by adulation, warmed by love, yes, love. Because even you could see what was happening to your daughter. Your own very beautiful daughter. Lucy, yes, she fell in love with me. And believe me, Lucy was a great help to me, blinded by what she called love. If I made a slip, she was there to help me cover up. And what did I feel? Love? With Lucy, as long as the word love served me, I used it. But last week, on Wednesday, when I came in the evening to read to you, I suddenly realized it could also be a source of great danger.
Oh, Howard, darling. You're all I've waited for all day.
Let me look at you, Lucy. Say you look so happy.
Howard, I've the most wonderful news. Yes.
How can I guess?
Well, I've never breathed a word to Father about us. You and me, because you asked me not to.
Well,
not until he can talk to us
I'm
and
sure
give
you
us his
didn't.
blessing. No, not yet, I haven't. But the doctor was here today,
Yes?
and he told me Father will speak again soon, any day now.
You will.
Doctor doesn't know why he hasn't already. Well, isn't that wonderful?
Yes, yes, it is.
Howard, what's the matter?
Nothing is the matter.
Well, there is, I can see.
Well, look, Lucy, I was going to tell you before. You see, I can't marry you. Not ever.
You can't?
Please, don't ask me why.
Because you don't love me.
Believe me, Lucy, you just have to go on and live your life as if you'd never met me.
If I'd never met you. You know what that means?
Whatever it means.
It means I'll marry Tom Hubbard and you'll perform the service.
Yes.
You'll be the one to make me Mrs. Tom Hubbard.
Mrs. who? Who did you say?
Tom Hubbard. I'll be a banker's wife.
What? Never knew his name before. Well, no matter what you think, Lucy, I'm sure you'll be happy. I have to go in and see your father now, Lucy, and try to be brave, will you? Good evening, Reverend McKillop. Oh, you poor, voiceless, brainless, harmless old Reverend McKillop. I hear you may be able to talk again, yes. I hear someday you're going to speak. Well, I have only 1 week to wait, that's all. 1 week, but you are a danger. Therefore, I ought to kill you, Reverend. I ought to kill you now. Oh, don't ask me why I didn't kill you, Reverend McKillop. I suppose it will always be distasteful to me. It's a job for cruder minds, and if it happens that my neat habits turn in a good deed now and then, that doesn't make me a Boy Scout, does it? I might not like to think of Lucy, only 2 days married, so soon to be a widow, so soon in half an hour, yes, because in half an hour, Mac is going to shoot Tom Hubbard as he sits at his desk. And in half an hour, I'll have $200,000 and I'll be free, you hear? Well, Reverend, now that you know the real Philip Gentry, do you understand? Do you? No, I doubt it. I doubt if you, with your good book and your years of tending the good sheep in the rich green pastures here, could ever understand 1/10 of what a man like me feels. Doesn't matter. I don't need your understanding. I don't. Good night, Reverend, and sleep well.
Who is it?
It's me, Reverend Pierce, Tom.
Oh.
Let me in.
Reverend Pierce, just a minute. I wanted to make sure. You see, this is the night when the truck comes.
Yes, I remember. That's how I knew where to find you.
Oh. Well, did you want something?
Yes. Lucy's feeling sick. I came to send you home.
Lucy? But I can't. I have to stay.
I can stay for you.
Gee, I don't know. I'm supposed to stay until the truck gets here.
Lucy's calling for you, Tom.
She's really sick?
Yes.
Well, all right. I guess with you here, it'll be all right.
Just tell me what to do.
Well, that's the money right there, already in those sacks.
Yes. I sit here?
Yeah, right at this desk. Gee, I don't know what the directors will think.
Come on, run along, Tom. They'll never know. Even if someone walks by from the outside, they'll never know if it's you or me sitting here.
That got him right through the head. Gotta have the money ready.
Mac.
Near him.
Mac.
Huh? Who's there?
Come here, Mac. Come here.
Gentry.
Yes, it's me.
But,
Mac.
That's something screwy. You said in your letter that...
I know. I didn't have a chance to tell you. The plans were changed.
Oh, Gentry. Honest, Gentry. I didn't mean to shoot.
I know. Look, you better go. I'm dying, Mac.
I ain't gonna leave you here, Gentry. What do you think?
Yes, you're going to leave me. He won't get me, Mac. I'm dying. You go on now. Only you won't be able to take the money. The plan is all changed.
Oh, okay. That doesn't matter, the money.
Remember me when thou comest into thy kingdom.
Hey, what are you talking about, Gentry?
It's from the Bible, Mac. You will know it. It's from the Bible. Yes. It was said by a thief.
This, dear friends, was the man Philip Gentry, or Reverend Pierce, or whatever other name he may choose in eternity. The man whom we bury today. That night when he stood above my bed, pouring defiance and bitterness into my ears, thinking I was paralyzed. I could both speak and write. My paralysis had been gone for many days. But I did not speak, because I knew what Philip Gentry would do, what he had to do. I knew what he denied, that to accomplish work as he had in God's vineyard, a man must have faith, even though he deny that faith. That is why, in spite of all, he protected my daughter's happiness. That is why he could not kill me. For the work he did here had molded him, in spite of himself, into a man who is truly a servant of God. To such a man our Lord would say, "Verily I say unto you, today shalt thou be with me in paradise."
Each week, the makers of Camel cigarettes send free Camels to servicemen's hospitals from coast to coast. This week, the Camels go to Veterans Hospital, Wood, Wisconsin, USAAF Station Hospital, Langley Field, Hampton, Virginia, U.S. Naval Hospital, Memphis, Tennessee, U.S. Marine Hospital, Cleveland, Ohio, and Veterans Hospital, Aspinwall, Pennsylvania.
More people are smoking Camels than ever before, and many of those people are doctors. When 3 leading independent research organizations asked 113,597 doctors, "What cigarette do you smoke, doctor?" the brand named most was Camel.
According to a nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Next week, Mystery in the Air, starring Mr. Peter Lorre, brings you The Mask of Medusa by Nelson Bond, with a special musical score composed and conducted by Paul Barron.
Why do you smoke a pipe? For pleasure, of course. Then get the tobacco especially made for smoking pleasure, Prince Albert. Ask for mellow, mild Prince Albert the next time you buy tobacco for your pipe. And the extra pleasure you'll enjoy will tell you why more pipes smoke PA than any other tobacco. Prince Albert's choice tobacco is specially treated to ensure against tongue bite. Crimp cut to burn slow, smoke cool. Ask for Prince Albert. See if Prince Albert doesn't give you more pipe enjoyment. Listen in on Prince Albert's Grand Ole Opry Saturday night for a half hour of folk music and laughs, with Red Foley and his Cumberland Valley Boys, Minnie Pearl, the gossip from Grinder Switch, Rod Brassfield, and the rest of the Opry gang. And as Red's special guests, you'll hear Cowboy Copus and Barefoot Brownie. Remember, Prince Albert's Grand Ole Opry, Saturday night over NBC.
Listen again next week at this same time when the makers of Camel cigarettes present Mr. Peter Lorre in Mystery in the Air. The artists supporting Mr. Lorre tonight were Henry Morgan as the voice of Mystery, Peggy Weber as Lucy, John Brown as Reverend McKillop, Howard Culver as Mac, Jack Edwards Jr. as Hubbard, and Russell Thorson as Reverend Pierce. This is Michael Roy in Hollywood wishing you a pleasant good night for Camels.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Suspense. This is the Man in Black. Here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. Our distinguished star this evening is the stage and screen favorite, Mr. Paul Lucas, whose performances in The Lady Vanishes and in the stage production The Watch on the Rhine you will recall with pleasure. Tonight's tale of suspense is a story by John Dickson Carr, Fire, Burn, and Cauldron Bubble. If you've been with us on these Tuesday nights, you will know that suspense is compounded of mystery and suspicion and dangerous adventure. In this series are tales calculated to intrigue you, to stir your nerves, to offer you a precarious situation, and then withhold the solution until the last possible moment. And so with Fire Burn and Cauldron Bubble, and the performance of Paul Lucas and the other members of our company, we again hope to keep you in Drury Lane Theater presents the distinguished American actor Myron Willard in Shakespeare's Macbeth, with magic effects especially designed by Ludwig von Arnheim.
Double, toil and trouble, fire burn and cauldron bubble.
Historic Drury Lane Theater, a relic of old London. On this site, in the cramped and crooked lanes of Aldwych, there has been a playhouse since Nell Gwynn sold oranges in the pit. The present theater, though modernized, is heavy and darkened with time. By daylight, it is a dinginess of red plush seats, haunted by old ghosts. But at night, when the lights bloom for some new production, when the murmur of a crowd fills the carpeted aisles and the orchestra begins to tune up, it is kindled with that strange magic before the rise of the curtain.
What's this way, sir? E12 and 13. Program? Pocket?
Thank you.
No, madam. This is row E. Your seat's a G4.
And backstage, where nerves crawl and there is a tendency to scream, the three witches of the play are huddled around the peephole in the curtain, looking out into the audience. They are hideous-looking creatures, these witches, in gray rags like cobwebs. But as they speak...
Dear, I am scared. Don't let it bother you, darling. You can't even see the audience when the floats are on. There's nothing to worry about.
Nothing except the size of the take at the box office.
You won't even have to worry about that tonight. Look out there.
You two are as shaking as much as I am. Now, don't pretend.
All right, all right. Everybody's jumpy on first nights.
What I can't understand is why they want to use young girls as witches and then make us talk in cracked voices as though we were 80.
Double, double, toil and trouble, fire burn and cauldron bubble.
What's that?
Daisy, darling, it's only one of the ghost effects. You've been hearing it for weeks at rehearsals. I will say this for Myron Willard, as an actor and a manager, too. He's the first one who's ever had a real professional magician to do the ghost effects for this ham show.
Oh, are they, Celia? Look there.
Where?
Out in the audience in the second upper box on the left-hand side. Oh. Don't you see the woman who's just coming in?
Yes, I can see her. Not a bad-looking bit of goods for her age. What about her?
But that's Marcia Blair.
Marcia Blair?
You don't mean you've never heard of her?
I can't say I have either, if it comes to that. Move over, Ivy. Give us a squint.
Marcia Blair used to be Mr. Willard's leading lady. She was a very great actress 15 years ago.
Oh, 15 years ago.
She's had a terribly romantic history. Well, she's made lots of money and retired from the stage. Then she married some horrible no-good, and did you see that tall gray-haired man standing beside her?
Well, he doesn't look much like a no-good.
That's not the man I mean, Celia. That's Howard White, her second husband.
Oh.
They say he loved her for years and followed her about and practically worshipped her. But she was married to this no-good and wouldn't get a divorce.
Then the no-good died, I suppose. So Marcia Blair and her faithful Howard got married.
Yes. I remember reading in the paper that they've been married 1 year tonight. I expect they're very happy.
Well, I'd be happy, too, if I had a mink coat and a string of pearls like that.
Well, you've got to admit she's beautiful.
All right, Katie, if you say so.
I used to go and see her act when I was a little girl. She was kind of an idol. I wonder what they're saying to each other up in that box now. I wonder what they're saying.
Marcia, dear, I wish you wouldn't be so uneasy. Nothing can happen to you here.
You're uneasy yourself, Howard.
Yes, I suppose I am a little.
Howard,
I know I shouldn't be talking like this on our first anniversary, but that's what worries me. What if Barry isn't dead? What if he isn't dead?
Oh, listen to me, darling. Your late husband, heaven condemn his soul, died in New York more than a year ago. We have proof of that.
Well, then who wrote those letters to me?
I don't know, dear. Somebody playing a joke on you.
Joke? If you marry him, Marcia, you won't be alive a year from then. Joke.
But you're married to me, my dear, and you are alive.
Shall I quote you something from another play, Howard?
Well?
The Ides of March are come. Aye, Caesar, but not gone. And it's still 2 hours. 2 hours to the time we were actually married.
Oh, look here, dear. This is carrying an obsession too far.
It would be just like Barry to wait until the last moment, just to make it worse. You knew him.
Yes, I knew him.
He was a genius.
I suppose so. As a mere businessman, I've never quite understood this theatrical temperament, except yours, of course.
Barry was a greater actor than Myron Willard will ever be. Barry could play anything, from a Cockney to King Lear. His skill at makeup wasn't merely good. It was terrifying. Oh, Howard, I am frightened. Suppose he's managed to get close to us tonight, and yet we can't see him.
Well, the music started, Marcia. I shall have to go.
Must you go, Howard? Really?
If I break this appointment with Ferndale, dear, the deal will be called off. And since I haven't got too much backing anyway,
All right, dear. I understand. Go ahead.
Unless you wanted to come with me.
And Miss Myron's opening tonight? Oh, I couldn't do that.
I tell you, you'll be perfectly safe here, dear.
Of course, Howard. I know that.
You're in full view of 3,000 people. Nobody could attack you. The only door to this box is guarded. Outside that door will be Miss Fenton, who's devoted to you, and the chauffeur who's even more devoted to you. What could happen, dear?
Nothing, of course. And I'd prefer to be alone anyway.
Yes, I rather guessed that.
Oh, please, dear. It's just that I can't endure anybody being with me when I'm watching a great play. But that doesn't include you, darling.
Then, if you'll accept these, madam, in honor of our first anniversary.
Oh, Howard. Well, they're lovely. Of course I'll accept them.
And here's a program. Got everything else you need?
Yes. Yes, I think so.
I'll just open the door to the passage to make sure our watchdogs are on guard. Yes, they're out there, all right. Good night, Marcia. See you in an hour or two.
Good night, Howard. And good luck.
Miss Fenton, Bradley.
Yes, Mr. White.
Yes, sir. Anything wrong? Miss Fenton, you've been my wife's companion secretary for 5 or 6 years.
Yes, Mr. White, and I've loved every minute of it.
And you, Bradley, you haven't been my chauffeur for quite so long, but they tell me you're an ex-wrestler.
That's right, sir. Champion of the Shoreditch Athletic Club. And in my prime, though I says it as shouldn't, as good a man as ever climbed through the ropes.
Now, you know your instructions, Bradley.
You trust me, sir. Nobody gets into this here box tonight unless it's over my dead body.
Nothing must happen, do you understand? Nothing.
Please, you're as white as paper.
As for you, Miss Fenton, I'm afraid it's a little awkward. I know I ought to ask you to go in and join Marcia, but...
Oh, you needn't apologize, Mr. White. I know she doesn't want company. She'll be leaning forward with her elbows on the box rail, just as she always does. She isn't merely watching a play. She's acting Lady Macbeth. Every line, every gesture. And I don't mean to disturb her.
You won't leave this door, either of you.
You trust me, sir. If... no.
Anything wrong, Bradley?
It is a very rummy-looking cove coming along the passage, sir, wearing a big black cloak with a red lining.
Oh, that man, Bradley. That's only Herr von Arnheim. He's a professional magician and escape artist. I was just wondering... Excuse me.
Don't worry, Mr. White. We'll look after her.
Von Arnheim. I say Von Arnheim.
Thou canst not say I did it. Never shake the goldilocks at me.
I beg your pardon?
And I beg yours, my friend. I was merely quoting a line from the play. You are not leaving the theater. Surely not walking out on Macbeth.
I'm afraid I have got to.
Oh, that's a pity, my friend. You will miss some of my best effects, to say nothing of Shakespeare's. When Banquo's ghost appears at the table.
I don't want to hear any more about ghosts, thanks. Banquo's or anybody else's.
I imagine you mean your wife's late husband.
You've heard about it, then?
Yes, your wife has told me a good deal. She seemed to think that in my profession I might have some charm over demons or spell against ghosts.
You know, Von Arnheim, in a muddled kind of way, that's what I've been wondering myself.
Unfortunately, no. I am all too human. But your problem interests me. And I confess it worries me.
Worries you? What about me?
As I understand it, Her first husband was a half-mad American actor who later went completely mad and died in New York. His, what's the word I want?
Obsession?
That's it, obsession. His obsession was Marcia Blair's eyes.
Yes, always her eyes. They seemed to hypnotize him.
It is not new, you know. You'll find the same motive, the eyes of a beautiful woman, all through the works of Edgar Allan Poe. Then, as I understand it, after this man's death, she began to receive a series of letters.
Foul letters.
Apparently written by him, and threatening her with some rather horrible form of death if she married you.
I tell you, Barry Lake is dead. He can't get up out of his coffin.
Oh, getting out of coffins, my friend, is not so difficult. I have done it myself.
Oh, please stop joking, Van Arnheim. You don't happen to be dead.
True. There is that small difference. Is your wife here in the theater tonight?
Yes. She wouldn't have come here except that it's Marion Willard's first night. And we haven't seen Marion, either of us, in years. She's back there in box D.
So I hear. I was hoping that you might invite me to share the box.
Look here, old man. I don't want to seem inhospitable, but...
She doesn't want company?
Well, that's about it.
Well, then walk back a little distance with me, this way, so that we can see the stage from the back of the dress circle. Now, the orchestra has stopped, and they'll ring up in a moment. There. Look at it.
Look at what?
The stage, man. The lights have gone out. All except the dim yellow footlights shining on the curtain. The last cough, the last murmur, the last rustle of program dies away in one vast, breathing hush. The curtain goes up.
Let go of my arm, Van Arnheim. I've got to leave.
Now, what are the stage directions? A desert place, thunder and lightning. Enter 3 witches. When, indeed, I wonder.
I beg your pardon, Van Arnheim. Do you
No,
speak?
No, it was nothing.
London newspapers for that year 1936, you may read how Myron Willard triumphed at Drury Lane as Macbeth. But tonight, as the clock ticks on, there is another drama in the dimly lighted corridor outside Box D. There sits Miss Louise Fenton, Marcia Blair's companion secretary. Beside her, burly and broken-nosed, is big Jim Bradley, the ex-wrestler. And when more than half an hour has passed...
There's the applause, Jim. That must be the end of the first act.
Yes, I hear it. Nothing's happened. And take my word for it, nothing's going to happen.
Oh, she's such a likable person, Jim. And I think one of our greatest Shakespearean actresses.
Well, I don't much care for this Shakespeare business, miss. You give me a good movie with gangsters in it. It's my style.
Oh, you don't understand, Jim. I've seen her as Juliet, as Rosalind, as Portia, in our own drawing room without any props. I've heard her as Lady Macbeth, too. You should see her eyes.
Her eyes, miss?
Yes, you should see her eyes when she delivers that speech. The raven himself is hoarse that croaks the fatal entrance.
Hey, miss, look there.
What is it?
That foreign-looking cove in the black cape coming along the passage now. Easy.
I beg your pardon. You are Miss Louise Fenton, aren't you?
Yes, my name is Fenton. What is it?
I am Ludwig von Arnheim, a friend of Mr. White's. And I must see Marcia Blair at once.
No, you don't, Governor. You're not going in there.
Why not?
Because nobody goes in there. Not if it was the king himself. That's orders.
Now listen to me, both of you. When the lights went on, I happened to be looking at Box D from the other side of the theater. And I think there is something wrong.
But there can't be anything wrong. Jim Bradley and I have been sitting here the whole time. Except, of course...
Except when?
Well, except when I went in there for a few seconds.
You went in there, Miss Fenton? May I ask when that was?
Well, it was after Mr. White had gone and just before the play started. I went in to ask if she wanted anything. She said she didn't, so I came out again. And Bradley's been with me all the time, except when he went to get a drink of water up the corridor.
That's as true as gospel, Governor.
One moment, and listen to me. Marcia Blair is leaning forward across the railing of the box.
Oh, but that's nothing, Herr von Arnheim. That's the way she always is.
Does she always fall forward with her arms held straight out and her head down on her arms?
Better be careful, miss. It's a trick.
Trick? Why not open the door and see for yourselves? Would that do any harm?
No, I suppose it wouldn't, but... Oh, there must be some mistake. We haven't heard a sound from in there. There couldn't be anything wrong.
You open the door, Miss Fenton. I'm going to hold tight to this gentleman, just in case.
Quiet, please. Quiet.
What is it, miss?
Walk in there with me, both of you. Please go casually, as though nothing were wrong. We don't want to attract attention. Now.
Oh, Herr von Arnheim. There's blood all over her face.
Yes. And don't begin screaming again, Miss Fenton, when I tell you she's dead. Bradley?
Yes, sir?
Pick Miss Blair's body up and carry her out into the corridor. In another minute, we'll have the whole theater wanting to know what's wrong.
All right, sir. You win. But what about the people in the other boxes? Won't they see?
They've gone down to the bar to get a drink. They won't see anything. Hurry.
She ain't no lightweight, the poor lady ain't. Steady does it. Hold the door open. That's got it. Now, close the door. Shall I put her down on the floor, Governor?
Yes, better do that.
I never took those threats seriously. That's what I blame myself for. And if something did happen, well, I thought he'd attack her. I never thought he'd hide away across the theater and fire a shot.
And you were quite right, Miss Fenton. Marcia Blair was not shot.
She wasn't shot.
No. Take a look at the wound.
Oh, I can't look at it.
She was stabbed. Stabbed through the right eye with a narrow, sharp blade, which entered her brain and killed her instantly. Not a pretty death, but a quick one.
You seem to know a lot about this, Governor.
Perhaps I do, my friend, and perhaps I can guess a lot more.
You mean somebody stood out there and threw a knife at her? Like a ruddy music hall turn?
No, I don't mean that either. There's no knife in the wound and none in the box. The murderer took it away.
Took it away?
Exactly.
Herr von Arnheim, please wait. You're not saying someone climbed up from outside, 20 or 30 feet from the floor, and stabbed poor Marcia in full sight of 3,000 people?
That, Miss Fenton, is what the evidence seems to indicate.
But it's impossible.
Yet it happened. There is Marcia Blair's body. What's that?
Oh, it's the warning bell for the second act. People will be coming back here any minute. What are we going to do?
Applause, acclaim, triumph. Myron Willard as Macbeth. Helen Gale as Lady Macbeth. Magical effects by Ludwig van Arnheim. Very few persons knew that there is a dead woman in the theater. But at the end of the play, it is a different story. The crowd files out, past a cordon of police. The lights are extinguished. The great theater is dark and mumbling with echoes. See the stage now. Only the battens or overhead lights pour down a pale blaze on two men who stand grotesquely against the background of Dunsinane Castle. One of these men is Howard White, very near collapse. The other is Myron Willard himself, still wearing his makeup, still wearing helmet and chain mail. And when Willard speaks.
Howard! Howard White! Confounded man, can't you hear what I'm saying?
Excuse me, madam. This is almost finished.
Well, not that I'm blaming you, old man.
Thank you, madam.
It's traditional, you know, that Macbeth's an unlucky play. But up to the very end, I thought I'd never done better. 11 curtain calls. No, 12. How did you like my tomorrow and tomorrow speech?
I'm sorry, madam. I'm afraid I didn't hear it.
Yes, poor old Marcia. She'd have hated to die like that. Marcia was proud of her eyes. Always nearsighted as an owl, but too vain to wear glasses. There's Van Arnheim looking at us from under the castle archway. Van Arnheim!
Did you call me, my friend? You're rather difficult to recognize under all that Macbeth makeup.
Yes, I was just thinking the same thing.
Never mind that. Where are the police now?
At the moment, Mr. Willard, the police are in your dressing room. They are using it for questioning.
No reception tonight, of course.
No, but I thought you might be interested in 2 items of information that police have just discovered.
Go on.
We had a fairly full house tonight, I believe.
Fairly full. Every seat was reserved.
Reserved, yes, but not occupied.
I don't follow you.
1 box on the ground floor, box E to be exact, was empty. Reserved and paid for, but empty. And box E, oddly enough, was just underneath the one occupied by Marcia Blair.
Well, all the same, I still don't see quite what you're...
Now, our next item of information comes from an usher. An outside eye seat in the stores, very close to that empty box, was occupied by a very curious stranger who arrived late in the dark and slipped out again by a nearby exit a few minutes afterwards.
Just one moment, Van Arnheim. Are you saying this stranger climbed up and attacked Marcia in full view of the audience?
No, my friend. The murderer did not approach from that direction.
Then he must have reached Marcia through the door, guarded by Bradley and Miss Fenton?
No, not from that direction either.
Confound it, man. It must have been one way or the other.
Not necessarily.
Tell me, Howard, don't you think I've got enough troubles already without this nightmare on top of it?
Herr von Arnheim. Herr von Arnheim.
You must take it easy, Miss Fenton. You must not excite yourself. Have the police
Yes.
been...
Look, you've got to help me. They won't believe me.
They won't believe the young lady, sir, and that's a fact. I've tried to help her all I can, but there's things I can swear to and things I can't.
You see, I did go into that box. Oh, just for a couple of seconds, I admit it. But no other person went in or could have got in. So they say, or at least they're hinting that I killed her. But I swear I never touched her.
Who was questioning you, Miss Fenton? Inspector Grimes or Sergeant Blake?
I'm not sure. The sergeant, I think.
Then I shouldn't worry if I were you. Inspector Grimes knows better. He's guessed, in fact, exactly what I have guessed.
You seem on rather familiar terms with the police, my friend.
I am, Mr. Willard. I am. Anyone who practices escapes from handcuffs, sacks, chests...
And stage boxes, perhaps.
Stage boxes, if you insist. Excuse me. Isn't that Inspector Grimes in the wings now?
Yes, and he's nodding his head.
Then I can tell you, I think, what you want to know.
Well, if you do happen to know anything, it's your duty to speak up. Poor Marcia seems to have had some ridiculous idea that her former husband, Barry Lake, was still alive. Her fears weren't justified, of course, and she wasn't killed by any dead husband.
I beg your pardon. Her fears were justified, though not quite in the way she believed. And she was killed by her husband.
Then Barry Lake is still alive.
No, Barry Lake is dead.
Well, you don't mean Marcia was really killed by a ghost.
No. I mean she was killed by her devoted second husband, Mr. Howard White.
Here, stop. You don't hear what they say? That's not true. It's a slanderous statement. I'll have you in court for it. Everybody knows how devoted I was to Marcia.
Your devotion, my friend, was devotion to her money. And your business affairs have been shaky for a long time.
That's not true, and you can't prove it.
Marcia Blair was inclined to be, shall we say, a little close-fisted with money.
That's true anyway.
It's a lie.
Willing to marry him, but Mr. Howard White knew he'd never touch a penny unless he killed her. He wrote the letters himself.
Herr von Arnheim, he can't be guilty. She was alive after he left the box. He wasn't anywhere near her when she died.
Perfectly correct, Miss Fenton.
He wasn't there, and yet he killed her.
Exactly. But you and Bradley can supply the clue that will hang him.
Me, sir? I don't know nothing.
No, I don't either.
I think you do if you'll put your mind to it. Do you remember what Howard White said to her just before he left the box?
Yes, he said, "Good night, Marcia. See you in an hour or two." And she answered, "Good night and good luck."
No, I mean just before that.
I There wasn't anything.
You see? It's a slanderous statement without any proof. It's an insult to my position on the stock exchange.
Wait. I do remember something rather queer.
Think, Miss Fenton, think.
He said to Marcia jokingly, "If you'll accept these, madam, in honor of our first anniversary." And Marcia said, "Howard, they're lovely. Of course I'll accept them."
That's right, sir. He did say it.
And what do you think he was referring to, Miss Fenton? What was he asking her to accept?
Well, I imagined it was flowers, a corsage or something like that.
Did you see any flowers in the box or pinned to Marcia Blair's gown?
No. Now, come to think of it, I didn't.
Then what did he give her?
Don't look at me, sir.
Now, here is a woman who is very nearsighted, yet refuses to wear glasses. But she can accept a pair of...
Opera glasses.
It's a lie. You can't prove it. Hold on, sir. Go. You better stay here, Governor.
Thank you, Bradley, but the place is surrounded with police.
But I still don't understand.
Now, what happens when you lift opera glasses to your eyes and they are not in focus? You turn the little wheel in the middle to bring them into focus. For Marcia Blair, it was deadly.
You mean the glasses had something...
Yes, they were specially constructed glasses, Miss Fenton. They were invented by a French criminal years ago. That little wheel is a little trigger. It releases the spring of a sharp, thin blade which strikes through the eyes into the brain.
Oh, don't, please.
You can't prove it.
Marcia Blair died instantly. The glasses torn from her eye by their own weight dropped over the box rail to the carpeted aisle below. The only witnesses who might have noticed would have been the people in the box just underneath.
And that box was empty.
By arrangement, yes. Even if anybody did see them fall, Howard White was prepared to remove the evidence instantly. You haven't forgotten the curious stranger.
Curious stranger?
I mean the man who slipped in after it was dark, took an aisle seat just under the box, and slipped out again a few minutes later.
It's a pack of lies from start to finish. You can't prove a word of it.
I beg your pardon, my friend. Didn't you see Inspector Grimes not to me a moment ago?
Well...
You are going to hang, my friend, for one of the neatest and cruelest crimes in my experience. The police have just found those opera glasses with a neat set of fingerprints in the side pocket of your motor car.
And so ends Fire Burn and Cauldron Bubble, starring the distinguished actor Paul Lucas. Tonight's tale of suspense. This is your narrator, Ted Osborne, the man in black, who conveys to you Columbia's invitation to spend this half hour in suspense with us again next Tuesday, same time, when Nancy Coleman stars in Fear Paints a Picture. William Spear, the producer, John Dietz, the director, Bernard Herrmann, the composer-conductor, Robert Salmon, studio technician, and John Dickson Carr, the author, collaborated on tonight's Suspense.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Jack Benny Program, transcribed and presented by Lucky Strike, the cigarette that's toasted to taste better.
If you want better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette. They take fine tobacco, it's light tobacco, it's mild tobacco too. And it's toasted, yes, it's toasted, because the toasting brings the flavor right through. So to get better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette.
This is Don Wilson. You know, that song tells an important story to smokers. Simply, it's this: Lucky's taste better. First, because Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And then this fine tobacco is toasted. Yes, the fine, mild, good-tasting tobacco in every Lucky is toasted to taste even better. It's toasted. The famous Lucky Strike process brings Lucky's fine tobacco to its very peak of flavor, tones up this naturally good-tasting tobacco to make it taste even better, cleaner, fresher, smoother. So next time you buy cigarettes, make it a carton of better-tasting Lucky Strike. Be happy. Go Lucky.
If you want better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight Jack Benny does another of his regular TV shows over the CBS network. But this is the Halloween season, and Halloween is synonymous with fun, whether you live in Beverly Hills, Brooklyn, Sioux City, or Portland. So let's go back to last year, the day after Halloween, and see what went on in the Jack Benny household.
Oh, Rochester, has Don Wilson come over yet?
Yes, sir. He's waiting for you in the den.
Good. No, I also called Dennis and told him to be over. Is he here?
No, sir, he phoned and said he'd be a little late.
That's funny. Dennis is always on time. I wonder what delayed him.
He said that last night was Halloween and some kids took the wheels off his bicycle.
Well, why didn't he take the Sunset bus?
They took the wheels off of that, too.
Well, that's what Dennis gets for living in that kind of a neighborhood. I'm glad the kids around here aren't that rowdy.
Me too, boss.
By the way, Rochester, go out and take the bathtub off the front porch and put it back in the house again. Well, what are you waiting for? Take the bathtub off the front porch.
Okay, but there ain't much gas in the car.
Gas in the car? What's that got to do with it?
The front porch is in Pasadena.
What?
And Pasadena's in Pomona.
Oh. Stop being silly and do what I tell you.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to the library and talk to Don. Shine on, harvest moon, up in the sky. I ain't had... Uh-oh. I better hide those bicycle wheels. Dennis is liable to get sore. I'll put them in the closet. I ain't had no lovin' since January, February, June, or July. La, la. The other months weren't so good either. Oh, well. Hi, Don.
Hello, Jack.
Hello, Jack. Hello, Jack.
No, Polly. Polly, you're supposed to call me Daddy.
Wait a minute, Jack. Isn't that a little silly, having a parrot call you Daddy?
I don't think so, Don. After all, I take care of her, feed her, talk to her, and I was the one who nursed her when she was sick.
Polly was sick?
Terribly sick. No, Polly, you're over it now. So cute, isn't he? Or he's so cute, I don't know. Yes, Don, she was very sick, and... Well, there's the phone. I'll get it. Hello?
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny. This is Dennis.
Oh, Dennis, we're waiting for you. What's taking you so long?
I couldn't get a taxi.
Oh.
So my mother's driving me over in her steamroller.
Your mother? I thought it was your Uncle Herman that drove the steamroller.
Not anymore.
Why, what happened?
Well, yesterday something was wrong with the front roller, so he got out to take a look at it, and some kids played the meanest Halloween trick.
Dennis, that's terrible. Where's your uncle now?
Well, you know that white line that runs down the middle of Wilshire Boulevard?
Uh-huh.
The dark part of it is Uncle Herman.
Now, Dennis, will you stop making up things like that? Your uncle passed here this morning.
Didn't he look thin?
Oh, hang up and get over here, will you?
Yes, sir.
What a kid. He gets sillier every day. I remember once he called me up. Don, stop eating Polly's crackers. For heaven's sake.
I was just picking them up to feed to her. Jack, how long do parrots live?
Oh, a long time, Don. Some of them live for years and years.
How old is this one?
63. And she's still got all her feathers.
That's more than you can say.
Don, don't be so comical, will you? Be the straight man that you always are, will you, please? And lately, you always try to be... Rochester, will you answer the phone, please?
Yes, sir. Jack Benny's residence, star, stage, screen, radio, television, and we'll sell 2 bicycle wheels at ridiculously low prices.
Hello, Rochester. This is Dennis. Please tell Mr. Ben... Hey, what did you say about 2 bicycle wheels?
Uh-oh, me very sorry. You have long number. Maybe you have better luck by and by. So long, egg foo young.
Rochester, I try talking to Rochester, and all the time I talking to Chinese boy.
So sorry, no Rochester, nobody here except us chop suey. Chop, chop. Goodbye, please.
Rochester, give me that telephone. Hello, who is this?
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny. This is Dennis, and Rochester said you had a pair of bicycle wheels.
So sorry, long nubla. Goodbye.
Mr. Benny.
Dennis, let's stop this kidding. Believe me, kid, if you'd only take my advice and stop talking silly all the time and just sing, you'd really go places.
No, I won't.
Why not?
I've got no wheels on my bicycle.
Oh, goodbye. You know, Don, sometimes I don't know why I waste my time talking to that kid.
Oh, Dennis is okay. Well, speaking of wasting time, Jack, I've been here now nearly a half hour, and you still haven't told me what you wanted me to come over for.
Oh, yes, Don, it's about the Quartet.
The Sportsmen?
Yes. Now, I've been thinking this over seriously for quite a long time now, and I finally made up my mind. I'm going to fire them.
Fire them? But, Jack, they're one of the best singing groups in the country.
I'll admit that, but they never sing what I want them to. They're always singing crazy songs and embarrassing me. They have no respect for me. The other day when I asked, I practically begged them to do a certain tune. I think the baritone called me a dirty name.
You think?
Yes. Who knows what means? And anyway, Don, I want you to come with me to a lawyer because you're the one who's responsible for them.
Jack, you don't have to go to your lawyer.
Yes, I do. I want them to break their contract.
But you don't have enough reasons to fire them.
Yes, I have.
But they're wonderful singers, Jack. They're very popular, too, and they have a lot of fans. In fact, plenty of people tune into your program just to hear them, not you.
That's another reason. Believe me.
Now, look, Jack, don't be hasty. Why don't you give them another chance?
Well, I don't like to fire people. In fact, during my entire career in show business, I don't think I ever fired anybody.
Well, what about that bald-headed writer you used to have? You fired him, didn't you?
No, I didn't. I stopped paying him his salary, and after a couple of years, he quit. That's all that happened.
Well, his partner didn't quit, and he's not with you anymore.
Well, he starved to death. But, Don, if I give the Sportsmen another chance, do you think they'll mend their ways? They'll
I'm
do
sure of it,
something
Jack.
instead of those silly, crazy songs?
I'm just sure of it, Jack. In fact, I'll talk to them myself.
Well, all right. Well, let's forget about it.
Jack, I'm just as positive as I can be you won't regret this. Well, I'm going to be running along.
Oh, where are you going, Don?
Oh, nowhere in particular. I'll probably drop into the drugstore for some lunch.
Say, I'm kind of hungry, too. Oh, Rochester!
Yes, Mr. Benny?
Look, Mr. Wilson and I are going to have lunch at the drugstore. Come on, Don.
Okay, Jack. Well, Jack, here's the drugstore.
Yeah, this is a good place to eat. Come on, let's go in. All the tables seem to be taken. Let's get those 2 stools at the end of the counter.
But there are 2 right here, Jack.
Oh, yes. I'll see if we can have them. Oh, waitress. Waitress.
What do you want, Mac?
Are these 2 stools available?
No, they're reserved for the Duke and Duchess of Windsor.
Come on, Don. Let's sit down.
What do you want to eat?
Well, I haven't made up my mind yet. Better take my friend's order first. What do you have, Don?
I can't make up my mind either.
Miss, maybe we better look at a menu. Have you got a menu?
Here.
Now, let me see.
Don't bend it. It's the only one we've got.
Look, I'm not.
And stop drooling. There's nothing on it that good.
Look, miss, all I want is a chicken sandwich.
I'll have the same.
Okay, I'll be back with a grub in a minute.
You know, Jack, I just can't understand how a girl like her can hold a job here.
Now, wait a minute, Don. Don't be too hard on her. You know, she's had a tough time of it. Do you know that she used to be a big star on Broadway?
Really?
Yep. For 3 years, she played the title role in The Voice of the Turtle. Notice the way her head keeps coming in and out all the time. What'll you have, Mac? You know? Say, Don.
Oh, excuse me a minute, Jack. Excuse me. The Sportsmen are sitting over there.
The Quartet? Where?
Yeah, over there in the corner. I want to talk to them a minute.
Well, remember, Don, will you give them a warning about what I said?
I'll talk to them about it.
You do. You drive me nuts. Shine on, harvest moon up in the sky.
Hey, Mac. You want milk to drink with your sandwich, don't you?
Yeah, how'd you know?
Our coffee would knock you right off that stool.
All right. Just bring the milk. Yeah.
Now, fellas, please, do yourselves a favor. Take my advice. Don't sing that song for Jack. This is neither the time nor the place.
Oh, here he comes with that quartet again.
Now, look, fellas, I'm telling you, for your own good.
What's the matter now, Don?
They want to sing a new number for you.
Here in the drugstore? I should say not. It'll be embarrassing.
I told you, fellas.
You see, Don, they won't listen to anybody. That's why I want to fire them.
But, Jack, they claim that this is a very beautiful song.
I don't care how beautiful
Boys,
it is.
he's mad at you anyway. Now, you better not do a thing.
Don, will you
boys,
keep them?
hold it.
Don, will
hold
you keep
it,
them
boys.
from singing?
Hey, nonny, ding, dong,
See, Don, this is why I want to fire them.
Tara shaboom.
Shaboom?
Badu, badu. Life could be a dream, shaboom.
Shaboom?
If I could take you
What does that
up
mean,
in
Don?
paradise
Shaboom.
above. Shaboom.
Shaboom.
If you would tell me I'm the only one that you love, life could be a dream, sweetheart.
What happened to Shaboom?
Hello again, shaboom. Oh, life could be a dream, shaboom.
Shaboom.
If only all my precious
I'd like
plans
to know
would
what
come
shaboom
true.
is.
Shaboom. If you would let me spend my whole life loving you, life could be a dream.
Shaboom.
Sweetheart.
Sweetheart? Don, you gotta do something about these guys.
Something is on my mind. If you do what I want you to do, baby, we'd be so fine.
Right here in the drugstore.
Life could be a
It's so embarrassing. I gotta
If
fire
I could take you up to paradise up above.
Shaboom.
If you would tell me I'm the only one you love.
Life could be a dream, sweetheart, sweetheart. Shaboom, da boom, da boom, da boom, shaboom, sweetheart.
The only thing I understand is sweetheart now. Now look at them. Fellas, we're in the drugstore.
Pop on a lucky and you will agree. Shaboom, boom, boom, shaboom, Mr. B. Shaboom. Lucky Stacks are made of light and fine tobacco. You'll get better taste in Lucky Stacks with that. Yeah, Lucky Stacks are toasted.
Fellas, please. Fellas, everybody's looking at us in the drugstore. Fellas, we're in the drug... Don, I told you. Fellas, we're in the drugstore. People are not eating. Wait a minute. Boys, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Now, Don, that does it, Don. That's the last straw. I warned you. That if they
But, Jack, I tried to tell...
Shaboom! What? No, I was a nice guy. I gave them another chance.
Jack, now, if you'd only...
I don't want to hear any more about it. Now, I'm going to call a lawyer right now. We'll go over there and see if I can break my contract with that quartet. Now, come on, Don. Shaboom! Silliest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Is this the lawyer's office, Jack?
Yeah, Joseph S. Kearns, attorney at law. Let's go in. Pardon me, miss. I'd like to see Mr. Kearns.
Do you have an apartment?
I was better off with Shaboom. Well, What? What did you say?
Do you have an apartment?
Yes, I have an appointment.
What?
I said I have an appointment.
What?
An appointment.
Oh, go right in.
Shaboom.
Now, look, Mr. Smith, I'm a busy man. I can't stay on this phone all day. I told you I won't settle this case for less than $50,000. I'm sorry, Mr. Smith. Well, that's up to you, Mr. Smith. Goodbye.
Oh, hello, Mr. Kearns.
How do you do, Mr. Smith?
No. No, Benny. The name is Jack Benny.
Oh, yes, please forgive me. It's just that I've been so busy lately and have so many things on my mind.
Oh, I understand, Mr. Kearns. I'd like you to meet Don Wilson.
Ah, how do you do, Mr. Wilson?
How do you do?
Haven't we met before?
I don't think so.
That's funny. Your name is so familiar. Keeps running through my mind. Smith.
No, his name is Wilson.
Oh, yes, how stupid of me. Your name is Smith.
No, look, Smith was on the telephone, is he?
What happened to Benny?
You know, Shaboom wasn't bad. Look, I'm Benny. It's my Jack Benny.
Oh, yes. Now, what can I do for you?
Well, Mr. Kearns, what I came to see you about...
Oh, pardon me.
Yeah.
Yeah? Oh, well, send them right in. This won't take long. It seems to be very urgent. A domestic case. Come in.
Mr. Kearns,
I'll do the talking and you keep your big mouth shut.
My big mouth? Your lips could be stretched over a piano stool.
Now, we can settle this without harsh words.
That's okay with me. I want to divorce this jerk.
Very well, but you'll need grounds.
If I had that, I'd bury him.
Oh, yeah?
Please, let's not resort to that. What are your names again?
Mr. and Mrs. Krausmeyer.
Very well, I'll file the application. Goodbye. Now, getting back to you. What did you come to see me about?
Well, you see...
Wait a minute, Don, I'll tell him. Mr. Kearns, as I started to say...
Oh, yes, I remember. You two wanted a divorce.
No, that's Krausmeyer.
Oh, of course. I had you confused with Mr. and Mrs. Wilson, who just left.
But I'm Mr. Wilson.
Oh, yes, then you're Mr. Krausmeyer.
No, I'm Smith. I mean Benny. I'm Benny.
Oh, yes, Benny Wilson.
Maybe.
Now, what's on your mind?
Well, I've got a quartet on my radio program, and I'd like to break their contract. Now, here it is. Would you just look over it?
Yes, it looks like an ironclad agreement. But Oh, excuse me. Yes? Huh? Oh, good. Send them in. It's that couple who were just in here for a divorce, Mr. and Mrs. Kearns.
No, your name is Kearns.
I mean Mr. and Mrs. Wilson.
Their name is Krausmeyer.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Jack, isn't this the lawyer who pleaded the case and got the jury so confused that they sent the judge up for 20 years?
Oh, so you read about it, huh?
Read about it? I thought he made up a joke. For heaven's sakes.
Come in.
Come, doll-face, carry me over the threshold.
No, lover, you carry me. You're stronger.
Okay. Upsy-daisy.
Whoops, not so high. I'll get a nosebleed.
Oh, come. I'm a busy man. Are you sure your minds are made up?
Yeah, me and Porfirio don't want a divorce.
Should we go back to Shaboom and start over again? Somebody has a line in here somewhere.
Fine. Fine. I won't file the application. And good luck to both of you.
Thank you.
Now, where were we?
Now, please. Well, please, let's not waste any more time. Benny is the name, Jack Benny. This is Mr. Wilson. Mr. and Mrs. Krausmeyer just left. You're Kearns, and Smith was on the phone. Now, tell me, Mr. Kearns, you said you knew how to break the contract with my quartet. Now, how are you going to do it?
Now, let's see. Since you're suing them for $50,000, we can...
I'm not suing them for $50,000.
Oh, yes, that was Krausmeyer.
Oh, that was Smith on the phone.
Well, what are you doing here?
All I know is I had an appointment.
Oh, yes, you came in here about a quartet. I remember now. You came in with this man here, Mr.
Eagle Bottom.
Now, Mr. Kearns, about my quartet. Mr. Kearns, about my quartet, you've got to break that contract. Now, here it is on your desk.
Oh, that one. I'm sorry, but that contract is unbreakable. You haven't got a chance. So I advise you, as a lawyer...
Oh, now what?
Come in.
I'm going to divorce you if it's the last thing I do, you spongehead.
That's gratitude for you. After we left here, I carried you all the way down the hall so you wouldn't tire your big flat feet.
Well, you didn't have to drop me down that laundry chute.
Look, I don't mean to get into this, but we're on the 12th floor, and you dropped your wife down the laundry chute?
I hit bottom like a sack of wet wash.
With your shape, how else could you hit?
Mr. Kearns?
I've got the applications right here.
Good. We'll see you in court. Goodbye.
Gee, that's a shame. They're such a nice couple.
Oh, I wouldn't worry about them. This has been going on for 20 years. They'll get back together, but I am worried about the children.
You mean they've been fighting for 20 years?
Oh,
They
yes.
have children?
That's the tragedy of divorce. Who's going to take care of the little ones?
And I think I have troubles. Mr. Kearns, I'm glad I dropped into your office today. I got a big home, a butler, a swimming pool. And I'm going to do something that'll make me happy, too. I'm going to have their children come home and live with me until their parents make up their minds.
Gosh, that's the noblest thing you've ever done, Mr. Krausmeyer.
Yes, it's a wonderful thing. And from now on, the children are your responsibility.
Well, good.
And the children are here, right in the next office.
May I see the little rascals now?
Well, you certainly may. Go right in.
Thank you. You? You're the children?
Shaboom, shaboom. Shaboom, shaboom.
Oh, for heaven's sakes. Come on, Don. Let's go.
Mr. Bean.
Shaboom.
Jack will be back in a minute to tell you about his television program, which goes on immediately after this show. But first, I'd like to say something important to you cigarette smokers. When you light up a Lucky, you can be sure you'll get the better taste you want. That's because a Lucky is toasted to taste better. Of course, the beginning of better taste is fine tobacco. LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And then it's toasted. That's the famous Lucky Strike process that brings Lucky's fine tobacco to its peak of flavor. Tones it up to make this naturally good-tasting tobacco taste even better, cleaner, fresher, smoother. Yes, that's why Lucky's taste better. It's the cigarette of fine tobacco, and it's toasted. So remember...
If you want better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette. They take fine tobacco, it's light tobacco, it's mild tobacco too. And it's toasted, yes, it's toasted, because the toasting brings the flavor right through. So to get better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette.
Ladies and gentlemen, I was going to tell you about my television show, but we're a little late, so tune in and watch it. Good night, folks.
The Jack Benny Show tonight was written by Milt Josephsberg, John Tackerberry, Hal Goldman, Al Gordon, and produced and transcribed by Hilliard Marks. The Jack Benny program is brought to you by Lucky Strike, product of the American Tobacco Company, America's leading manufacturer of cigarettes.
The Days That Are Gone, a memoir of the Buisson du Maurier family based on the books of Daphne du Maurier and adapted as 2 plays for radio by Philip Lever. The second play, The Fire in the Glass.
In the year 1811, on a blustery spring day, the Dover packet lay tied up to the wharf, loading its cargo of passengers and merchandise. From the saloon rail, the more elegant passengers looked down on the lower deck, where their less fortunate companions were spread over the boards, their belongings tied in small bundles or packed into wicker baskets. Mostly groups of the poorer French émigrés, they seemed doubly apprehensive of the sea and timid at the thought of returning to the land which they'd left in such fearful disturbance. England would no longer support them, and the future was the new France, where they must pick up old threads and look for new patterns. On the upper deck, Ellen Clark, aged 13 years, was sailing to France for the first time, accompanied by her mother, Mrs. Mary Ann Clark, ex-mistress of the Duke of York, the subject of a sensational law case, and the possessor of a substantial income, provided she lived out of England. Ellen, a pale, serious child, was enthralled by the commotion on the ship and captivated by the sight of a boy standing on the lower deck and singing in a clear, boyish treble.
Oh, Mama, listen to that boy. How beautifully he sings.
Huh. He may sing like an angel, but he don't look like one. A bold, impudent face.
What does that matter?
It may matter a lot to some people later on. Mark my words.
I would like to know him.
Well, there's an impudent miss. Picking up boys in a boat. That's the thing I never did. Boldness is all very well in its right place, but you've got to learn how to use it. Where would I have been if I hadn't? Well, you and your brother come to that.
Mama, please don't spoil everything. He is only a boy singing.
Come away, Ellen. He will spoil your police, leaning so close to that dirty rail.
Louis Mathurin, come down from the ship's side or you will fall.
The lady calling to him must be his mother.
They look like returning French émigrés, probably very common people. You can see how badly dressed they are. Come away at once. We have been asked to dine below by a very nice foreign gentleman who's travelling to Paris. Come and make your curtsy to him, and leave the émigrés to their bread and cheese.
Very well, Mama.
Louis Mathurin, come down, do you hear? Louise, you shouldn't encourage your brother to run all over the deck.
No, Mama. Louis Mathurin, you're to come here at once. Yes, Louise.
In the early 1820s, Paris had become sober and a little bourgeois. In the Rue Saint-Étienne, the houses were shabby and sometimes forlorn. At number 8, a Madame Poussard ran a maison d'éducation, and here the daughters of the new society studied German, Italian, and English. And it was to Madame Poussard that Louise Busson du Maurier applied for the post of English teacher. She had returned to France at the age of 15, and now in her early 20s, she was endeavouring to augment the small family pension to the best of her ability.
If it had been possible, Madame, I would have taken vows and entered the convent of the Sacré-Cœur. For the present, however, I must help to support the family. I must confess that I was not brought up to work and never for a moment believed that it would be necessary.
May I inquire your circumstances, mademoiselle?
We were greatly disappointed when we returned to France. My poor father had always expected that much more would be done for us. The glass factory founded by my grandfather was destroyed and our chateau apparently reduced to ruins.
And you received no reparation?
Only a state pension of 200 francs a year. There are 6 of us, Madame, besides my mother, and this is all we have in the world now that my father is dead.
And the rest of your family, how do they employ themselves?
My brother Robert is in London, a clerk in the city.
Oh.
Jacques, who is younger, works in Hamburg in a bank.
Uh-huh.
The 2 youngest children live here in Paris with my mother, and it is for their sake that I wish to teach English here in your pension.
And the 6th? Did you not mention another brother?
Yes. I have another brother, Louis Mathurin. Unfortunately, he has gone against all our wishes and is studying to become a professional singer.
Ah.
It is very hard for us, his family, to see him wasting himself in such a way.
Naturally, brought up as you have been, you could not bear to have a brother on the stage. However, there is nothing dishonorable in teaching, as you realize yourself. If you would care to mention to your brother that I am looking for a singing master, oh, well, the pay would be small, of course.
You are very kind, Madame. When I next see my brother, I will suggest it to him. But I'm a little doubtful. He is so independent.
You yourself, mademoiselle, will have Tuesdays free in which to take private pupils, if that would be your wish. As it happens, there is an English lady here this moment with her daughter, a young lady of about your own age, who wishes to take a short course in French literature. With your knowledge of both languages, I consider that she would be an ideal pupil for you. If you will follow me, I will introduce you to them. Mrs. Clark, may I present our English teacher, Mademoiselle Busson de Maurier, Mrs. Clark from London.
How do you do, Madame?
Oh, how do you do?
May I offer you some refreshment? Tea, coffee?
No, thank you. Never touch 'em. Wind under the heart, you know. Can't avoid it when you get to my age. My doctors tell me I mustn't drink with me food. Drink with me fiddlesticks, I say. Mademoiselle Buss, eh? Know what that means in English?
Mother.
Oh, damn you, Ellen, what have I said now? This is my daughter, Ellen. She has a fit every time I open my mouth.
I am delighted to make your acquaintance, Mademoiselle du Maurier. My mother and I have been in Italy for several years, and now we are to settle in Paris for a while. I intend to see all that I can and study as much as possible. Perhaps we could read French literature together, Mademoiselle. See something of the picture galleries. I'm rather ignorant of French art.
It would be a pleasure.
My mother and I live quietly nowadays. I fall back upon books and music for company.
You are musical?
I play the harp.
Oh, indeed.
I had a very good master in Italy. At present, we are making certain economies, so I must go without.
There are excellent masters in Paris, students at the Conservatoire who would be glad to give their time in return for certain remuneration. If you would like me to make inquiries for you, it would be the easiest thing in the world.
You are most kind, mademoiselle.
You know, Mademoiselle Buss, you're too pretty to be a teacher. You ought to find a husband. One day you shall have a little chat with me. I know all about husbands. I was married at 17, and I can tell you what they do and how they do it. Eh, Madame Bousson?
Oh, Mamma, we have taken up too much of everyone's time already. And doubtless Mademoiselle du Maurier has a class to attend.
You see, Ellen always takes me away just as I'm beginning to amuse myself. Such a good girl. But entre nous, madame, no sense of humour. You ought to meet my son, mademoiselle. Oh, he's a lovely fella. A subaltern in the army, you know. The women adore him, but no time now for his poor old mum.
Oh, Mamma, we must be going. Mademoiselle, it would be delightful if we could begin our studies next week.
With pleasure.
Don't stay governess for too long, my dear. Bad for the complexion. My advice is, take a lover. Nothing like it to put roses in your cheeks.
And so started the friendship between Ellen Clark and Louise Bousson du Maurier, who'd once seen each other as children on the Dover packet, though neither of them knew it. The only cloud on Louise's horizon was, as usual, her brother, Louis Mathurin, who'd abandoned his singing career as suddenly as he'd started it and could now think of nothing but science and making a journey to the stars. One of her pupils at the pension, little Eugénie Saint-Just, had become engaged to the Portuguese Duc de Palmela, and Louise, with Ellen and Eugénie, gave much thought to the approaching wedding.
The marriage will be in January, and dear Mademoiselle du Maurier will be the most honored guest there.
You will forget all about me in Portugal, Eugénie. You won't have time to think about your old teacher.
I will. How could you think me so ungrateful after all you've done for me? Miss Clark, be a witness to my words. I vow here and now that I, Eugénie de Palmela, as I shall be, will cherish the friendship of Louise Bousson du Maurier until I die.
Ah, when you've travelled as far as I have, Eugénie, and seen as much flattery and insincerity, you will know better than to make a vow about anything.
Miss Clark is such a cynic, is she not? I suppose you think me foolish to fall in love. You will tell me that it does not last and that my husband will tire of me.
I consider you very wise to make provision for the future. It is not everyone who has the chance of marrying a Portuguese nobleman.
Affection between husband and wife, when it is fortified by religious understanding, can be a very beautiful thing. I can think of no greater happiness than to attend Mass with a chosen beloved.
Faith in an Almighty came easily to you, Louise. You sucked it in with your first milk in the cradle. I breathed rather different germs. Malice, flattery, deception. No one ever told me about God. The only religion I've ever learnt was to take care of myself.
Poor Miss Clark. You must be exceedingly lonely.
Lonely? Why should I be lonely? I have my books and my music. I would rather be alone than in the company of most people that I've met.
Oh, let us not dwell upon such solemn things at this moment. Eugénie will be married at Notre Dame in January, and it will be magnificent. Everyone in society will be there. And in the midst of it all, ourselves, wondering, and perhaps a little timid.
Dear Louise, are you enjoying my wedding party?
Beyond my dreams. Now that you're a Duchess, Eugénie, it seems you're prettier than ever. But you must not desert your guests to talk to me.
But I have to present a gentleman to you who's been asking after you for at least an hour. He says you're by far the handsomest woman present, and I agree with him.
Eugénie, please.
May I present Mr. Godfrey Wallace?
Mademoiselle.
He is one of the secretaries at the British Embassy. This is my dearest friend, Mademoiselle Bousson du Maurier.
How do you do?
And now I must return to the Duke. Forgive me, Louise. Mr. Wallace?
I understand that you speak perfect English, mademoiselle.
I was born in London and spent my childhood there. I would be foolish indeed if I could not make myself understood in your language after that.
Ah, but I'm a Scot, and they speak purer English in Ayr than they do in Cockney London. You may have heard of my father, Sir Thomas Wallace. He lived in London until quite recently. I'm told that your father, alas, is no longer with you, but that he possessed property in South. Is your mother in residence at the chateau at the moment?
At the chateau? No. We are in Paris for the winter. That is, my mother has a minute apartment in the Rue de la Lune.
And how does life in Paris agree with you, mademoiselle? I suppose you will be visiting Portugal soon to see the Duchess in her new home? What it is to be a young lady of leisure. We poor secretaries at the embassy are kept hard at work.
But I must explain.
No explanations, I beg of you. I envy you your good fortune. May I be permitted to wait upon Madame, your mother?
Oh, I'm afraid that would not be convenient at the moment. She is preparing for a visit to Hamburg to stay with my brother Jacques, who is in business there.
I believe you have a brother who is a scientist, mademoiselle.
Well, hardly as yet. He wishes to
I take an intense interest in science and would much desire to make his acquaintance. Perhaps your brother would call on me at my hotel one evening. I dine at 5 o'clock, and I should be extremely happy to see him.
You are most kind, but
Mademoiselle, I find I have so much to say in your society that I look forward to our better acquaintance. Have I your permission to write to you?
If you consider it of any advantage to you, sir.
All the advantage in the world. Oh, look, Miss Busson, somebody's beckoning you. The Duke and Duchess must be leaving, and she would naturally wish you to see her to her carriage. May I have the honor of escorting you there?
Not tell me you were here.
I heard you playing and didn't wish to have you disturbed.
My dear Louise, I am so glad to see you. Mother is asleep on the couch, but we can talk quietly here without disturbing her. She can still talk of nothing but the wedding.
I want to talk to you about the wedding, Ellen.
Oh. Come and sit down, my dear Louise. You obviously have something on your mind.
You remember that a Mr. Godfrey Wallace was presented to me at the reception?
Yes.
I have had a letter from him, couched in the warmest terms. He appears to want to see me again, and really I hardly know how to refuse him. He expresses himself
I remember him conversing with you. Do you know anything of his circumstances? After all, that's the thing that matters most. A secretary at the embassy cannot have more than 300 or 400 a year at the most.
No, I suppose not.
Of course, he may have a private income. You said his father was Sir Thomas Wallace from Ayrshire?
Yes.
Oh, depend upon it, they have property there. How do you consider the prospect of living in Scotland?
Oh, but, my dear Ellen, such an idea does not enter my head. I have only met this Mr. Wallace once.
One wedding always leads to another, so they say. If he's a personal friend of the Duke of Palmella, I suppose that would be a guarantee in itself.
Oh, I hardly care about his circumstances, I must confess. I am no fortune hunter, as you know, my dear Ellen. His manner was pleasing, and I do not mind admitting to you that I should like to see him again.
Then no doubt you will contrive it. For my part, I would go carefully.
There is an indefinable something about Scotsmen. So much history, so very romantic. The pipes and the kilt. We heard them once in London. Oh, what a pity the Stuarts no longer sit on the English throne.
I know nothing derogatory to the House of Brunswick.
Oh, no. No, of course not. The position of king must be an appalling one. Such a responsibility, so difficult not to lose one's head.
So Louis the 16th seems to have found. He lost his in a basket.
Mother, how long have you been awake?
Long enough. How do you do, Louise, my dear? You're looking very pretty. What's all this about liking kilts and Scotsmen? I know a funny story about a kilt, but I daren't tell it in front of Ellen. I think a thistle came into it somewhere. Oh, Ellen, tell Gustav to bring the lamps. I want to get up.
You have not rested long enough.
Rest, fiddlesticks. Sit me up and arrange precautions. Ah, that's better. Now, I can see you both. What a solemn-looking pair you are. You might have been quoting scripture instead of discussing a young man and his kilt. Tell me about him, Louise. I'm all of a flutter.
We were chatting of the Palmella wedding, Mrs. Clark.
Yes?
I remarked upon the pleasing manners of a Mr. Godfrey Wallace, who was introduced to me. so refreshing to meet someone of breeding.
Very refreshing if he wore a kilt, I should say. Did he complain of the draft in Notre Dame?
Mother, you are deliberately misunderstanding Louise. There was no question of Mr. Wallace wearing a kilt. He's a secretary at the embassy and the son of Sir Thomas Wallace, who has an estate in Ayr.
Very much in the air if I know anything of Scotsmen. Impecunious race, the Scots. Don't have anything to do with him. Who was his father, do you say?
Sir Thomas Wallace, now resident in London.
Never heard of him. Could make inquiries if you like. The lawyer Fladgate would find out for me.
Thank you, madame, but it's really of no consequence. I shall probably never meet Mr. Wallace again. But if I do, it will be in the Jardin du Roi for a little stroll one Sunday.
What do you want to go there for? All shrubs and no trees. Go to Versailles. Quite a forest at Versailles. Get him in a thicket and the Scotsman's yours.
Really, Mother, I must insist.
On the following Sunday, this insecure romance between Louise and Godfrey Wallace was taken a step further when Louis Mathurin arrived at his mother's apartment in the Rue de la Lune with a new friend. Someone he'd met overnight.
Louise, Adelaide.
Oh, Louis,
I present to you both my new friend, Godfrey Wallace.
Mr. Wallace?
We met only last night, but already we have sworn eternal friendship. Wallace believes with me that there is no truth except in the goddess of science. Wallace, my friend, sit down.
Thanks.
My mother's apartment is poor, but honorable.
It is really charming to meet a family who are so lacking in false pride that when they visit Paris, they live like the little Parisians. I dare swear that the contrast to the Chateau Maurier amuses you vastly.
I fear you attach a certain grandeur to us that does not exist. We are very humble people, really.
No, Miss Busson. You are one of those sweet persons who like to put poor secretaries like myself entirely at their ease. Your brother tells me that on your return to France, His late Majesty King Louis XVIII made a grant to you all as a mark of his esteem.
A trifle of no great consequence.
Perhaps not to you, Miss Busson, but to anyone else it would no doubt appear magnificent. How I wish that you could see my home in Scotland. The wild scenery would appeal to a sensitive nature such as yours.
Does Sir Thomas vary his time between Scotland and London?
Well, no, hardly. The air of Scotland is a trifle damp. He is more generally in town.
You have visited him lately?
No, alas. We are not all free agents like yourself, Miss Busson.
Oh, I am as tied as you are. Did not Louis Mathurin explain to you that I give English lessons at a pension?
Yes, he did indeed. What a delightful eccentricity. He gave me to believe that you could not bear the life of a young lady of leisure.
Louise has little time for leisure.
Oh. Now, ladies, I beg of you to excuse me. My duties call. May I have the honor of calling on you tomorrow, Miss Busson?
I think Tuesday would be more suitable.
Then Tuesday it shall be. I take my leave with great reluctance.
I will see that you get a fiacre.
I thank you. Jusqu'à bientôt, mademoiselle.
It seems that Mr. Wallace has certain intentions towards you, Louise.
Oh, it's flattering, certainly, but rather disturbing.
Do you consider marrying him?
Adelaide, no such thing has been suggested. I am quite at a loss.
We were in luck. There was a fiacre passing the door.
I am distressed that Mr. Wallace is under a misapprehension regarding us. What have you given him to understand, Louis Mathurin?
Me? I have not said anything. Well, I happened to mention that my family possessed a chateau in Sarthe and one or two things like that. It is true that the chateau no longer exists, and I was going to tell him so, but...
I don't like this dissembling.
There is no dissembling. He seems a good fellow and knows people of influence. I thought perhaps he could get me one or two introductions. I am working very hard on an invention, as you know, and he declared himself interested. Why, Louise, do you turn up your nose at him?
On the contrary, I like him very much. I'm only afraid he will be disappointed in us.
My beloved sister, when my invention is perfected, we need none of us worry again. We will all be famous, and you will be the first to accompany me in my rocket to the moon.
And so Louise, flattered by Godfrey Wallace's seemingly excessive adoration, accepted his proposal, and in the absence of her mother in Hamburg, was married at the Église Suisse on the 14th of April, 1830, in spite of warnings from her more cautious friends and the fact that no proper marriage settlements had been arranged. The reception was small, partly at Louise's own request, and as soon as the health of the bride and bridegroom had been drunk, Mr. and Mrs. Godfrey Wallace left for the Hôtel de Paris in the Madeleine, which was to be their temporary home. They dined alone in their rooms, and during the meal, Louise noticed that her husband's nervousness had returned.
Are you ill, my love?
No, just a slight headache. The excitement of the day, you know.
Oh, then you have something on your mind.
Have I? My beloved wife. What you will think of me, I dare not say. The fact is, I'm momentarily embarrassed for money.
Oh, Godfrey.
An unlucky speculation, one thing and another. In short, at the moment, I have less than 100 francs.
100 francs?
Yes.
Do you mean that you have not sufficient for our board here?
There lies the difficulty. My intense love for you, Louise, has forced me to play this little deception. My dearest angel, I am a penniless wretch. My father disinherited me 5 years ago. I haven't a sou in the world. I must throw myself on your charity.
But, Godfrey, how can I help you? My poor little annuity will never keep us both.
Oh, but you are such a capable little manager. You will do wonders. I dare say that when your chateau is fully restored, your brother will make provision for us. In the meantime, your allowance...
I'm afraid there is no question of the chateau being restored. It passed to other hands, and my father was unable to claim it. He died on the voyage from Dover to Calais, you see. My mother has a little income of her own, and we have been living on that. I endeavored to help by teaching English at the Pension Poussin.
But your annuity from Louis XVIII?
I tried to tell you it was a form of courtesy, nothing more. 200 francs a year.
200 francs a year?
Yes.
But I understood you were an heiress. Mademoiselle Bisson du Maurier, with estates in Sarthe, a personal alliance from the late king. I assumed as much from your brother. And your friendship with the Duchesse de Palmela. How do you explain that?
She was my pupil at the pension. I taught her English, and she became fond of me.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Godfrey, we must pray for God's guidance. He will show us the way.
Oh, don't talk that religious cant to me.
Where are you going?
Oh, I'm going out. To breathe, to think. I'm going out.
Oh, Holy Mother, protect us and save us. Hail Mary, full of grace.
For 3 days, Louise remained at the hotel, pretending to herself that Godfrey Wallace would return. On the 4th day, the manager became suspicious and demanded payment for his rooms. And Louise, rather than argue with him, delved into her little savings and settled the sum. Then she drove to a convent at Versailles, where she had friends amongst the nuns, and wrote to her family, explaining what had happened. It was not until the 8th of July that a letter was brought to the convent, penned in the bold hand that she recognized too well. After a moment, she took courage and broke the seal.
Ah, Louise, your wretched husband has at last met with his merits. I have arrived at Calais, and at the instigation of your brother Louis Mathurin, have been arrested and thrown in prison for no less a crime than swindling and abandoning my wife. For God's sake, write to me, and endeavor to obtain the influence to release me from this base cell, and I will endeavor to atone to you for my crime.
In a fever of excitement, Louise set out for Paris. She ran round and round her little circle of friends, begging for money, until at last a sufficient sum was collected and dispatched. On the 22nd of July, Adelaide, watching for the facteur from the window in the Rue de la Lune, rushed down to the concierge and came up again with a letter bearing the Calais postmark. Louise took it from her and read it aloud.
My ever-lovely Louise, I am at the moment about to embark for England. I have this morning been liberated at your instigation
and
with the money you sent.
At 3 this afternoon, I leave this accursed land of France forever. I will write on my arrival in London. And until then, I am ever your sincere lover and husband, G. Wallace.
Oh, at last I know. I shall never see him again. Never.
At this moment, a letter came from the Duchess of Palmela, begging her dearest Louise to come to Portugal to be present at the birth of her first child. She went at once, glad to be rid of Paris and its memories. During the weeks that followed, Mrs. Clark, through her lawyer in London, continued the search for the missing bridegroom. Word came that Wallace had enlisted in the service of the East India Company and was now in India. From Portugal, Louise wrote to her brother begging him to call on Mrs. Clark to thank her for the trouble she'd taken. So Louis Mathurin set forth one September afternoon, knowing very little of the Clarks, and having only a vague memory of a painted, overdressed old lady he'd seen only once. He had no recollection whatsoever of the daughter. As he climbed the stairs to their apartment, he was aware of music borne down to him from the landing above. Someone was playing Schubert's Serenade, and on a harp. Half-consciously, he began to hum, turning the handle of the door as he did so, and walked straight into the apartment without thinking, never waiting for the servant to introduce him. Ellen Clark looked up and ceased playing. As if the silence had brought him back to reality, he stopped humming, bowed.
Miss Clark? Louise never told me you were a musician. How many hours I have wasted when I might have known.
I saw you at the wedding. You must be Louise's brother, Louis Mathurin.
Music has spared us the absurd formality of introduction.
Louise has often told me about you. Firstly, you were a singer, and now you are a scientist, neither of which Louise really approved of. And also you are an atheist, which frightened her.
Louise should have been a nun. She does not exist in the world at all.
Were you not brought up as a Catholic?
Of course I was. That's why I'm an atheist. Catholics are persecutors of philosophy and free thinking.
I'm inclined to agree with you. But then I never had any religion at all.
We shall agree famously then. We are both free thinkers and we adore music. What do you know of science?
Very little, but I desire to know more.
You have a Roman face. How old are you, I wonder?
2 years younger than Louise.
Then you are the same age as myself. Ha! We become more and more alike. And you spent your childhood in England, as I did, and you grew up in France, even as myself. Why, we may even have travelled here on the same boat.
We left England in the March of 1810.
So did we. But this is amazing. What a coincidence. Why has Louise never told me all this?
We have never discussed it.
And you have known her for 10 years, and I have known you for 2 minutes, and already understand you better. I shall visit you often. Do you mind? Now Louise has gone to Portugal. There is no one to listen to me when I talk about myself.
I will listen, but I will also talk.
Better and better. Oh, here is the letter from Louise addressed to Mrs. Clark. Will you open it?
No, my mother dearly loves a letter. She has so few these days.
Ellen, who are you prattling to?
God save my soul, is this your mother?
Oh, I know who you are. You are Louise's brother. The family likeness is ridiculous. Where have you been hiding? Why have we never seen you before?
Madame, the loss is entirely mine. When Louise mentioned the Clarks, she omitted to tell me that Miss Ellen possessed a sister. You are she, I presume.
None of your nonsense, Mr. Busson. You're quizzing me, I know. How'd you like me gone?
I had not noticed it. The wearer holds my attention.
Damn me, what a liar you are. What have you both been talking about?
Madame, we discovered that we are affinities. Born in the same year with the same tastes.
She's a good daughter, Mr. Busson. I wouldn't part with her for the world. Only for a rich husband with several thousands a year.
Perhaps Miss Clark would have something to say in the matter.
Miss Clark would much rather not be discussed at all.
You've a fine voice, Mr. Busson. I heard you just now. You ought to train for opera.
I intended to, but there were family obstacles.
With your appearance, you'd have made a fortune. What is your profession, then?
I dabble in science, madame. I invent machines. I am engaged on a miraculous machine that will carry us all to the moon.
To the moon? What would you do when you got there?
Well, that, madame, I must confess, had not occurred to me. No doubt we will explore the territory, come upon strange beasts, strange men even.
Strange men me foot. If they were made any different, I shouldn't know what to do with them.
Ah, but Mrs. Clark, what fun it would be finding out. Huh?
And so Louis Mathurin became a frequent visitor to the Clark's apartment, while Ellen suddenly discovered how lonely she'd been before he became her companion. Men had never shown an interest in her before. They came to the house to be amused by the mother. But a month after their first meeting, Ellen entered her mother's room in a state of great excitement and told her that Louis Mathurin had proposed. The marriage took place at the British Embassy in 1831, attended by both families, and Ellen and her husband left for a honeymoon in Brittany. Mrs. Clark returned to London on the arm of her son George, lately back home with his regiment from India. Ellen and Louis Mathurin's first son was born in 1834 and was named Georges Louis Palmela du Maurier. Palmela as a compliment to the distinguished friend of his Aunt Louise. Shortly after, though, Louise in Lisbon received 2 letters from Paris. One from her brother told her of the birth. The other, forwarded from her mother's house, bore an Indian stamp. She opened it with a sense of foreboding.
Bombay, 1834. Madam, I have the unpleasant duty of informing you that Mr. Godfrey Wallace died at this place in September last. It was his last request that I should inform you of it. Some obstacles arose which prevented me from carrying out until now this afflicting duty. I am, madam, your most obedient servant, H. Elgan, Clerk, East India Company.
In the cold finality of her husband's death, Louise's thoughts turned to her young, newly born nephew, and she prayed for the dead and for one just beginning to live. The Buisson du Mauriers had an apartment on the first floor at number 80 in the Champs-Élysées, and with Ellen's allowance from her mother and Louis Mathurin's occasional contributions, they managed to live in reasonable comfort.
Ellen, I must away to the laboratory. Time is pressing.
I hope your new invention will progress today.
Of course it will. Give me some of the housekeeping money, my love. I will return it to you directly I get my loan back from Dupont.
You should not lend money to your friends. It is a very bad principle.
I know.
Besides, we cannot afford it.
I know, dear heart, but I can never refuse a loan. I cannot hurt a fellow's feelings.
My purse is on that side table.
I met a man earlier this morning. In fact, we had a little refreshment in the cafe. And it appears that he has an uncle who has a very influential friend who would be just the person to show a practical interest in my invention.
You spend too much of your mornings in these cafes.
Ah, that is where you are mistaken. More business is done in a cafe than ever is done in an office.
Oh, my letter this morning was from Mother, suggesting that we cross to England to stay with her at a house in Sussex.
No. What do you think of it?
Well, as my brother George is to be George Palmella's godfather, I consider it would be suitable to have the christening in England.
If christened he must be, let it be in England. And your mother will no doubt find me a suitable patron for my portable lamp, on which I have spent so much time.
I name this child George Louis Palmella.
Well, Ellen, my dear, a damn fine christening. Everyone was there, and the county dames who have been looking askance at Mamma consider her role as grandmother most becoming.
Yes, George. Or should I call you Captain Clark?
My promotion is so recent that I can never have enough of the title. Well, I'm due for foreign service again before long, and the problem is, what is to become of Mother?
Our mother has remarkable powers of survival.
Why not live over here with her? The country air will be extremely beneficial to the child, and you would have an English nurse. I may as well tell you I haven't much desire to see my nephew grow into a Frenchman.
How can we live in England when Louis Mathurin has his work in Paris?
Oh, my dear sister, I have no wish to hurt your feelings, and I have the utmost regard for Louis. Only, what exactly is his work?
He has his laboratory, and he was working on a new invention just before we left.
And the rocket to the moon idea. I have not heard him mention it lately.
There was some technical difficulty. Of course, our problem is always the same. No capital, no backing behind any enterprise.
Do you find you can manage comfortably on the allowance Mother makes you?
Sometimes it is a little difficult. Louis is a child in many ways. He does not seem to understand the value of money.
I thought he understood it very well. Since you have been here, he has borrowed £20 off me.
I'm sorry, George. You shall have the money at the end of the month when my allowance is due.
Oh, nonsense. I don't wish to hurt your feelings. But living as you do, you should manage very well on your allowance. But when it comes to supporting your husband as well, that is another matter. However, do not let us talk of it again. But if you are ever in want, my dear, write privately to me.
Ellen, George, look at this letter. Palmella has been made ambassador to Brussels. He and the whole family are leaving Lisbon in June when he goes to take up his appointment. What a splendid thing for them all. This appointment of Palmella's has come at a most opportune time. We must profit by the occasion.
You mean that we shall be in close touch again with Louise?
Partly that, but in other ways too. Wouldn't you like to take George Palmella to Brussels to see his namesake? They are very fond of science in Brussels. What an opportunity it would be.
In May, the Buisson du Mauriers returned to Paris, and Louis Mathurin departed to Brussels to interest the Duke of Palmella in his new inventions. In his absence, Ellen found that she was once more pregnant, and when the Duchess of Palmella wrote informing her that Louis Mathurin would have a position in the Duke's suite, and that her friend Louise would be with her at the birth of the child, she decided to join her husband. They moved from Paris at the end of the summer. In February of 1836, their second son, Alexandre Eugène, was born and was christened Gigi by his small brother, who himself had earned the nickname of Kiki. And in 1839, their daughter Isabella. Exactly what services Louis Mathurin had rendered to the Duke of Palmela, it would be difficult to say. But when the ambassador was recalled to Lisbon, Louise accompanied the family in her capacity of governess, while the Buisson du Mauriers returned to France to stay with Mrs. Clark at Boulogne. Mrs. Clark was in the midst of hatching a plot, which was to be a great worry and disturbance to her daughter.
Come in, Ellen. Don't stand there frowning at me. What's the thundercloud for this morning?
Mother, it has come to my knowledge that you are thinking of publishing your memoirs.
And how did you come by this knowledge? Prying into my correspondence, I'll be bound.
Certainly not. An open letter from your lawyer, Mr. Fladgate, was in my papers this morning.
Oh.
It must have reached there by mistake.
And you read it?
I would not have dreamed of doing so had not a word caught my attention. It seems that you are threatening to publish some letters from the late Duke of York unless his brother Cambridge is willing to buy them.
You must have had a good read.
It is blackmail.
That's as may be. I have a publisher in London who is craving for the book, with the letters, of course. And he says it'll have a tremendous sale. We'll all be rich, and life will be a little less dull than it has been these past years.
You know very well that the express terms of the annuity were that all the old letters should be returned and destroyed.
Damn the annuity. It isn't enough.
Mr. Fladgate suggests that the royal solicitors will cancel the annuity if you continue with this wicked action.
I'll do what I like with my own money.
But it is not your own money. That annuity is held in trust for me and my children.
It's about time that your husband found a way of supporting his family.
I am not insensible of that. But it is not his fault that his inventions are not recognized. And what of George? Do you realize that he would have to hand in his papers, give up the army?
You're working yourself into a fine lather, me girl.
God knows I do not want money for myself. No. I've never spent a penny of my allowance on anything but necessities. But to see the annuity, the only thing that stands between us and complete and utter poverty, thrown away through a spate of ill humor and false pride. Oh, it's too much. It's too unkind.
Oh, now. Well, perhaps I'll have another think. You made me all hot and breathless. You'd better open the windows. It's bitter outside, but not as bad as it is in here.
Ellen.
What are you doing here, Louis Mathurin? We thought you were in Paris.
I was, but I left as soon as I could to tell you the news. What's the matter?
Nothing.
Oh, Ellen's overtired.
Why did you not send word that you were coming?
I wanted to inform you myself. A group of people are interested in my portable lamp. A company has been formed, the patent taken out, and now I have come to take Ellen and the boys back to Paris.
What?
I have taken an apartment in the Rue de Passy, and we are going to be rich.
Rich?
At least I hope so. And you, ma belle mère, are going to rule Paris as once you reigned over London. That is when you can tear yourself away from Boulogne, which, of course, we don't want you to do until you feel that you are quite ready.
Life in the Rue de Passy was pleasant enough. The Du Mauriers had friends and acquaintances in the Quartet, and further afield in the Faubourg Saint-Germain. There, in particular, a Madame Rosiot held soirees for the intellectual members of her circle, and at these Louis Mathurin was in his element, prophesying the wildest successes for science in the world to come, and for himself in particular. One afternoon in June of 1844, at the particular request of Madame Rosiot, Louis Mathurin and his family came to the house in the Faubourg Saint-Germain to make the acquaintance of Madame Rosiot's mother, Madame Duval, who had journeyed to Paris from Sarthe to visit her daughter. Madame Duval, who was 80 years of age, seemed to take an intense interest in Louis Mathurin and his family as they entered the room.
Maman, may I present Monsieur and Madame Buisson du Maurier? These are their sons, George and Eugène, but we call them Kiki and Gigi. And this is their small daughter, Isabella.
Oh, I am delighted to make your acquaintances.
Isabella, curtsy to Madame Duval.
Oui, Maman.
Oh, how prettily she does it. I remember my own mother instructing me to curtsy to His Majesty Louis XV, so many years ago. It was at our glass foundry at La Pierre.
That is most interesting, madame. I've always understood that my father was a gentleman glassblower and owned several foundries before the Revolution.
Your father emigrated to England.
At the outbreak of the Revolution, he followed the example of the clergy and the aristocracy and took his young bride, my mother, to England. And suffered much penury in consequence.
Your mother, tell me, was she good to you?
Oh, yes, the best in the world. Yeah, she had a hard struggle after my father left us in 1802. He died tragically on his way back to France, you see.
Monsieur Buisson, or du Maurier, please give me your hand.
Madame?
Forgive me, but I have every reason to believe that you are my nephew.
Nephew?
The son of my eldest brother, Robert Mathurin.
I'm afraid I don't understand. I met Madame Rossier only just over 2 weeks ago. I had not the pleasure of her acquaintance before.
Yes, I know just how you met, but she was too overwhelmed when she learnt your name and your history to tell you that her maiden name was Buisson, and that her uncle was Robert Mathurin Buisson, a master glass engraver who emigrated to England.
No.
However, she wrote to tell me all these things, and that is why I am here now. Yes, you have your father's eyes, his hair, the quick tilt of the head. You are Robert in the flesh. Oh, my dear boy, I have waited for this moment for 50 years.
But the name Buisson, I was brought up to understand that we were descended from an ancient Breton family, that my father became a master glassblower merely for his own amusement. Do you mean to tell me that none of this is true?
Your father was, first and foremost, the most incorrigible farceur that I have ever known. If he invented these tales, it suited his purpose at the time.
But the Chateau Le Maurier, the chateau that was burnt to the ground by the peasants during the Revolution.
A farmhouse, unchanged since your father was born there in 1749. We have cousins there still.
There must be some misunderstanding. My mother can have known nothing of this unless she... Oh, my sister is companion to the Duchess of Palmela in Lisbon. My brother Jacques is in business in Hamburg. I myself, with the help of influential friends, intend placing on the markets of the world a lamp of my own invention. We have great hopes.
You are an optimist like your father. So much the better. It makes life comparatively easy.
Oh, tell me about him. I must know everything, even if he was not born in a chateau, as you say.
He did not die on the voyage back to France. That was another man whose identity and papers he assumed for certain reasons.
What?
He died in 1811 in Tours, a poor but honorable schoolmaster.
Oh, I see. Oh, my poor father.
I am sorry, Madame du Maurier, if all this distresses you.
On the contrary, Madame, I feel that we are on firmer, safer ground.
And this is your eldest son. How old are you, Kiki?
I am 10 already.
Ooh, quite an age. And what do you intend to do when you grow up?
My father hopes that I'll become a chemist, but I don't like chemistry very much. I like to draw most of all.
Then, if you are good at it, you must draw. Louis Mathurin, I wish to make a gift to your son Kiki. It is his right of inheritance. Zoe, my dear, please hand me that leather case that I placed on the table.
Here, Maman.
There. This is the crystal goblet, made in the foundry of La Pierre Coudrisseux and engraved by my father, Mathurin Buisson, on the occasion of the visit of King Louis XV. My father used to say that as long as it remained treasured in the family, the creative talent of the Buissons would continue in some form or another through succeeding generations. This glass, Kiki, is for you.
Oh, thank you, Madame.
Remain true to your talent, and the glass will bring you luck. Abuse your talent or neglect it, and the luck will run out of the glass and spill all around you. Tomorrow, I shall return to my house at Gay Delaunay to prepare for your visit to me. I will tell you then the truth of your heritage, of which there is much that is fine, much that is beautiful, and in which you may take pride.
In the years from 1844 to 1851, many things occurred to alter the lives of the Du Mauriers. After the death of the Duchess of Palmela in childbirth, Louise returned to France from Lisbon and made a home for herself in the convent at Versailles. In 47, Kiki and Gigi went to school at the Pension Foussard, and the family moved from Passy to the Rue du Bac. George Clark had left the English army and was living with his mother in Boulogne. He was a frequent visitor to Paris, and there in his sister's house, he and Louise met frequently. In the spring of 51, Louise was bidden by Ellen to the Rue du Bac for a very special reason.
Dear Louise, I asked you to come today especially, as George is in Paris and is coming here at 6 o'clock.
Oh, it will be delightful to see him again.
He tells me he has news of great importance.
What can it be?
Has it not struck you, Louise, that George has always paid you a considerable amount of attention when you've been together here?
He has always been very courteous.
George has never been one of these compliment-paying gallants, but I thought it very odd that he questioned you so closely on marriage. Of course, he knows your sad misfortune in the old days, but it looked to me as if he were making some allusion to the future. Did he commit himself in any way?
He remarked that it was not until a man had reached years of discretion, as he had, that he could know his own mind. He said something about 55 being the prime of life.
Did he really? I should call that very significant.
People of our age, he told me, need sympathy and love. And did I not agree? And was I not lonely at the convent?
My dear Louise, that practically amounts to a proposal.
Ellen, do you think so? Really, I have never considered such a possibility at my time of life, with my rheumatism and one thing and another. Why, Ellen, I hardly think I could accept.
Nonsense, Louise. It would be just the thing for you. I'm sure George would not presume upon you in any way just because you were his wife.
Oh, as to that, I am sure that I am quite as capable of fulfilling the duties of a wife as anybody else. I am not suggesting that I could have children.
No, naturally. I understand perfectly to what you're referring.
After all, I should need no preparation. I'm not like a young girl who must have a trousseau. All my things are in good order. A new nightgown or two, perhaps.
You seem quite prepared to accept him.
I have a great regard for your brother, and I believe I could make him happy.
That is what I feel. There is no need to tell you how happy it would make all of us. I will say nothing to Louis until George tells him himself.
Captain Clark, madame.
Thank you, Charlotte.
Ellen, my dear. And Mr. Murray, what good fortune indeed.
I have been expecting you. But Louise and I have been gossiping, and I had no idea it was already 6 o'clock.
I'm a little in advance. Impatient, you know. But I'm so glad that Mr. Murray is here. Ellen, have I your permission to make a statement of great importance?
You have indeed.
Well, then, here goes. I'm going to be married.
Oh, George. We have been expecting this for some time, and we think you have made the best possible choice.
Ellen,
But wait until you see her.
See her?
Georgie, my sweetest heart, come in and be introduced. Let me present to you Miss Georgina Lewis, the future Mrs. George Clark.
But Miss Lewis...
Is a young girl. Is that what you were going to say? Well, she's not too young to know what she's doing. Damn it, she's 19.
Oh, please forgive me. We are all very pleased to make your acquaintance, Miss Lewis.
Oh, dearest Mrs. du Maurier, call me Georgie, please.
Please sit down, Miss Georgie. Charlotte will bring us tea this instant.
Dear Mrs. du Maurier, how wonderful to meet you.
This is my sister-in-law, Mademoiselle Louise Busson du Maurier.
How do you do?
Oh, George has talked often of you and said you had been like another sister to him.
Georgina and I met a year ago in India. She came out to be with her brother in the regiment. And we gave a dance for her 18th birthday. Of course, I didn't have a look in. The young fellows swarmed round her like bees round a honey pot.
Oh, George, dear, don't be naughty. The ladies will think me a great flirt.
And so you were. And then her horse ran away with her. Don't blame him at all. And the old fogey, that's me, rescued her and brought her back, and after that, she didn't think I was quite so ancient.
George is so powerful, so strong.
Now, dear, don't overdo it. To cut a long story short, we became good friends. She came home to England, I went to Boulogne. We corresponded, and I took Mamma into my confidence, and Mamma asked her to stay. And the day before yesterday, she made me the happiest man on earth.
Of course, your angelic mamma, Mrs. du Maurier, has been our good angel. She is just the sweetest person in the world. I positively dote on her. George gets quite jealous, don't you, my love?
Ellen, if you will excuse me, I must take my leave. There are so many things that I have to do, and...
I understand that you reside at Versailles, mademoiselle.
In a convent, Miss Lewis.
Oh.
Captain Clark, I wish every happiness to you and to your bride-to-be. You are both very fortunate.
Mr. Murray.
Louise, I will see you out.
Ellen, I would prefer not. I shall communicate in a short time. Goodbye.
George Clark and Georgina Lewis were married in May, and Louise's tears were shed unheard within the walls of her convent room. Ellen went up to Boulogne for the wedding, taking the 12-year-old Isabella to be a bridesmaid. Louis Mathurin was in London, still canvassing his inventions, and on her return to Paris, Ellen found her son Kiki, now aged 17, in a state of apprehension and distress.
What is this you are telling me, Kiki?
That I have failed at the Sorbonne in the written part of the Latin section.
After all the encouragement you have had from Papa and myself, and no expense spared over your education? Who is going to employ you now without a degree? What sort of position do you expect to take up in the scientific world? No doubt you think it very amusing
Oh, Mamma, how can you say that? You surely do not think that I wanted to fail the examination?
I don't know what to think. Of course, I know what it is. It's all this drawing.
But, Mamma, I only sketch for my own amusement.
Exactly. For amusement. You fail in your exams because you prefer amusing yourself with a pencil and generally at other people's expense. Don't think that I did not catch a glimpse of that caricature of your Uncle George the other day, because I did. A nice tribute to a godfather who made you a handsome present of 20 francs before he went away.
Oh, Mamma, please stop.
I am not going to tell your Papa. You will have to break the news to him yourself. A fine surprise it'll be to him when he greets you in London, after all the worries he has there already.
Mamma, wouldn't it be better if I wrote to him and did not go to London?
Certainly not. It was arranged that you should go on the 15th, and on the 15th you shall go. It is extremely possible that we shall all live in London. His business prospects appear brighter there than here. It will be a good thing for Isabella, at any rate. I shall take care that she goes to a good college.
But what about Gigi, Mamma?
Well, Gigi will have to stay in France. Your Aunt Louise will make herself responsible for him. Now it is time you went to bed. I have had an exhausting day. My head is splitting. When you go, the steamer will take you direct to London Bridge, and Papa will be there to meet you.
Papa! 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 Why are you waving that ridiculous umbrella? And scarlet, too.
Because it cheers one up. It's like Paris. She comes. Good. They've got the gangway up. Come ashore. Come ashore. Oh, my boy, it's good to see you. But why are you looking so miserable?
Papa...
Now, you needn't tell me. I can see it. You failed. Don't worry, it doesn't matter. We'll go and have some dinner and forget all about it. Oh, pray de ma blonde, favor, favor. Make way there, make way.
Have you seen Froggy?
Oh, pray de ma blonde,
In the same year, the family crossed from France and went to live at number 44 Wharton Street in Pentonville, all except Gigi, who in due course joined the French army. In 1852, old Mrs. Clark died, and the annuity became Ellen's. This improved matters, and Louis Mathurin was the first to take advantage of it.
I shall install Kiki in a laboratory of his own. I've had my eye on such a place for some time in Barge Yard, Bucklersbury.
But, Papa, don't think me ungrateful, but please believe me when I tell you that I shall never make a chemist. Let me do anything but chemistry.
Nonsense, my boy. If I can succeed, so can you.
We have yet to see your successes, Louis.
Oh, you may scorn me, but you may remember that my lamp has had many sales.
Many is not a living.
And you will be surprised and delighted, I hope, to hear that I have had some lucky ventures on the stock exchange.
Louis, you are not gambling again. You will ruin us.
On the contrary, I am able to offer the family extra advantages, including this laboratory for Kiki.
You should use the money for yourself.
And indeed, you may well be in need of it since you have this wretched lawsuit pending.
Oh, my friends will help me. It is a monstrous imposition on my integrity, this argument about patents. The invention is purely mine.
It will need money to prove that.
If I cannot raise the necessary amounts here, I shall go to France, where I am certain that I shall find aid. Louise will do everything she can.
And to France he went, where Louise did all she was able to do, even to securing a contribution from the Duke of Palmella on the grounds of old friendship. But when Louis Mathurin returned to England, the lawsuit dragged on and on until he was exhausted, and he reaped no benefit from an arranged settlement. In 1856, his health began to fail, and with it his courage and his gaiety. And in June he was desperately ill, and developed a melancholia entirely foreign to his nature.
What are you thinking of, Papa?
Life, Kiki.
So sad. Simone. I've lost everything. Courage and hope. I feel alone. Alone.
But we are with you always. Mamma, Isabella, and I. We'll never leave you.
I don't mean that sort of loneliness. You are growing up, Kiki, but you cannot quite understand.
I understand that if we'd stayed in France, this would never have happened. Ever since we came to London, there have been difficulties and worries and... Oh, nothing has gone well.
No, they were there before, but they did not matter. Well, please put another pillow under my head.
Oh, of course. There. I have had a letter from Gigi, Papa. He says he would like to come to London to see us all.
Yes.
It has been such a long time. Aunt Louise would like to come too, but the journey is long and would be too arduous for her.
What does her mother say to all this?
She doubts if we could afford his board and lodging.
Kiki, will you please come downstairs for a moment? I want to speak to you.
Yes, Mamma. What can Mamma want?
I'd better go and see my boy. I feel tired. So tired.
The doctor has just gone, Kiki. He spoke with me a long time after he left your father. He thinks there is probably an hereditary tendency to severe melancholia. And he suggests calling in a specialist at once.
A specialist? Can we afford that?
We must. He also thinks that your father should be removed to a quiet nursing home where he would have the proper care and attention due to his state.
You don't mean a mental home?
He said it was a special place trained to deal with these cases. We can't send your papa away. He's like a poor, puzzled child sitting up there in bed staring at the sky. He's always been a child from the very beginning of our married life.
Oh, darling Mamma, of course we won't send him away. If he gets worse, I can look after him. I can be his nurse. He will get better, Mamma. I'm certain he'll get better.
He was always so generous, so reckless. If only he'd been more thoughtful, we would not be living here now.
Were none of his inventions successful, then?
Only the portable lamp brought in a little money. Oh, I've had so many worries in my life, so much anxiety. Even in Paris, there was always this endless struggle against poverty.
It never seemed to me that we were poor. We always had plenty to eat, and such good food, too. You helping us to soup à la bonne femme out of a large tureen, and then suddenly Papa would come in with his cape flung over his shoulders like a cavalier, and his silk hat on his head. And I used to think that it was so beautiful that I would burst into tears.
Did that all happen, Kiki? I have no memory left. You have all the imagination of the family.
Oh, Mamma, we were happy then. Whatever you like to say.
Perhaps. Oh, this sultry weather. It's so hot in the house. I think I'll go out for a little while. I may call in to see Dr. Harvey and explain to him that we cannot bear the idea of your father going to a home. Besides, we could not afford it. Will you stay here and listen for Papa?
Yes, Mamma. Don't look so sad.
I will try not to. I will not be long.
Mamma is right. It is hot. What is that? Papa! It can't be. He hasn't sung for months. Oh, he's better. He's better. Oh, Papa. I heard you below. You were singing again. Oh, this is wonderful beyond words.
Neigen, beugen, zärtlich, zum Kusse der
Papa, come away from the window. You must get back into bed. Papa.
Sie flüstern von einem Mäglein, das dächte die Nächte und Tage.
Oh, Papa! What is it? What has happened? I'll lift you up. There. Now, that's better. Papa, come back to bed. Papa, why don't you speak? Why are you staring at me? Oh, no. Papa, you can't have died. But I'm here. It's Kiki. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, no.
The sadness of Louis Matrin's sudden death has naturally been a great shock to you, Ellen. But now that he is no longer with us, you must look to the future. As your brother, I shall do everything in my power to aid. Have you any plans?
We shall give up this house as soon as possible. Kiki has no wish to remain in London. I do not care where I go.
And what does Kiki intend to do?
I shall dispose of the laboratory and go to Paris to study art.
My dear fellow, you may have a certain talent with your pencil, I don't deny it, but to make art your profession is another matter. It'll be years before you make any money.
I can't help that. It's the only thing I care about and the only thing I can do.
May I ask what you propose to do about your mother?
Mamma will come and live with me. Her little income will be enough to keep us. As soon as I earn a sou, I shall pay for my board, of course.
Helen, does this idea meet with your approval?
I really do not see what else we can do. Kiki is not really fitted for chemistry, in spite of all the money and patience poor Louis and I have spent on him. He can draw, we know that. I could not possibly let him go and live in Paris by himself. And as you know, George, we can live for next to nothing over there.
And Isabella?
Kiki has suggested that she should go as a paying guest to the parents of her great friend Emma Whitewick. Of course, the father's in trade, but they're a very good sort of people.
She will always be welcome with us at Milford for the holidays. Has anyone heard from Eugene? Gigi, as you call him?
He has not yet had time to reply to Kiki's letter, but we imagine that he will continue in the army as before. There is an alternative, that Isabella should come to France as well.
It would be much better if you and Isabella were parted for a time. You get on each other's nerves. You, Mamma, nag at her continually, with the result that she becomes impertinent and foolish just to annoy you. I don't dream all the time, you know. I observe people sometimes.
Hardly the way to speak to your mother, all the same.
Uncle George, Papa is dead now. And as his eldest son, I step into his place.
This is a surprising tone coming from you.
You have been extremely considerate and generous to us all over a number of years, and I can't thank you enough. But if there is any decision to be made regarding my family, the final word will be with me.
My dear boy, I have not the slightest desire to interfere. Naturally, your mother consults me as her legal representative. Your father has left a number of debts, and until they are settled, you can't, any of you, have an extra penny. So I hope, for your sake, you make yourself independent with your paintbrush as soon as possible.
I shall hope to do so.
Well, Ellen, I have a train to catch. You and Isabella will, of course, make Milford your home until you come to a settled decision regarding the future. Georgina and I will be delighted to have you. No, don't see me out, Ellen. I am quite capable of finding my way. Remember, we expect you and Isabella at Milford.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mamma, if I appeared contrary with Uncle George.
It is no matter. It was rather pointed that he did not invite you to Milford as well as us. I'm afraid he has not got over that silly little flirtation between you and Georgina when you were staying there last year.
Well, as you know, Mamma, it was nothing. We were both younger than Uncle George, and Wales can be very boring, especially when it rains.
It rains in Paris, too, sometimes.
But in Paris, the rain dances, and there is always something to do. There is even work to do.
The lease of Wharton Street was disposed of successfully. Ellen and Isabella went to Milford, and Kiki caught the Boulogne steamer at London Bridge, as he'd longed to do so often during those 6 months of exile in Pentonville. The smell of France invaded his nostrils as soon as he stepped ashore at Boulogne, and when his train drew into the platform in Paris, and there was the same noise, the same incredible confusion, Kiki could have burst into tears. He returned to his father's old rooms in the Faubourg Poissonnière and went to study painting at the Académie Glaire in the Rue Notre-Dame des Poitirons Saint-Michel. He made numerous companions of all nationalities. His best friends were Tom Armstrong, older than himself, Lamont, Rowley, Pointer, and Aleko Ionides, as well as the slightly sinister Jimmy Whistler, who wore his dark curls long and was a great poseur. When Ellen arrived in September, she was surprised to find him surrounded by so many young men. He'd never shown himself particularly sociable in London. There was no doubt that he'd found his vocation at last. In the April of the following year, Kiki decided that life in Paris was too easy, and so he decided to go to the academy at Antwerp, under the direction of de Keyser, with the well-known Van Lerius as art master. In Antwerp, one could live even cheaper than in Paris, and as his mother was agreeable, he took up residence in the spring, while she went back to England to visit Isabella. It was not until August that the first shadow appeared. In the studio one morning, he and the other students were painting the head of an old man from life under the eye of their master Van Lerius, when suddenly Kiki put his hand over his left eye, then gave a little gasp.
Lorre, what is the matter?
Monsieur Van Lerius, I do not know.
Let me see your sketching. Yes, very good. But that line of the left cheek is out of balance, do you see?
No.
But, my dear Dumouriez, it's obvious.
I cannot see at all.
What do you mean?
When I cover my left eye, the model returns to normal, but when I shut my right eye and look with my left, I cannot see anything at all. I cannot see my companions around me.
This is extraordinary. How long have you known this?
Not at all until this morning. For the last few weeks, I have felt tired and have had headaches at night, sometimes so bad that I could not sleep. Now I know what they mean. I'm going blind. I shall never be able to paint again.
Now, we must not exaggerate. You have sight, perfect in one eye. We must see how the other can be restored. One of the finest eye specialists in Belgium lives in Louvain. I will give you his address. You will write to him, and he will make an appointment for you to go there and see him. There's no need to despair, none at all.
Well, Monsieur de Moyer, as far as I can tell, there's very little wrong with your eye. A little congestion of the retina, but I will give you a prescription. And I would also suggest that you use dark glasses for a while. Most important of all, don't worry. Go away to the sea for a month and come and see me directly you return.
Kiki took a ticket to Blankenberg, a village by the sea not far from Ostend, and stayed there a month, talking to no one and feeling that his eye was becoming worse. He returned to Antwerp in very low spirits and awaited his second visit to Louvain and the specialist's findings.
I am afraid, Monsieur de Mourier, that things have not improved. There is a slight detachment of the retina which will not stand any undue strain.
What am I to do?
You must have treatment at least once a week. And you must give up all thought of work for several months. Have you anyone to look after you?
No. My family is in England. Perhaps my mother would come out and take charge for me.
Then I advise you to communicate with her immediately.
Your letter only reached me at Milford 5 days ago. I came post-haste. I am horrified, my dear boy. You're thin and pale and shaking with nerves.
I'm sorry, Mamma, but I cannot help it.
If only I had stayed to look after you, this would never have happened. It all comes about through neglect. You say this doctor is in Louvain?
Yes.
Then we must move nearer. You cannot go every week from Antwerp to Louvain. It is too expensive. And then there are the consultation fees as well.
There is a place called Malines, which is nearer. And I believe one can live there very cheaply.
Then to Malines we will go. You will be able to benefit from the country air, and there will be no distractions, and you will be able to rest.
Malines was a depressing town, full of churches and priests with long faces, set in a flat, uninteresting countryside. The long winter months dragged on, with no substantial improvement in Kiki's condition. Even his right eye seemed to be failing, and in his despair, he harbored thoughts of suicide. At his lowest ebb, he returned home one evening.
Kiki? Is that you, Kiki? Come in and sit down. What is the matter? Is anything wrong?
No, I'm just tired.
Well, sit down and listen to this letter from Isabella. such good news. She says that Mrs. Whitewick was in the train the other day and met a lady who had just come back from consulting a celebrated German oculist in a little village near Dusseldorf. This lady was completely cured by his treatment. Also, there is an excellent school of painting in Dusseldorf itself. Now, what do you think of that?
It could be a miracle. May I see the letter?
Here it is. Of course, we could not undertake a journey of that kind without consulting your Uncle George, but I do not think he would refuse to advance us the money.
No. You have dropped something from your lap, Mamma. It's on the floor. What is it?
Why, that is Emma Whitewick's likeness that Isabella enclosed with her own. Oh, I must say that Emma has grown into a very handsome young woman, very superior looking to her parents.
Ah, she is beautiful. Such a lovely expression. What age is she?
18, I believe.
When I last saw her, she was only about 12. Yes, Mamma. Let us go to Dusseldorf. Oh, I'd like to get my eyesight back so that I can see her face as it truly is.
In the late spring of 1859, Ellen and Kiki moved to Dusseldorf. The day after they arrived, Kiki went to Grafrath to consult the famous oculist.
That will do, Mr. de Maurier.
Yes. Well, I am sorry to have to tell you that the sight in the left eye is gone forever.
Oh, no.
No. Don't be too upset. The inflammation will go down and the pain will not return. Your right eye is perfectly sound. If you care to have treatment with me here, I can promise you will be a different man.
Oh, Herr Professor, you cannot imagine what your words mean to me.
And in a little while you should be able to start painting again. I understand that you are a painter.
Well, I try. Oh, if this is true, it would be the miracle my mother has prayed for.
As long as the light is good and the hours not too long, it would be far better for you to be employed. Goodbye, Mr. de Maurier. We will get you well, never fear.
Oh, thank you, Herr Doctor. I will not worry. Ever.
And Kiki went back to Dusseldorf, treading on air. The season was just beginning, and it seemed so gay and amusing after Malines. Without knowing how it happened, he was plunged into the little Dusseldorf society, hobnobbing with the German princes of the blood and dubious counts and so-called barons and down-at-heel captains living on pensions. Nearly all of them thought Kiki a delightful young fellow and most talented with his pencil. By the end of the summer, Kiki was well enough to start painting again. He made no progress in oil, but his facility for sketching grew. Life was gay, his health was improving, there were studio parties, and he always had many friends. However, at Easter in 1860, Kiki felt a feeling of responsibility towards the future. His only money came from his mother's annuity, and this both worried him and curtailed his activities. The arrival of Tom Armstrong, a friend from the Paris days, was an opportunity for Kiki to air his forebodings.
My dear Tom, I shall never be a painter. The first study I ever painted in Antwerp is a Titian compared to the oily abominations I perpetrate today.
You ought to go in for illustrating. I'm convinced that is your true métier. Have a look at this.
What is it?
Punch's Almanac. See what you think of the work of Charles Keene and John Leach. They're both on the Punch staff. Isn't that the sort of thing more in your line?
My dear old fellow, why has nobody ever told me of this paper before? It's the best thing I've ever seen.
It's achieved a great following in London.
By Jove, these chaps can draw. What I'd give to be as good as them.
I believe you could be if you'd only try that instead of going on with your painting. Come back to London with me and we'll take the plunge together. You're wasting yourself in Dusseldorf.
Oh, I should never be able to follow in the footsteps of these fellows. I'd only make a fool of myself. Swells and snobs and flunkies, all these figures they caricature are absolutely unknown to me. I've never moved in that sort of world.
You soon would if you went to London. I'd get you introductions, old man. In 3 months, you'll be in the swim of society and you create a style of your own.
Can you see me? Now, I enjoy loafing here. It's all so damned easy and doesn't require any effort.
Oh, rot, Kiki. I don't believe you. You're itching to get away and do some real work. Now, pull yourself together, old boy, and cut yourself loose from all this.
Shall I? Oh, I don't know. I can't make up my mind. It's all so genial, so... Oh, I don't know.
But there are excellent chances for you in London. If you could get an introduction to a paper as an illustrator, it would be the beginning of a future. I have said already that I'll try to help you.
Oh, my dear old fellow, you're very good. And I will think seriously about it. But let us go to a cafe and see who is there, have some wine, then I will tackle Mamma. As Isabella came out here last Christmas to be with her, I'm sure she won't want to be disrupted.
And who is saying that she should be? It's time you were on your own feet.
Emma Whitewick and her mother have been here as well. I don't know when they're leaving. That is another thing that makes me hesitate. Mamma, if you will lend me £10, I will go to London and will pay it back to you in 3 months. I will find a cheap lodging and work like a black.
I spoke to Mrs. Whitewick about this affair this morning. They, too, are coming to the end of their time here, and she said that she would ask you into meals and keep an eye on you generally. But still, it is not the same as myself.
Did Emma agree to help?
I have no idea. I will let you have £10 to go to London, but you must be as careful as possible. As for Isabella and myself, we can live as cheaply here as anywhere, I suppose. At any rate for the present, until we know whether you are going to be successful or not.
Oh, I will be successful, Mamma. I will make my fortune.
Your father said that he, too, would make his fortune.
But Papa was different, always dreaming dreams.
You had better see that those dreams are not inherited.
And on a Rhine steamer 2 days later sailed Kiki and Tom Armstrong with Emma Whitewick and her mother. On the journey to Rotterdam, Emma looked at Kiki from her corner of the deck and thought him much too thin and too pale. She was sure he had no idea of looking after himself. It wasn't her business, of course, but she wished he had someone to take care of him, bathe his eyes, mend his socks, and give him medicine when he needed it. On Kiki's arrival in London, James Whistler, his old friend from Paris, offered him a share in his studio in Newman Street, and Kiki gladly accepted. Work slowly increased, and on occasion he would illustrate the serial stories of the various periodicals of the day. He obtained an introduction to Mark Lemon, editor of Punch, and from time to time made small contributions to that paper. In April 1861, George Clark died, leaving his wife and child with very little money. His death was a great blow to Ellen in Dusseldorf, and she wrote at once to Louise in the convent at Versailles to tell her the sad news.
I know what your feelings must still be on such a painful subject. My poor brother suffered terribly, but he died calmly. I hope, dear Louise, all is well with you. Kiki is spoken about in the English papers, and the other day a gentleman in Dusseldorf asked if Isabella was a sister of the rising young artist in Punch. It sounds as though he were becoming quite attached to Emma Whitewick. She is an excellent girl, but I can't say that I should like such a connection. And now that her family have lost so much money, it would not suit at all. Anyway, he is as fickle as the wind. I do hope he will not be impetuous.
I never really cared for the theatre in the afternoon, but today's performance I thought perfect. Are you glad we went, Emma?
Very glad. I had never heard Ruy Blas until now, and it seemed to me such perfect singing. Even you, Kiki, would be hard-pressed to exceed it.
You know I only sing to amuse people. It was Papa who had the voice.
Alas that I never heard him, Kiki. Oh, it's such a beautiful evening. Even walking home through Regent Street seems to have a special excitement. Oh, do come away from the curb. Oh. That hansom cab nearly touched you. Oh, they're such dangerous vehicles.
I'm worried about Mamma and Isabel. I do wish I could do more for them in Dusseldorf, but every fibre is so important at the moment. I had to send one to Gigi the other day to help him with his debts. Otherwise, he'd be cashiered. Just as I need money myself, all these things occur when...
We would help you if we could, Kiki, but you know Papa's circumstances are much reduced.
Oh, the very idea. But it is sweet and dear of you to think of it.
You do like London, Kiki, do you not?
Oh, I do now. I have many reasons to be grateful to it. One of the greatest is yourself.
Me?
Oh, I cannot hold back any longer. Emma, dearest Emma, will you marry me? For weeks I have longed to say it. Will you marry me?
Are you sure you will not change your mind?
Oh, never, never.
Then I will marry you.
You will?
Yes.
You will?
Oh, put down your umbrella. You can't wave it at people like that. They'll think something's wrong.
Oh, but it isn't. It's the righteous moment in my life. Oh, Emma, I will pluck up my courage and ask Lemon if he will give me a regular order for a drawing in Punch, as I want to get married.
And if he doesn't?
There is once a week, and the Cornhill and London Society, they are all taking my work. And when I become better known, the fees will increase.
Yes.
And one day I think I will write stories. I have a lot of notes put away somewhere, and I can easily find them. Well, if they were successful, that too would be a help.
I beg your pardon.
I'm so sorry, madam.
I think we should walk on, Kiki. We seem to be causing an obstruction on the pavement. Oh, let us go home and hear what Mamma and Papa have to say.
I shall have to go to Dusseldorf to tell Mamma and arrange for the family. Oh, what does it matter? One day we will be married, and that is the whole world.
Naturally, you will not think of marrying for many years. But as to the engagement, it has my approval.
We want to have the wedding as soon as possible. You know that Emma is not happy at home with her parents so at variance with each other. The atmosphere is terribly hard for her.
Possibly. All the same.
I know that you are worrying about Isabella's future here in Dusseldorf, but when we are married, she shall come and stay with us. Perhaps she will meet someone she likes in London.
When I think of how well you could have married, it makes me rather indignant, to say the least of it, that the Whitewicks should be favoured, and then not give you a sou in return.
Oh, never mind, Mamma. When you hold your first grandchild on your knee, you will be reconciled.
When I was young, such subjects were never discussed before marriage.
Why, I've drawn pictures of them already, all with big blue eyes and curly hair like angels.
I hope you have not shown them to Emma.
Indeed, I have. She has them framed in her room.
Then the sooner you get married, the better.
On Kiki's return from Dusseldorf, Mark Lemon confirmed to him that the first vacancy on the punch staff would be his. Elated, he went to the Whitewicks and said there was no longer any need to postpone the wedding, and it was fixed for the 3rd of January, 1863. Kiki and Emma found rooms in Great Russell Street, just opposite the British Museum, partly furnished with an extra room for Kiki as his studio. The wedding itself was to be a quiet affair with a few personal friends, and afterwards they'd catch the boat for a week's honeymoon in Boulogne. As he took Emma's hand at the altar, he knew that the 29 years that lay behind him counted as nothing, and that this was the beginning. This was a companionship that would continue until death. When success came to him in full measure, with his work on Punch, and later the publication of his novel Trilby, and then Peter Ibbotson, culled from those forgotten notes of his life that were put away in a drawer, he remained unspoilt, and received it with humility. He was certain that his novels didn't deserve this praise, but the public insisted, and George du Maurier became a figure in the Artistic Society of London. In 1873, a son was born to them, a son they named Gerald, and in that christening cup the fire flashed once more. And if Gerald du Maurier did not sing as his grandfather Louis Mathurin sang, he bewitched his audiences in the theatre of the 20th century as they have not been bewitched since his death. And the glass remains, and the fire is waiting, and it glows.
That was The Fire in the Glass, the second part of The Days That Are Gone, a memoir of the Buisson du Maurier family based on the books of Daphne du Maurier and adapted as 2 plays by Philip Lever. This was the cast. Mary Ann Clark, Patricia Lafan. Ellen, Margaret Wedlake. George, Frederick Treves. Georgina, Elizabeth Proud. Louis Mathurin, Michael Spice. As a child, Adam Richardson. Louise, Judith Cook. Madame Poussard, Margaret Wolfett. Eugène Saint-Just, Jane Knowles. Godfrey Wallace, Ian Lubbock. Aunt Sophie, Gladys Spencer. Kiki, Georges du Maurier, Nigel Lambert, and as a child, Adam Richardson. Emma Whitewick, Dorrit Wells. And other parts were played by Cecil Chevreau, Sean Arnold, and Andrew Sachs. The narrator was Barbara Bliss, the harpist, Eleanor Bennett. And the play was produced by Archie Campbell.
A word now about the Monday night play at 8:30 this evening. It's a modern Russian play called The Filmmakers by Edvard Rajinsky, translated by Jerry May. The Filmmakers was a great success on the Moscow stage about 4 years ago. It tells the story of a young film director making a rather adventurous film. David Buck heads the cast as the film director, and also taking part are Kika Markham, John Justin, and Catherine Lacey. You can hear this Russian play, The Filmmakers, at 8:30 tonight on Radio 4.
I'm E.G. Marshall. Before you cross our threshold, perhaps I'd better warn you about something. If you can't stand the sight of blood, you may not want to hear our latest offering, because this... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Before you cross our threshold, perhaps I'd better warn you about something. If you can't stand the sight of blood, you may not want to hear our latest offering, because this is a story all about blood. Blood in its three variations of meaning. The blood ties of family loyalty, the blood of violent crime, and just plain human blood. Think you can take it? Very well. Then please come in, pick out a comfortable chair, and try not to be too squeamish. Our mystery drama, Thicker Than Water, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Henry Slessor and stars J. Gregory. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Excuse me, sir, but do you know what happens this time of year?
Right on, pal. I happen to know that right about now a freak blizzard falls on Dumont, New Jersey, and they're snowed in for the rest of the summer. Happens every year.
Nope. You see, what happens this time of year is that you can get a particularly good deal on what is perhaps the most luxurious mid-size car on the market, the mid-size Buick Century Regal.
Well, what good's a car when you're hopelessly snowed in?
Well, that's a point.
Hey, ma'am, what's for dinner? Hey, ma'am, what you got?
What's for dinner? Your ShopRite supermarket suggests choice beef first-cut chuck steaks, just 59 cents a pound this week. Save 2 on smoked ham, shank portion 69 cents a pound, butt portion 79 a pound. For a quick meal, try Swanson's Frozen Hungry Man dinners, just 99 cents each. For dessert, ShopRite's produce department is featuring fresh honeydew melons, 79 cents each. They're great topped with ice cream. There's lots more for a little less at your ShopRite, so stop in soon.
She loves the family. She wants the best. She does all that she can do. She lets ShopRite do the rest. Hey, ma, what's for dinner? ShopRite has the answer.
You're listening to what some people think of as jungle noises. But in this case, the jungle is what they think our large metropolitan cities have become. Stalking places for predators who prowl the darkened streets, the foliage of our parks, the isolation booths of our elevators and hallways, looking for victims to satisfy their greed, their hunger, or their simple lust for blood. But the well-dressed man who walks down this particular dark and quiet street, in a neighborhood of crumbling tenements and menacing shadows, doesn't seem to be aware of lurking danger, until danger stops lurking and strikes.
Hold it, mister.
What is this?
Oh, shut up. Shut up and hand it over. The wallet. Where's the wallet?
Here. In here.
Give me that. And now, here's something for you.
Help me. Somebody help me.
May I come in, boss?
Yes, come on in, Olga.
Thanks. I didn't bring you any flowers, but from the looks of this room, you didn't need any.
I wish somebody would get them out of here. Place looks like a funeral home.
Well, is it all right to ask how you feel?
Go ahead and try.
How do you feel?
Don't ask.
Oh, I knew I'd fall for that old gag. No, seriously, Nick, how are you? You certainly look like your old self.
Yes, I'm my old self, Olga. With something extra. An 8-inch gash in my side.
Oh.
Fortunately, it wasn't very deep. They keep telling me I'll heal nicely. Whatever nicely means.
Oh, you poor man. Why did this have to happen to you?
Why not? People get mugged in nicer parts of town than the place I was at.
I guess the police were right.
About what?
They asked me why I was dumb enough to be walking around that neighborhood like a fat cat at 11:30 at night. They say I was just begging for it.
Well, why were you there?
I told you. I had an appointment with Roy Otis. Talked to him about the Parsons case. I thought I could get him to drop the charges if I went to his home personally and reasoned with him. Funny thing is, I succeeded. I was feeling so pleased with myself that I didn't think about what I was doing.
So you walked right into the arms of the mugger. I don't know what I'm going to do with you, boss. I suppose you've seen the morning paper.
No, I haven't. Story in it?
Of course, the story's in it. And guess what they say?
I can imagine. Legal defender of muggers gets mugged. I'm sure they got a big kick out of that. Headline writers dig irony.
Well, they don't actually call you a defender of muggers, but you are sort of number one in the field, aren't you? Roy Otis, that Wilson boy, the Fredericks case.
I never meant to specialize. And I can tell you one thing. It'll be a long time before I go to court to defend some knife-wielding punk.
I knew you'd feel that way.
Can you blame me?
No, I guess I can't, but that isn't going to satisfy Mr. Bleecker.
Who?
Well, don't you remember all those phone messages I've been giving you for days from Mr. Arnold Bleecker?
Yes, I remember the name. I told you to tell the guy that I'm hardly in any position to take on a new case.
Well, from what you said about your condition, you will be going back to work soon, right?
Yeah, I'll be back at the old desk in a week, I guess.
Well, that's what I told Mr. Bleecker.
Olga, will you please explain that funny look on your face?
It's because Mr. Bleecker wants you to defend his son. He's desperate to have you defend him.
What's his son charged with?
Mugging, of course. What else? Mr. Wedge's office. Oh, yes, Mrs. Hamilton. How are you? No, he's in conference at the moment, but I think I know the answer to your question. The hearing will be held at the municipal court on the 27th. Oh, yes, of course. And Mr. Wedge will be talking to you before then. Yes, I'll tell him. Goodbye.
Good morning.
Oh, hello, Mr. Bleecker.
I guess you're not so happy to see me, are you, miss?
Well, it's not that, Mr. Bleecker. It's just that, well, that I've told you it won't do any good. Mr. Wedge simply isn't able to take any more clients at the moment.
Look, I gotta get a lawyer soon. I gotta have a lawyer right now. The judge told me either I get somebody or the court will appoint somebody.
Well, you could do a lot worse than a court-appointed attorney, Mr. Bleecker. Even Mr. Wedge does that sort of thing now and then.
He does?
Yes. Most criminal lawyers do. Well, without fees.
Well, then, let him do it now. For me, for my son. But I'll pay him. I'll pay him anything he wants.
Really, Mr. Bleecker, it isn't a matter of money.
Yeah, I know. You look at me, you see a poor man, but I'll pay. I'll get the money somehow.
Olga, do you still have the file out on the Fredericks?
Mr. Wedge, please. I gotta talk to you. I've been trying to talk to you for days.
Would you be Mr. Bleecker by any chance?
I'm sorry, Nick. I told the man
Please,
that you
let
couldn't
me say 10 words to you. Haven't you got the time to hear 10 words from somebody?
All right, Mr. Bleecker, come on in.
Thank you.
Have a seat.
No, I'll stand. I'm too nervous to sit down.
Mr. Bleecker, I can save you some words. I know about your case. I know that your son has been arrested for stabbing that man.
Only he didn't do it. That's the thing. It was somebody else, and they arrested my Benny.
Well, I'm not saying that isn't possible.
I know it's true. My son told me it was true, and I believe him.
Oh, it's fine. That's the way it should be between a father and a son. But if he really is innocent, Mr. Bleecker, the chances are excellent that he'll go free.
No. The chance is rotten. The way things look, there's almost no chance. That's why I need somebody like you. Somebody who got other boys out of trouble.
I'm not a mastermind, Mr. Bleecker.
Yeah, but you got them all off. All those other boys. I heard about you. I asked around. I talked to all kinds of lawyers, and they all said, you get Nick Wedge. Nick Wedge will get your boy off.
Well, as I said, if he's really innocent, any decent attorney...
I'll pay you what you want, anything. Just get my little boy out of that place.
He's not too little, is he? 18?
He looked me straight in the face and said, Pop, I didn't do it. I didn't knife that man. You believe me, Pop? He said, I'm swearing it. On Mother's grave.
Mr. Bleecker, I'm really sorry. My schedule is full, and I was hoping to get away for a vacation at the end of the month. You see, I had a little accident myself recently.
Papers made it sound so bad. They said there are witnesses. They say people saw Benny with the knife in his hand. How could they say that? People, strangers, why would they say that about my boy?
Mr. Bleecker.
I don't say he's an angel. He runs around, he fights. Boy without a mother, it's a wild boy sometimes. Now, what can I do? I got a 24-hour business. I drive a fuel truck. I'll sell it, Mr. Wedge. You can have whatever I get for the truck.
Mr. Bleecker, listen to me. After you started coming here, I looked into the case as much as I could. I can tell you this much. It's not going to be easy to prove innocence. Maybe impossible. But it is a first offense. And with a charge of armed robbery, well, the court might be lenient.
So you looked into the case, huh? You didn't look far enough, Mr. Wedge. You didn't keep up.
What do you mean?
The man who was stabbed, he died last night.
Who are you? I'm your lawyer, Benny. Maybe.
You the lawyer my father told me about? One who gets everybody off?
If that's what he's told you, he's wrong. Sit down, Benny. We have things to talk about.
When can I get out of here? They told me I'd get out as soon as I got a lawyer.
Whoever told you that was wrong, too.
What about bail? My father says he can raise bail for me.
Bail's been refused.
What?
You heard me. Now, this is a capital offense. The victim is dead. The charge is now homicide. The court has refused bail.
You mean I gotta stay in this crummy place?
Until the trial, yes.
When's that?
Don't rush it. We need every minute of delay we can get. I don't think this is going to be easy.
Why shouldn't it be? I didn't stick that guy. I didn't have nothing to do with it.
You admitted to the police that you were there when Kenneth Archer was stabbed?
Sure I was there. I was hanging around with some guys.
You were hanging around with a street gang called the Silver Stars.
It's not a gang. It's like a club. We got a basketball squad and everything.
Yay, team.
We were all just walking down the street when this guy Archer came right in the middle of us. Now, maybe one of the guys stuck him. How should I know?
Benny, why do you carry a knife?
It's only a Boy Scout knife. They sell them all over. I use it for carving things, like, you know.
Carving what? Totem poles?
Hey, whose side are you on?
All right, sit down. Let's go over facts the way the cops have them down. Anytime I say something that isn't true, you interrupt me, all right?
Yeah.
It was 10 minutes to midnight on October 9th. You and 4 other guys, all members of the Silver Stars, were walking down Thurman Street. Kenneth Archer was rounding the corner and bumped into you. Somebody shoved him. And somebody called him a wino. And then there was a scuffle. Archer fell to the ground and everybody started running. Everybody but you. You waited behind and bent over the guy.
I wanted to see if he was okay.
Shut up. I don't want explanations. Just stop me when I say something that isn't factual. Now, you bent over Archer and then you ran off. By now, there were a couple of witnesses. Both of them say they saw you with a knife in your hand. When they reached Archer's side, he'd been stabbed in the chest. His wallet was gone.
Okay. So somebody stuck him. Why does it have to be me?
Half an hour later, the cops caught up with you in your father's fuel supply office on Chester Street. The knife was still in your pocket. Well?
It wasn't me.
Are you saying it was one of your pals?
No. I don't even remember who they were.
You mean you don't give their names? That's against the code, isn't it?
It's a big club. This Silver Stars got maybe 50, 60 guys in it. I don't know them all.
You're not helping yourself, Benny. And you're not helping me.
But what do you want me to say? I didn't kill that guy. That's all I know.
The police have the knife. It's Exhibit A. They have the knife, they have the witnesses, and they have you. Now, what have I got?
You're the lawyer. You tell me.
All right, Benny, I'll tell you. I want you to cop a plea.
Huh?
I want you to plead guilty.
You crazy?
It's the only thing that makes any sense. You put this case to a jury, you'll spend the rest of your life in a cage. Plead guilty and you'll get a break.
I won't do it. I'm innocent. I'm not going to jail for something I didn't do.
I'm talking sense to you, Benny.
But I didn't do it. I swear it.
I'm only trying to help you, son.
I'm not your son. I got a father.
No. Mr. Wedge, don't say that. You can't give up. You've got to help my boy.
Oh, that's what I'm trying to do.
I know how you feel about kids like Benny. I know what happened to you.
Well, that has nothing to do with it. If your son won't take my advice...
But if he takes your advice, if he pleads guilty to second-degree murder, he'll go to jail for sure, right?
Yes, he'll go to jail.
For something he didn't do.
Mr. Bleecker, I know you're his father, but that doesn't give you the right to ignore the facts. Look, a father's faith is a wonderful thing, but it's not a defense.
Yeah. You're right. I don't know what I'm talking about. I better go.
Mr. Bleecker.
Yeah?
All right. It's the dumbest decision I ever made, but we'll plead not guilty and then wait for a miracle.
Well, it looks like Mr. Nicholas Wedge stands a fair chance of going into court with a losing case. They say that preparation is 9/10 of the battle for an attorney. But how does one prepare for a miracle? We'll find out shortly when I return with Act 2.
At Suburban Savings in northern New Jersey, you're always the tops. So to help you reach the top, Suburban is offering you a top 7.90% effective annual yield on their 7.50% savings certificates. And Suburban guarantees it from 4 to 10 years. Just a $2,500 minimum is all you need to get your savings straight to the top. Federal regulations allow premature withdrawals on savings certificates, provided prescribed federal penalties are adhered to. Of course, Suburban also has other ways to top off your day with a wide selection of other savings plans to choose from. Your savings will always come out on top because we offer you the highest interest rates allowed by law. Come into any Suburban Savings office conveniently located in Bayonne, Edgewater, Elmwood Park, Emerson, Hackettstown, Morris Plains, Nutley, Paramus, Sparta, and Wayne, and choose the right savings plan for you.
This is WOR New York, your Mystery Theater station.
Here we are in the Criminal Courts building downtown. And from the looks of the crowd, the case of the People versus Benjamin Bleecker has attracted more than usual interest. But it's not Benny Bleecker they've come to see. Benny is just another young ruffian charged with just another street crime. But the star of the occasion is the lawyer who will be defending him. And the point of curiosity is, how will Nick Wedge succeed in saving his client in the face of some highly damning testimony?
Mr. Dankers, you reside at number 8 Thurman Street?
Yes, sir.
Have you lived there long?
About 10 years.
Please describe the events that you personally witnessed on the night of October 9th.
Well, I was sitting on the stoop getting a breath, and these kids come up the street. They was all wearing purple jackets. I didn't pay no attention on account of you see kids like that all the time, you know? They were marching like in a straight line, taking up the whole street, you know? And then this man comes around the corner.
The man being Kenneth Archer?
I didn't know the name at the time. He was just a man coming around the corner. And he bumps into this line of kids.
Was there a scuffle then?
Oh, yeah. There was a lot of pushing and shoving, all right. I mean, these were the kind of kids who thought they owned the whole street, you know?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained. Just describe what occurred, Mr. Dunkers.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do. Anyway, they all started pushing and shoving this man around, just because he bumped into them. And then the next thing I know, he was on the ground.
Mm-hmm. Had he been hurt, in your opinion, or just knocked to the ground?
Well, I couldn't tell, you know. I mean, he was kind of on his hands and knees like.
And what happened to the young man who knocked him down?
Well, they all ran off, you know. I mean, kind of laughing and yelling stuff.
All of them?
Yeah. All 5 of them run off. Only then, one of them turns back all of a sudden and goes up to the guy. I saw him bend over him.
Did he speak to the man?
I don't know. I don't think so. I saw him reach down. I guess that's when he stabbed him.
Objection. Sustained. Please don't volunteer information, Mr. Denkers. Just answer the attorney's question.
All right, Mr. Dankers. What happened then?
Well, then he ran off, just like the rest of them. But that's when I saw the knife in his hand.
You actually saw the weapon?
I sure did.
But you didn't know that the knife had actually been used until you went up to Kenneth Archer.
Objection, Your Honor. The assumption that the wound was caused by the weapon that this witness presumably saw is unwarranted.
All right, I'll be happy to amend my statements, Your Honor, that Mr. Dankers didn't know that a knife had actually been used until he went up to the fallen man.
Will that satisfy your objection, Mr. Wedge?
Yes, sir.
Go on, Mr. Dankers. You say you ran up to the man to see how badly he was hurt.
That's right, and by the time I got there, I saw all this blood on the ground.
Mr. Dankers, how far away were you when all this happened?
Oh, I don't know, maybe 40, 50 feet.
You got a good look at the people involved in this incident?
Well, I don't remember what the kids looked like, the ones who ran away, but the one who came back, the one who did this... you know what I mean. Him I saw clear as anything. And the knife in his hand.
Do you see the man in the courtroom right now?
Yes, sir. Yes, I do. That's him over there.
All right, no further questions.
Counsel for the defense may cross-examine.
Mr. Dankers, do you always wear glasses?
That's right.
Actually, even with correction, your vision isn't very keen, is it?
I'm 67, mister. Wait till you're my age.
It was almost midnight on a street which is lighted by a street lamp actually 30 yards from your building. Is that right?
I never measured it.
Well, I have. And you can take my word for it. The lamp is a good 30 yards from the scene of the crime. Yet you saw a small jackknife. This knife. Exhibit A. Look at it, Mr. Dankers.
Yes, I saw it.
It's not a very large knife, is it?
But I saw it just the same. It was sort of flashing in the light, you know? To tell you the truth, I might not have noticed it at all if it wasn't for one thing.
What's that?
Mrs. Dankers, my wife. She was sitting right next to me, and she said, "Look, Sol, that boy's got a knife."
All right, Benny. Let me get this straight. You claim that you don't remember the names of the other boys who were with you that night.
That's right, Mr. Wickers.
Even though they were members of your own gang. Pardon me. Your own social club.
I just met him. I mean, look, see, we all came out of this movie together. I mean, I didn't even talk to him.
Mm-hmm. I see. Benny, you do carry a knife, don't you?
Yeah. I mean, yes, sir. But, just a Boy Scout knife. Not a switchblade or anything like that.
In fact, you were carrying this knife on the night of October the 9th.
Well, yeah, I always carry it.
In fact, it was still in your pocket that night when the police picked you up.
Yes, sir.
By the way, son, were you a Boy Scout?
Who, me? No.
Uh-huh. No further questions, Your Honor.
Nick, would you like a coffee now?
Oh, yeah, Olga, bring it in. If you have some whiskey, bring that in, too. In fact, forget the coffee if you got whiskey.
Oh, sorry, boss, but it has to be coffee.
All right, thanks.
Nick, it's not going so well, is it?
Well, that's the understatement of the year.
Do you think you made a mistake putting the boy on the stand?
Well, I didn't know what else to do. I don't have any rebuttal witnesses. I don't have anyone to get up there and say that Benny Bleecker didn't have that knife in his hand. That he didn't kill Kenneth Archer. I figured the kid's own sincerity had to be my witness.
Well, do you really think he came off sincere?
What do you think?
Me? Oh, I just sharpen the pencils and make the coffee, and judging from your expression, not very well.
Well, it's not the coffee. It's me. I've got a bad taste in my mouth. It's called premonition of disaster.
You're going to lose, aren't you?
As far as I know, there's only one person in the whole world convinced of that kid's innocence. Unfortunately, that person is his father.
Too bad you can't get him on the stand.
He won't make a convincing character witness. Although he did a good job on me, didn't he? If it hadn't been for that guy, I'd never have taken this case.
Nick, do you know something? You don't look well.
Losers never look well.
When this is over, you ought to see your doctor again. Maybe that knife wound is acting up.
A head shrinker, that's what I ought to see.
No, I mean a doctor.
You know something? It's a thought. Maybe I ought to see Doc Haggerty.
Who's he?
Well, you remember Haggerty on the Hofstra case, 1969?
Oh, well, he's not the kind of doctor I mean. He's a sort of biochemist, isn't he?
That's right. He's got an office at Dugan Hospital. Olga, I'm going out. If anybody wants me, I'll be back around 4.
You mean you're going to see him now?
Yes. To find out if he's got any good medicine.
I don't understand you, Nick. You say the police have already examined the boy's knife for bloodstains using the standard benzodine test.
That's right. It didn't show any. But that didn't mean anything. They claimed that naturally Benny would wipe the knife clean.
Well, that stands to reason.
But you told me once that there was a more sensitive test for bloodstains, remember?
Yes, there's another test. It's called the reduced phenolphthalein test. It's far more sensitive, in my opinion, but it's not universally accepted. Why do you ask?
Doc, I want to make that test.
Well, all right. Get me the boy's knife.
I can't do that. It's court property. Exhibit A for the prosecution. But could you demonstrate the test for me with another knife? One just like it.
I suppose so. If you have one like it.
I do, right here. I picked this up on the way over. It's identical to the knife Benjamin Bleecker carried. Pretty cheap, too. $1.98.
Well, the cheaper the better.
Why do you say that?
I'll show you. First, I'll mix up some of the reduced phenolphthalein solution. Then, when it's done, we'll dip the knife blade into some whole blood, wipe off every trace, and dip it into the solution.
And even after it's wiped, a stain might appear?
Well, that's what I meant by a cheap knife being better. In a cheap knife, the blade is porous, so it retains microscopic quantities of blood. Even after it's wiped off. Well, let's see what happens, huh? All right, Nick. You ready for the test?
Ready when you are, CB.
Okay. Now, first, we'll dip the blade into the whole blood.
Where do you get that stuff? From vampires?
All right, then we'll wipe it absolutely clean. There. Does that look clean to you?
Like a whistle.
Okay. Now, we'll place it in the solution and watch carefully.
Hey, stuff's changing color, turning pink.
Well, you see what I mean? What appeared to be a perfectly clean blade isn't clean at all. The blood tells a story.
That's really amazing, Doc.
In fact, the bloodstains might have been there years ago, and this test would still show them up.
So if I took the kid's knife, put it into the solution, and it turned pink...
You'd be one lousy lawyer, Nick. You'd be sending your client to prison.
Yeah, maybe.
And maybe unfairly, too, because, you see, the test doesn't prove whose blood is on the knife. Even if your client just cut his own finger once, it'd work just the same. He'll look just as guilty.
All right. That's something I can straighten out with him. Right now. Hello, Benny.
Hi, Mr. Wedge.
Benny, I want you to listen to me very carefully. I've got something important to ask you. I've got an idea that may save your skin, but I have to know something. And it's got to be the truth.
What is it?
There's a test, Benny. A test that can determine whether or not there was ever blood in that knife of yours. Ever. Understand?
Yeah. So what?
Well, I intend to make that test in court tomorrow. If it's negative, the jury will know that you didn't kill Kenneth Archer.
Oh, I don't understand that kind of stuff.
I'm not asking you to understand. If you stab that man, a jug full of chemical is going to turn pink, and you can kiss your freedom goodbye. But there's something else. If you ever cut anybody with that knife, even yourself, that chemical will turn pink. So I want you to tell me now, was there ever blood on that knife?
Hey, you're trying to trick me?
Answer the question.
I told you I didn't cut that guy.
Benny.
No, it was brand new. I never cut nothing with it.
Are you sure? Absolutely sure. Not even your own finger?
No.
You can fool me, kid, but you can't fool a test tube.
I'm telling you the truth.
All right, Benny. We'll see how true it is. We'll give that knife a bath tomorrow. And God help us both if you lied to me.
Well, it looks like Nicholas Wedge is facing a real test in that courtroom tomorrow. He'll be putting his own convictions on the line in order to avoid conviction for his client. Personally, I plan to attend that court session, and you will too, simply by staying right where you are, until I return shortly with Act 3.
When you say Budweiser, when you say Bud, you say a lot of things nobody else can say.
When you say Bud, you've gone as far as you can go to get the very best.
When you say Bud, you tell the world you know what makes it all the way. When you say Bud, you say you care enough to only want the queen of beers. There is no other one. There's only something left, because the king of beers is beating all the rest. When you say Budweiser, you said it all.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
This is Marty Glickman with this week's Jets Biz. This Sunday afternoon, the New York Jets play the Chicago Bears. Won't you join me and Jet star Dave Herman for all the live Jet action from Soldiers Field in Chicago at 1:35. That's 1:35 for the Jets-Bear game this Sunday afternoon right here over WOR Radio, flagship station of the Jets Network.
Once again, the trial of Benjamin Bleecker is a well-attended affair. But the spectators have no idea that they're about to witness a dramatic experiment in which chemical science will be matched against eyewitness testimony. But let's quiet the courtroom now because the judge has something to say.
Mr. Wickers, is the prosecution prepared to make its summary?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Wedge?
Your Honor, something has occurred which I consider of paramount importance to this case. I ask the court's permission to introduce new evidence for the defense.
Objection. The defense has had sufficient time for the introduction of evidence. I suggest this is a delaying tactic.
What sort of evidence, Mr. Wedge?
It's a demonstration, Your Honor. A demonstration which will, in my opinion, clearly establish my client's innocence. Or, for that matter, his guilt.
Your Honor, if Mr. Wedge would like a postponement...
I don't want a postponement. I want to make this demonstration now. If I may be permitted to describe it to the court.
Mr. Wickers, if the prosecution has no objection.
All right, very well, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Wickers. If I may come forward, Your Honor.
What is it you have there, Mr. Wedge?
This box, Your Honor, contains a beaker with a chemical solution formulated for the detection of blood stains.
One moment, Mr. Wedge. Are you introducing expert testimony?
Please indulge me, Your Honor. Just let me explain what it's all about.
Very well.
If I may have Exhibit A. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you've seen this exhibit many times in the course of this trial. The knife which presumably killed Kenneth Archer. The knife which was in the possession of Benjamin Bleecker on the night of the slaying. Now, when someone is killed with a knife, what happens to that weapon? Invariably, it becomes covered with blood. And yet, during this entire trial, not one mention has been made of that word. Well, I mention it now. Blood. Look carefully at this weapon. I'm sure you all know that it has never left the court's possession since my client was arrested. Now look at this blade. See how clean and shiny it is? That's not surprising. The knife is new, purchased only a few weeks ago. But what may surprise you is that this clean, shiny blade can still tell a story of guilt or innocence. For as every chemist knows, there is a virtually infallible test which can determine whether an object of such porous metal has ever touched even one drop of blood. Your Honor, I intend to prove once and for all whether I have been defending a young man falsely accused or a lying murderer. I intend to dip the blade of this knife in a solution of reduced phenolphthalein, the most sensitive of all blood detection chemicals.
One moment, Mr. Wedge.
Yes, Mr. Wickers.
You say that this beaker contains what?
Well, I'll try to pronounce it a second time, Mr. Wickers, although the first was tough enough. Reduced phenolphthalein.
And how can we be certain that it contains this solution? Could be lemonade, as far as we know.
I have a statement here from Dr. Harold Haggerty of the Dugan Hospital, testifying as to the contents.
One moment, please. If you plan to produce expert testimony, why isn't that expert here to testify?
I don't plan to call a witness, Mr. Wickers. I plan only to make this test.
But you are aware that the accepted blood test in this county is the benzidine test, which is...
If the prosecution will allow me to conclude my statement...
Mr. Wedge, do you presume to be a greater expert in forensic chemistry than the county police laboratory?
I'm not presuming anything. I'm telling you that if the knife blade turns this solution pink, it will prove beyond a doubt that there was blood on Benjamin Bleeker's knife. But if it remains clear...
Your Honor, objection.
State your objection, Counselor.
This is the most ridiculous and flamboyant thing I've ever seen in the courtroom. The police laboratory has already made the standard test of the weapon and found no bloodstains on the knife. It was wiped clean.
But, Your Honor, the sensitivity of this test
At no time during this trial has the prosecution denied that absence of bloodstains. Mr. Wedge is planning to demonstrate something we already know, using a test which is not accepted as standard laboratory procedure. I suggest that this so-called demonstration is pure theatrics, intended to mislead and confuse the jury.
Mr. Wedge, the court must agree with the prosecution. You are not a qualified expert in forensic chemistry. Mere corroboration of the police laboratory report is gratuitous evidence which must be considered inadmissible.
But my client was willing to have me make the test. Don't you see? He knew the chance he was taking.
I'm sorry, the demonstration is improper. The objection is sustained.
But, Your Honor...
Sustained, Mr. Wedge. You cannot make the test.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I believe that Benjamin Bleecker is innocent. I believe this because of a test which I was not permitted to make. This boy knew that the results of this test might have condemned him to life in prison. And yet, Benjamin Bleecker told me to proceed. What could be more obvious? That no guilty person would have done so.
Will the foreman of the jury please rise? Has the jury reached its verdict in this case?
We have, Your Honor.
How do you find the defendant, Benjamin Bleecker? Guilty or not guilty?
We find the defendant not guilty.
Bless you, Mr. Wedge. God bless you for what you did out there.
Yeah. You really did a job on him, Mr. Wedge. Gee, thanks a lot.
I didn't ask you in here to congratulate me. I had another reason.
Yeah. I know we should talk about the fee.
No, Mr. Bleecker. It's not my fee I'm worrying about. It's my conscience.
Your conscience? Why?
Because of what I just did.
Yeah, but you saved my boy.
Yes, I know. But in order to do that, I had to resort to exactly what the prosecuting attorney called pure theatrics.
What? I don't understand.
I didn't want to make that test. Do you understand? I didn't want to make it. Didn't even plan on making it. I would have had to, I suppose, if there was no objection. But that was the chance I took.
So wait a minute. You didn't want to?
If the stuff in this beaker had turned pink, it would have been all over for your son. I was counting on the prosecution objecting. I wanted their objections because I thought the jury would be impressed simply by the fact that we were volunteering this experiment.
Yeah, but if you had made the test, it would have been all right, too.
How do you know?
Well, because it would have been. Because what my son said was true.
Well, there's only one way we can really know that, isn't there? You see this, Mr. Bleecker?
Hey, that's my knife.
That's right. Exhibit A.
What are you going to do?
We're going to make the test that judge wouldn't allow. We're going to make it privately. Just for us.
But why? What does it matter now?
It matters to me. That's why. Hand me that knife, please.
The knife?
Give it to me. Don't you want to know the truth, too?
The truth.
Pop, for the love of... Pop, what are you doing?
Bleecker, what are you doing with that knife?
I'm cutting myself with it, Mr. Wedge. Cutting my hand with it.
Pop, are you crazy?
Here, Mr. Wedge. Here's your knife. Make your test now.
Well, that's what I would call a bloody good demonstration of fatherly affection. Maybe Nicholas Wedge will never know whether his client was guilty or innocent, but he'll never forget that he's seen vivid proof that blood is, indeed, thicker than water. I'll be back shortly.
Pardon me, miss. Can you tell me what happens this time of year?
Rhubarb reaches its peak.
Nope.
Muskmelon reaches its peak?
No.
Oh, does it in any way involve something reaching its peak?
No, not really.
Oh.
What happens this time of year is that you can get a really outstanding deal on Buick's small but surprisingly elegant Apollo. And with what's happening to prices, you may never have a better chance to buy a Buick, huh?
Hey, I know what happens.
Yeah?
The buzzards come back to Hinckley Ridge, Ohio.
Oh. I hadn't thought of that.
Our cast included Jay Gregory, Robert Dryden, Bob Caliban, Grace Matthews, and Ira Lewis. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Joan Fontaine, Brian Ahern.
The Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Your host, the director of the Star's own theater, Roger Pryor.
Good evening, everyone. Your neighborhood good Gulf dealer and the Gulf Oil Companies welcome you to the Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Tonight, we're privileged to present one of the most beautiful plays and motion pictures of all time, Waterloo Bridge, starring Joan Fontaine and Brian Ahern. It's a dramatic love story against a background of thrilling music by Oscar Bradley's Gulf Orchestra with Frank Tours conducting. But first, suppose we hear a brief comment on human nature by our old friend Bud Easton. All right, Bud?
You know, folks, a good example of human nature is the way most of us just naturally assume that our automobiles will start off, take us where we're going, and get us back. That is, until some freezing morning when the car won't start. And then the longer you keep stepping on that starter, the shorter your temper gets. So why not take a stitch in time and use that real quick-starting team Gulf Pride motor oil and Gulf No-Nox gasoline? Because even on the coldest day in the middle of the winter, it's not too cold for the right grade of Gulf Pride motor oil. No, sir. The instant you step on your starter, free-flowing Gulf Pride helps your motor turn over. Yes, and then even inside those stone-cold cylinders, Gulf No-Nox gasoline fires in a flash and your car is ready to go. And you can be sure, too, that after your motor is warmed up, Gulf Pride motor oil gives you perfect lubrication, and Gulf No-Nox gasoline gives you a smooth, quiet-running motor, knock-proof performance under all normal driving conditions. So stop at the sign of the Gulf Orange Disc first thing in the morning and get Gulf's quick-starting team, Gulf Pride motor oil and Gulf No-Nox gasoline.
That burst of applause, ladies and gentlemen, is for Brian Ahern and Joan Fontaine, who are just entering our Gulf Theater stage. They step to the microphone, the house lights dim, and we present Robert E. Sherwood's play, Waterloo Bridge, with Joan Fontaine as Myra Lester and Brian Ahern as Captain Roy Cronin. There's the downbeat for the orchestra, and the play begins. London, 1939. The lights of Waterloo Bridge are hung against a yellow curtain of fog. A chauffeur-driven car pulls out of the slow-moving stream of traffic and noses to the curb. Its passenger is a handsome man in a colonel's uniform, gray-haired, erect, and reserved. The chauffeur turns and speaks.
Is this all right, Colonel Cronin?
Yes, it's quite all right, Thomas. I'll get out here.
Yes, sir. You've a little over an hour before your train leaves, sir.
An hour, eh? How patterns repeat themselves. Yes. I remember another time I was here on Waterloo Bridge. And I was bound for France then, too.
That was in 1916, wasn't it, sir?
17. 17 in June. Yes. I stood here at the rail. I was a young captain then. With leave almost over. Having a last look at London.
It's a fine sight from the bridge on a clear night, sir.
Yes, and it was a clear night 22 years ago. 22 years ago. All that time. And yet it's as clear as though it was.
Keep moving, please. Keep moving.
Oh, sorry, officer. Just stopped for a last look at London.
Well, been on leave, sir?
Yes, going back tomorrow.
Well, good luck, sir. Keep moving up ahead there, please. Keep moving.
Listen, the siren. Zeppelin. They're coming over. There it is again. It's a ray. Oh, I don't believe it can be.
Yes?
Is that an air raid warning?
I'm afraid it is.
Oh, dear, what shall we do? Where can we go?
The underground station's on your right.
Hurry, Kitty, Myra.
Now, keep your heads. Don't run now. Walk.
Oh, dear, my bag.
Come on. They're coming over.
My lucky charm.
Little fool, are you tired of life?
I've got to have my charm. I've had it for years. It brings me luck. All right, I'm ready.
All right, come along. I say, can't you walk any faster?
Would it be too unmilitary if we were to run?
Oh, no. On the contrary, I think it'd be a great idea. Well, you can stop being frightened now. It's a wonderful institution, the underground.
Thank you for helping me.
Oh, no, not at all. I don't see any of your friends.
Oh, perhaps they took another entrance.
Cigarette?
No, thanks.
Oh, no, of course not. I suppose you're still at school, aren't you?
School, I?
What, am I being funny?
Look over there. See that poster? That's my school.
Madame Olga Kirova.
Kirova.
Oh.
And a Russian petite ballet. We're at the Tivoli Theater.
Oh, look here. You don't mean to say you're a dancer?
Certainly. Our act goes on at 10.
What do you usually do after the show?
Oh, go home, go to bed, read myself to sleep.
Haven't you ever heard that reading in bed's bad for the eyes? Oh, look. Now, how about having supper with me at the Candlelight Club?
Oh, I couldn't. Madame Kirova doesn't allow us to have social engagements.
I'll pick you up at the stage door.
Oh, no, it's quite impossible.
I'll be there at 11.
Oh, no, I tell you, it's quite impossible. But if you are there, please don't let Madame Kirova see you.
Will this table do, Captain?
Yes, thank you, yes. Very nice. Well, what do you think of the place?
Oh, I like it. Only
what?
Well, I really shouldn't be here. Suppose Madame Kirova heard about it.
Oh, nonsense. You know, when I left you this afternoon outside the air raid shelter, I couldn't remember what you looked like. Not for the life of me. I thought, was she pretty? Was she ugly? Well, what was she like?
Do you think you'll remember me now?
I think so. I'm sure I will. For the rest of my life.
Really?
Oh, to think. If the nations hadn't gone to war, if there hadn't been an air raid this afternoon, we might never have met.
Oh, let's not blame it on the war. War's dreadful.
Yes, of course it's dreadful, but it does make you aware of the preciousness of life, as you never are in peacetime. It seems to telescope time. It makes your ears so acute that you can hear the minutes, the seconds flying by. It makes it possible for two people to meet, to look into each other's eyes, and to know in that instant that they're in love.
Do you think we're in love?
Think? I know we are.
But you don't even know my name, nor are yours.
Well, that's easily remedied. I'm Roy Cronin, captain in the Rendleshire Fusiliers. My father's a duke, and I have a scar on my left knee from the time I fell out of an apple tree at the age of 8.
My name's Myra Lester. I was born in Birmingham. I'm an orphan. And why did you climb the apple tree?
To get an apple for your first and only rival, my governess. Oh, come on. I'm too excited to sit still. Let's dance, shall we?
Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to the last dance of the evening. We hope you will enjoy the farewell waltz.
I'll write to you, Mara. Will you answer me?
Of course.
And when I get my next leave, we'll come here again.
Oh, yes.
This will be our place. This is where we shall always recapture this evening. I'll write you the train and the hour that I'll be in, and you must meet me on Waterloo Bridge. I'll step up just as though we'd never met before, and I'll say, "Oh, pardon me, miss. I believe there's an air raid. May I assist you to the bomb shelter?" And then you'll say, Darling, what's the matter?
Nothing. It's just the music. Music always makes me cry.
Wonderful evening, wasn't it?
Yes. Thank you very much. When do you leave for France?
Tomorrow evening. Look here. You do think we'll see each other again, don't you?
Perhaps. Well, here's the door.
This where you live?
Yes.
Well, nothing to do about it, is there?
Nothing but to say goodbye.
I suppose so.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mara, dear.
Goodbye, Roy.
Goodbye. Please, leave me first.
All right.
Mara, wait.
Yes, Roy?
Mara, Will you meet me at St. Matthew's Church at 11 tomorrow morning?
Yes, but why?
Because we're going to get married.
Roy, you're crazy.
I know it. It's a marvelous sensation.
Roy, be sensible.
No, not me.
But you hardly know me.
Oh, I'll discover you. I'll spend the rest of my life doing it.
Oh, Roy, you're only asking me to do it because you feel you've got to live your whole life in 24 hours.
We're going to get married. It's you. It's you. It'll never be anybody else.
But how do you know you want me when the excitement of the war is forgotten?
I never was so sure of anything in my life. The moment you left me, after the air raid, I knew I must find you again, quickly. And now that I find you, I know I must never let you go again. Does that answer you?
Oh, Roy.
Oh, Roy. Is that all you can say to your future husband?
No, not all. The expression's old and time-worn and terribly hackneyed. But I love you.
Darling. Darling.
Hello, Kitty.
Where have you been?
Shopping?
Well, Madame Caroba's been looking for you, and your captain phoned twice.
Did he? I wonder why. He had to go to the barracks, and I went on a buying spree. Look!
Whose dress is that?
Mine. I spent my last penny for it.
Are you crazy?
Oh, yes, quite. I bought a hat, too. A stunning little hat and gloves and a bag, and shoes, everything. They're for my wedding.
Myra, do you mean it?
Oh, yes. I'm going to be married. This morning, Kitty, at St. Matthew's. Oh, Kitty, I'm so madly happy.
I can't believe it.
Neither can I.
Oh, I guess I'm crazy, too. Look, I'm crying.
I've been crying all morning.
Oh, Myra, darling, I'm so happy for you. Hey, look at the clock. If you're going to be at St. Matthew's at 11, you'll have to... I'll answer it. Hello? Yes? Yes, she's here. Just a minute. Myra, it's your captain calling again.
Oh. Hello? Hello, Roy? Yes? What? Oh, no.
Wrong.
When? Oh, that's terrible. Can't they give you just one more day? Oh, of course I'll come. Right away. I love you, too.
What is it? What's happened?
His orders have been changed. His train leaves in half an hour.
But the wedding?
There won't be any wedding. I'm going to see him off.
Where?
Waterloo Station.
But you can't. You won't be back in time for the show, and you know Madame Caroba. She'll dismiss you without notice.
I don't care. I've got to go.
Myra, please. She'd never forgive you, and jobs are scarce. Don't do it, Myra. Think.
I've got to go. Don't you understand? I've got to go because I may never see him again, Kitty. Oh, I may never see him again.
So our Gulf Theater curtain falls on Act One of Waterloo Bridge, and it's intermission time. But a very brief intermission. So we've asked the young fellow to say a few brief words about an interesting place where it's cold 1 minute and hot the next. All right, Bud.
When winter comes, most of us think that the only reason for changing our motor oil is the cold. We want an oil that's free-flowing, that lets our motors turn over easily at the first burr of the starter. Well, there's something else to worry about, too, and that's the heat. Not the heat outdoors, but the heat inside the engine. Because as soon as your car's been running a while, the temperature inside the cylinders rises almost as high as in summer. And that's why you need Gulf Pride motor oil. For Gulf Pride not only helps give you quick starts when your engine is cold, it also gives you plenty of protection after the engine heats up. In a way, Gulf Pride motor oil does the work of two oils. The same oil does two jobs for you and does them both mighty well. So even if you're already using a winter-grade oil, why not get the extra protection of Gulf Pride motor oil? Change to Gulf Pride tomorrow at the sign of the orange disc, and you'll lick winter cold and engine heat both at the same time.
And now the curtain of the Gulf Screen Guild Theater is ready to rise on the second act of Waterloo Bridge. Adapted by Charles Tazwell and starring Joan Fontaine as Myra Lester and Brian Ahern as Captain Roy Cronin. It's 3 months later, September 1917. Myra was discharged from the ballet when she returned to the theater after saying goodbye to Roy at Waterloo Station. And Kitty, her roommate, quit her place out of loyalty. They're now living in a shabby, third-rate rooming house in a cheap neighborhood. Myra's just coming in.
Hello, Kitty.
Well, what luck? Did you get the job?
No, it was filled.
I had a hunch it would be.
They said they put me on the waiting list.
Oh, my. What are we going to do?
Oh, I don't know. We can't get jobs in the show. We can't seem to get jobs anywhere.
I'm getting scared. I've never been scared before. I don't like it. Look, why don't you write your captain?
And tell Roy we're out of work?
No, that we're broke. Flat broke.
Oh, no, I can't do it, Kitty. Maybe I've got a stupid sort of pride about it, but... Oh, let's wait a little longer. Something must turn up. It's got to.
All right. Say, there's a letter for you on the table.
A letter?
Mm-hmm.
Kitty, it's from Roy.
Yeah? Well, what does he say?
Kitty, his mother's coming to London.
What?
Yes, he wants me to meet her on Thursday, 1 o'clock, that little tea room just off the Strand. Kitty, just imagine. His mother. What will I do?
You'll meet her, of course.
Yes, but I wonder, will she like me?
Sure you wouldn't like a cup of tea while you're waiting?
No, thank you. I'm sure she'll be here any minute.
Perhaps you'd like to look at the evening paper.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. She'll like me. She must like me. American troops moving up. I wonder what he's told her about me. Battle rages in Cambrai sector. What will I say to her? Will I tell her I love him? Earl of Honor, killed in action. Crawford Patrick. Has Roy told her he loves me? Killed in action. Crittenden, Jersey. What will I do if she doesn't approve of me? Killed in action. Crockett, Charles. How can I tell her I can't live without him? Killed in action, Croft, Edward. Killed in action, Crombie, Ralph. Killed in action, Crombie, Stevens. Killed in action, Cronin, Roy! Roy!
Why do you think I've been nursing you the last month? So you could run out in the rain the first time my back's turned and get pneumonia?
Kitty.
Here, put this hot water bottle at your feet.
Kitty. How did your show go tonight?
Oh, same as usual. Have you written Roy's mother and explained why you didn't wait at the tea room to see her? That you've been sick in bed ever since?
No. There's no reason why I should trouble her. If Roy's dead, there's no tie between us. Did you have a good house at the show?
So. Why?
You didn't ask me why I went out. I went to the theater. I thought I'd surprise you. You weren't there.
Oh. Well, I didn't want to worry you, Myra. I'm not in that show anymore. I've got another job.
They told me you were never in that show. How have we been living?
What's the difference as long as we live?
Where does the money come from, Kitty? Where have you been getting it?
Just where you think I've been getting it. Oh, Mara, I've tried to keep it from you, but...
You did it for me.
No, I didn't. I'd have done it anyhow.
You did it for me to get me food and medicine. I'd soon have died.
No, you wouldn't. You think so, but you wouldn't. I want to go on living, and so do you. We're both young, and it's good to live.
Oh, Kitty, how could you do it?
C'est la guerre. No jobs, no boys who want to marry you. Only men who want to kill a few hours because they know it may be their last.
Oh, Kitty. Well, I suppose you think I'm dead. Oh, no. Who am I to judge? Haven't you kept me alive and fed me and sheltered me? Oh, Kitty. What's become of us? What are we going to do?
Yes, her name is Myra. Call this number and ask if she's got a friend.
Are you lonesome, buddy? Well, look up a girl named Myra at the Tivoli Dance Hall. She'll cheer you up.
Hello,
Hello, Myra. The armistice brought you luck. No, Getty. War or peace makes little difference to us.
There's a lot of military police about today. You better be careful.
Oh, thanks.
Well, the train's in. Here they come. Cheerio, Myra.
Hello, soldier. Welcome home, soldier. Hello. Welcome home, Corporal. Hello, Hanson.
Myra!
Welcome home, Sergeant. Hello.
Myra! Myra! Myra, I can't believe it. Oh, Myra. Myra, it is you. It is you. It's really you.
Roy.
Here, let me look at you. Oh, I'm not dreaming, am I? Oh, to think of finding you, waiting for me. Why, it's a miracle.
Roy.
I'm alive. Yes, I'm extravagantly alive. Oh, the months I've waited for this moment. I've begun to think it would never come. How did you know I was coming? Did you telephone to Mother? No, darling. None of that now. It's over, darling. It's all over. It's all over. We're together.
But they said I read in the paper.
Didn't you know I was indestructible? Why, how could I die when you were waiting for me to come back? I've been in a prison camp for the best part of a year. Head wound, nearly passed out. That's why I couldn't write you. But now everything's all right.
Yes. Everything's all right.
Oh, I've got 1,000 questions to ask you. What have you been up to? Are you still dancing?
Roy. Oh, Roy.
Darling, have things been terribly bad?
Oh, very bad.
And I wasn't here to help you. Oh, never mind. But I'll make it up to you. Why, you're never going to cry again. Except with happiness.
Oh, if only I'd known you were alive. Wish you were in the world.
I'll never leave you again, Mara. Never. No, my darling. Now, then, Miss Lester, I have a program. I'm a man of action. I'm going to telephone Mother that we'll both be up to the country on the evening train. And in the meantime, we'll be married at St. Matthew's Church.
Roy, no.
Darling, what is it? You're not giving me the sack, are you? There isn't someone else.
Oh, no, Roy. There isn't anyone else. There couldn't be.
Mother.
I've never loved anyone else. I never shall. That's the truth, Roy.
That's all I want to know. Now, come on, darling. Come along. We're going to do some shopping. Then you go home and get packed while I make some arrangements. Believe it or not, darling, we're going to be married by nothing less than a bishop.
Kitty, I know what you're thinking, but I can't give him up. I won't give him up. I'm going to marry him and devote the rest of my life to making him happy.
Yes? And where are you going to hide?
Hide?
Where can you live with him where you won't be afraid of someone stopping you to say, hello, Myra, what luck?
Oh, I don't care, Kitty. I've got a right to live, and I'm going to take it.
I wasn't thinking of you, Myra. I was thinking of Roy.
Roy?
His family, his career. Do you think it's fair to him?
But I love him.
Oh, Myra, darling, I'd rather see you happy than anything in the world. But could you bear to see his love turning to hate? Could you face him as his eyes cursed the day he met you? Myra, why are you staring at me? Thank you. Myra, where are you going?
Oh, I've got to think. I want to be sure. Well, hello, Myra. Hello, Gertie. Bad night, ain't it? Fog's as thick as pea soup here on the bridge. Blimey, that river sure looks uninviting tonight, don't it? Yes. There's a train in at 9, going down to the station. No. Well, I'll go up on my lonesome then. Toodaloo. Goodbye.
Well, now you can stop being frightened. It's a wonderful institution, the underground.
All clear. All clear.
How about having supper with me at the Candlelight Club?
Will this table do, sir?
It makes it possible for two people to meet, to look into each other's eyes, and to know in that instant that they are in love.
Ladies and gentlemen, the last dance, the farewell walk.
I never was so sure of anything in my life. I must never let you go again.
No, Madam Cordova, she'll dismiss you without notice.
I'll be all right. You mustn't worry about me, because I'm coming back.
I'm getting scared. Why don't you write Roy and tell him we're broke?
Roll of honor, killed in action.
Roll of honor, killed in action.
Killed in action, Cronin Roy.
Call
this number and ask for Myra.
I'm not going to let you out of my sight. Not till we're married, you understand?
Well. Hello, Myra. Busy tonight?
You're never going to cry again. Except with happiness. We'll be married at St. Matthew's. And I'll never leave you.
Could you face him because today he met you?
Darling, what is it? Tell me, is there someone else?
Could you bear to see his love turning to hate?
Is there someone else?
I was thinking of Roy, his family, his career.
Is there someone else?
No! No, I've never loved anyone else. I never shall. That's the truth, Roy. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you.
He jumped! He was standing right there! I saw her jump!
Remember you, Mara, for the rest of my life.
Colonel Cronin. Excuse me, sir.
Huh? Oh, yes, Thomas.
Your train, sir. You've only 15 minutes to make it, sir.
Only 15 minutes, eh?
Yes, sir. You've been standing there at the railing for nearly an hour, sir.
Yes. I was just dreaming, Thomas. Remembering another war. And an old love story. Oh, well, Thomas, there's still some work to be done. For a little while. The Waterloo Station.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, was the Gulf Stream Guild Theater's production of Waterloo Bridge. From the applause, there's no doubt that the audience here in the theater loved it every bit as much as we enjoyed bringing it to you. And we're happy, too, that we were able to present Joan Fontaine and Brian Ahern in their first broadcast together. As you know, their performance, and the performances of all the stars who appear here in the Gulf Theater, are donated. And in return, Gulf gives generously to the Motion Picture Relief Fund to help in the great work of building a home to provide for workers in the picture industry who can no longer provide for themselves. Once in a decade, a story comes along that is so beautiful it becomes an overnight sensation as a novel and the hit of the year as a motion picture. Just such a story as the one we're bringing you next week. Lloyd C. Douglas's great love story, The Magnificent Obsession. The stars, two of the greatest names in motion pictures, Myrna Loy and Don Amici. So be sure to listen next week when Gulf brings you Don Amici and Myrna Loy in The Magnificent Obsession. Until then, this is Roger Pryor saying, good night, everyone, for your neighborhood good Gulf dealer.
Don't forget, you have a date here in the Gulf Theater next Sunday night when we present Myrna Loy and Don Amici in Magnificent Obsession. Brian Ahern will soon be seen in the Universal production, The Man Who Lost Himself. Joan Fontaine is about to begin working on Alfred Hitchcock's Before the Fact. Bud Easton speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Frank Selby, Colonel, RHA. Retired, of course. Many years ago. No family left, no funds except my pension. So I live in this hotel. A shabby sort of place, but it's in the country, well off the beaten track, which I like. And they only charge 4 guineas a week. I'm one of 4 permanent residents here. In summer, we get holiday makers and so on. Not many. But in winter, there are just the 4 of us. 2 middle-aged women, an Austrian refugee, believe it or not, and myself. Well, one evening last December, 3 days after Christmas it was, yes, the 28th of December, 1950, we were all in the sitting room, doing nothing very much. Well, playing patience, knitting. I was dozing a bit. It's the same thing every evening. About 2 hours before, it began to snow, suddenly, and very hard. Then the wind got up. It must have been very unpleasant outside. We're on the edge of Dartmoor, you know. And it was due to this sudden change in the weather that we found ourselves invaded.
This is the lounge. Of course, we don't cater for many guests, especially in the winter.
Lounge? But it's a most handsome room. Oh, it's got a fire. That's everything. Darlings, come and thaw. I'd really resigned myself to freezing to death in the ditch. Yes, we were absolutely in a ditch, you know. We skidded into the side of that nasty little bridge down the road. And there we were, benighted in the snow. Imagine it.
Shocking.
What an experience. How far we had to walk, I couldn't say. Through an absolute blizzard. You couldn't see a yard in front of your face.
About half a mile.
Well, don't keep saying that, Robert, dear. It must be much nearer 3, and it felt like 10.
As to accommodation...
Now, look at us simply monopolizing the fire. It's really too bad. We do apologize, we really do. It's a dreadful intrusion.
As to accommodation...
Please sit down, everybody, please.
Darling, you're interrupting all the time.
No, I'm not, Janetta. What do you mean?
I was just going to say, we have 1 double room ready. Though it's not a front room, I'm afraid.
Well, 4 walls and a bed would be the very height of luxury for us, Mrs.
Daly.
Mrs. Daly. And if we might possibly have a fire, even an electric thing or an oil stove would do. Oh, shall I ever get warm again?
The question of the other room.
Oh, my daughter will be happy in any little room, won't you, darling?
Of course.
After all, we might still be in the car, in a ditch, or wandering hopelessly about on the moor, lost in the blizzard.
The trouble is that the other rooms are in the part of the house we close for the winter. I wouldn't care to put anyone there tonight. I wouldn't like the responsibility. It's so cold, you know, and so damp. Tomorrow, of course, we can light some fires and air it properly.
Oh, tomorrow? Well, surely we can find some corner for her, Mrs. Daly.
I was going to suggest, just for one night, if she could manage on the sofa.
But of course.
Tomorrow night, of course.
Oh, I hope we shan't have to trouble you tomorrow night, Mrs. Daly.
Yes, I'll sleep on the sofa. Yes, with pleasure. The young lady can have my room.
Oh, but how very, very kind and chivalrous.
Helen, I really don't think...
Oh, but I couldn't, really.
Please, it's just a question of changing the bedclothes.
Yes, I know, but really...
Well, I accept this gentleman's extremely kind offer on behalf of my daughter, and I do it on principle. Goodness knows there's little enough courtesy and chivalry in the world today, and it's entirely the fault of the stupid women who insist on discouraging it. Let me say how extremely obliged I am to you, Mr...
Winterhalter.
Winterhalter? Like the painter?
Precisely. Yeah, like the painter.
Tonetta, thank Mr. Winterhalter properly for his great kindness. This is my daughter, Mr. Winterhalter, Tonetta Landi.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Winterhalter.
Her father was Italian. Oh, they've got such pretty names for girls. Anna, Isabella, Teresa, Giovanna. We couldn't decide for days. Soup. Hot soup would be really delicious if such a thing were wildly possible.
Well, bovril or tea?
Bovril or tea? Tonetta?
Tea, please.
And I'll have tea. And some toast, I think, or a few biscuits, or a sandwich. Thank you so much. We are upsetting you, aren't we?
My daughter will get the rooms ready.
I'll just go and tidy up mine.
Ah, warm. Oh, what an adventure. Do tell me, are you all staying here for Christmas?
We live here.
Live here? Permanently? Yes. Oh, really? Oh, how amusing. But, of course, it does solve the servant problem, doesn't it?
It solves quite a number of problems, more or less.
Did you manage to carry some of your luggage?
All we shall need for the moment, anyway, thank you.
Thank goodness Robert is immensely strong. What poor Renzo, my first husband, that is, would have done, I really don't know. I think he'd have lain down in the snow and simply given up the ghost, poor lamb.
You know, Helen, I feel badly about our friend giving up his bed.
Oh, don't go on about it, Robert, dear. It pleases him. It would have been really unkind not to let him. I suppose he's a Jew.
Just an Austrian, I believe.
Oh, delightful people. Feckless and incompetent, but such dears. They ought to be preserved. The whole of Austria should be taken over by the National Trust. Now, hadn't we better introduce ourselves? I'm Helen Lancaster.
Mrs. White.
Mrs. Ashworth.
Selby. Colonel Selby.
Ah, so you are a colonel. I was right. Not everyone would have spotted it, but I flatter myself I never make a mistake about a retired soldier. There's something about them. They look properly washed. Ah, tea.
Mother said if you want any more sandwiches...
Oh, my dear boy. There's enough there for 3 days. Oh, so you're the son of the house?
Yes.
Quite an Adonis.
I beg your pardon?
Lovely. And how old are you?
I'm 22. The sandwiches are turkey and shrimp or something. Sorry, no ham. Excuse me.
22. Oh, to be 22. Oh, there's nothing that the world can give like that it takes away when the glow of early youth declines in beauty's dull decay. Has he got a weak chest?
Yes.
As I was afraid so. He has that heartbreakingly romantic look. Oh, Mr. Winterhalter, what a shame. Just fancy putting you to all that trouble. Now, I insist that you have a cup of tea and a turkey and shrimp sandwich.
Oh, it's quite all right. It's no trouble.
I hear you come from my dearly beloved Austria.
Oh, you know Österreich?
Good heavens, man. How many, many times have I been to Vienna and Salzburg for the Mozart.
So?
Enchanting country. But I wouldn't go back for all the money in the world, now that it's overrun by soldiery. Poor, poor Europe. Où sont les neiges d'antan?
If you'll excuse me.
Oh, Mrs. White. She's rather quiet, isn't she? I expect I upset her by making so much noise.
Oh, she keeps herself very much to herself, you know. Mrs. White does. Rather superior, you know.
It's an interesting face, but unhappy somehow. Now, for some tea. Pour it out, Tonetta. Not too strong, dear. Won't you all have a cup? Tell me, that rather cross-looking girl who let us in, is that Mrs. Daly's daughter?
Yeah, that's Evelyn.
Oh, her fiancé was killed in Germany just a week before the end of the war. Quite a tragedy.
Why do these things happen to people? What's the sense in it? A girl like that must wonder if there's any coherence or purpose in the universe at all. If life is anything but a tale told by an idiot.
Oh, good heavens. 9:15 already. Oh, excuse me, won't you? It's my variety night. Her what night?
What in heaven?
On Friday nights, she always listens to some wireless program in her room.
Her variety night. Oh, but of course, one can see she listens to all the programs and writes to the announcers, I expect. And what regiment were you in, Colonel Selby?
I was a gunner, a horse gunner, for many years.
I had a friend called Claude Wilmington who commanded something or other called the Chestnut Troop. Oh, such uniforms he used to wear. That was years ago, of course.
I knew old Claude.
Oh.
I've got some photographs of him upstairs in the attic, if you care to see them sometime.
You haven't? Oh, it's absurd. Of course, I should love to see them. I can't wait.
Oh, well, it may take some time to dig them out. Bottom of a trunk.
Oh, please don't bother now. Tomorrow we'll
Yes,
do
no trouble at all. None at all. But, bless my soul, by the time I dug the albums out of the attic, it didn't take that long. They'd all gone to bed. Nobody in the sitting room but Winterhalter, trying to get some sleep on the sofa. The Lancasters were still with us the next day, of course, and the next.
Good morning, Mrs. White. Still very cold, isn't it?
At least that dreadful snow has stopped.
Yes, thank goodness. But I'm afraid we're likely to be with you for a little time yet.
Yes. It froze hard again last night.
Yes, I doubt if one could get up the hill even with chains. And this has been a fine house in its time.
Yes.
An interesting period, architecturally. Though not, of course, so essentially English as the earlier ones, Elizabethan or Tudor. I'm insular enough to prefer them myself.
I quite agree. My husband and I had a small Elizabethan manor house near Andover.
Oh, did you? How very delightful.
Yes, we were very fond of it. At one time I looked forward to ending my days there. Life teaches one not to plan too far ahead, doesn't it?
Or at least not to take one's planning too seriously.
My son was killed in the war. Then my husband died of pneumonia in 1945. Much of his money was in business in the Far East. A great deal of it was lost. Well, many people suffered similar losses during the war. My case isn't in any way exceptional. I quite realize that. At least I have sufficient money to live quietly here. The only thing is, it's all been rather a surprise. Everything happened so quickly and unexpectedly. It seems such a short time ago that I had a husband, a child, a house, servants, money, friends, and a varied and interesting life. Now I knit, read a little, go for little walks, sit here, day after day, rather ill-tempered. I sometimes wonder to myself how and why it's happened. One shouldn't talk about these things and complain. I beg your pardon.
Oh, no, please.
To listen to other people's misfortunes, it's so embarrassing. Have you been to the lake?
How I adore the unexpected. A scene like this, for instance, so brilliant, fairy-like, enchanting. And being here is unexpected. Of course, you're totally unexpected, my dear Mr. Winterhalter. What's your other name?
Julius.
I shall call you Julius. Or will it embarrass you? Perhaps we'd better keep it for our tete-a-tete, and you shall call me Helen.
Helen. Helen, thy beauty is to me...
Oh! Oh, hey, do, Julius. Oh, dear. How often have I heard that one?
And, of course, I'm always flattered, even now when I'm getting so old and ugly. And the other very popular one, which comes a little later, is, Sweet Helen, make me immortal with a kiss. Don't you know? Marlowe.
Oh, dear. How many mortals I have made. Only they're most of them dead now, poor dears.
You make me feel very foolish.
Oh, but I don't mean to, really. I only laugh because I'm pleased, because I'm happy. And I do love having foolish things said to me. Come and say some more, Julius, dear. Tell me about yourself. Come along. Tell me what you are. No, let me guess. A writer?
No.
Artist? Musician?
I used to think that I was a musician. I played the piano.
You did? And you're brilliant, of course. And you shall play to us tonight. If there's one thing I really love, it's the piano properly played.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I don't play any longer.
You don't? Why not?
The left hand is a little stiff.
Oh, no. No. Not a bullet?
A bayonet.
Dreadful, abominable. Why are such horrors allowed to exist? Time and time again, when one begins to feel that really the world is a wonderful and beautiful place to live in, one comes up against something perfectly shocking, perfectly outrageous, obscene. It's really disheartening. One loses faith. Poor hand.
You kissed it.
Of course, after that, the poor chap was a goner. He'd fallen for the woman at first sight. Now, who knows what wild fancies came into his head. Evelyn Daly, who ran the hotel with her mother, had been mildly in love with Winterhalter for months, though it never looked like coming to anything. She saw what was happening, poor girl.
Don't you realize, Julius, that in a day or two she'll go away? She'll have forgotten your name before she gets halfway to London. She's only amusing herself with you because she's bored.
Women like that collect men as a child picks up a shell on the seashore that teases him for 5 minutes before he loses it or throws it away.
It's not true.
To imagine that she loves you or is even interested in you, it's so absurdly naive, so childish. Do you think she hasn't a dozen more attractive admirers in London? And lovers, too, probably?
Oh, that's shameful. It's outrageous.
Just because she's elegant. Just because she speaks half a dozen words of German and has been to Vienna, you're hypnotized by her. Oh, don't you see? It can all come to nothing. Nothing at all. Julius, you're so gentle, so kind, so sensitive. I can't bear to see you losing your head for a woman like that. What can it end in but unhappiness?
Lancaster saw what was happening, too.
One feels sorry for some of these people, Helen. For an Austrian refugee, for instance, must be very lonely, very dull. He can barely take his eyes off you, you know. He's simply entranced. I warn you, Helen, you'll have another heartbroken admirer on your hands in a minute.
Now, is it my fault, Robert? Do be fair. What have I done but show him the most ordinary friendliness?
Dear, don't ask me. What have you done? What do you do?
When I meet nice, sympathetic, cultured people, I simply have to give sympathy for sympathy. It's no good, Robert. I really cannot stay on formal, polite terms with people I like. I will not go through life measuring out friendship and affection grudgingly, spoonful by spoonful, as if it was some sort of rationed luxury that one hid in the back of a cupboard. It's not my nature, and I can't do it.
Well, heaven forbid that you should try.
Oh, you think I behave disgracefully. You disapprove, I know you do.
My dear Helen.
You think I'm immoral. You can't deny it.
Immoral? Well, in a sense, perhaps.
There.
You know, I sometimes think that all really attractive, generous, and lovable women have something of the harlot about them.
Robert.
Oh, I don't mean it offensively.
Oh, isn't that delightful? Isn't that typical? So polite, so English. I don't mean it offensively. Oh. And you're so right, Robert, darling. You're perfectly right. I am a wanton, shameless creature. And you're so patient and so well-behaved. And I treat you quite shamefully. Yes, I do, quite disgracefully. Aren't you sorry you didn't marry some really nice, virtuous, dependable young English spinster? Aren't you? Aren't you, darling?
The snow didn't shift, and the road remained impassable. So next day, our visitors were still with us. The young people had come together, of course, and were getting on very well.
Johnny, I'm going to Switzerland at the end of January. Why not come? I'd teach you to skate and we'd waltz together. Honestly, it's tremendous fun. One laughs and laughs. And in the evening, you feel so deliciously, wonderfully sleepy. And the food one eats and the sun. Do come. Why don't you?
I should like to. More than anything in the world. But I don't suppose for a minute that I shall be able to.
Why ever not?
Well, you know, I'm supposed to have a weak chest. Last winter I was in bed for 4 months. And I'm not supposed to get tired and so on.
Johnny! Johnny!
Yes, coming. Besides, this is the house of the categorical negative. One only has to make a suggestion for it to be instantly recognized as a patent absurdity. It seems to you quite a simple matter to go to Switzerland. But for us, Switzerland is about as accessible as the end of a rainbow.
But why? Is it money?
Partly. It's just the way things are in this house.
Suppose I lend you the money, say £50.
£50?
For that matter, I could give it to you without noticing it, if you'd accept it.
Give it to me?
Well, why not? I'm rich, you're poor. It seems quite natural.
It's not natural at all. It's simply quite unbelievably kind. And out of the question, of course.
A loan, then. You can pay it back, well, when you can. I'd like you to come to Switzerland. I really would. I'm sure it would do you so much good.
Yes, but...
Johnny, dear, the time. Didn't you hear me call? It's my fault, Mrs. Daly. I was keeping him. I've been trying to persuade him to come to Switzerland with some friends of mine next month.
Switzerland? Well, really, I think that's a matter for the doctor to decide.
I should very much like to lend him the money if it would help. It's so easy for me.
It's very kind of you, but of course we couldn't consider that at all. Not for a minute.
Tea's been on the table for 10 minutes, Miss Glandy. I'm sorry. I didn't really mean to interfere. It was just an idea. I'll go into tea.
This was New Year's Eve. The Lancasters had half a dozen bottles of champagne with them. Perrier 43, what's more. So that night, they threw a party. Mrs. White's comment was, no doubt it's amusing to astonish the bourgeois. It was a bit uncalled for, I thought. During the evening, Mrs. Lancaster read hands. Oh, palmistry, you know, just a parlour trick. She read Evelyn's and said that the girl would marry in a few years' time and be very happy. Evelyn received these tidings with a touch of cynicism. Well, more than a touch, really, as she was a bit tight by then. Then Mrs. Lancaster read Winterhalter's hand and declared that loneliness was behind him. He was about to enter the gateway of adventure or some such tosh. He swallowed every word, poor mutt.
That's enough clairvoyance for one evening. Now, Julius, tell me when you're coming up to stay with us in London. What about the week after next? Tonetta, what night are we going to Covent Garden for the Mozart? The 11th. Then you must come up on the 10th, and you shall come with us. It isn't Salzburg or Vienna, but still it's adorable music. You shall stay a week or 10 days, and I'll introduce you to some delightful friends of mine who will make you feel a little less of a stranger. He was our secretary to the embassy in the days of that poor, unhappy little Dolphus.
It's so kind of you.
Kind. It'll be lovely. And we'll poke round the art galleries together and be quite bohemian. It's not kind, you know. I beg your pardon.
Playing with people's hopes and dreams. You shouldn't do it, Mrs. Lancaster.
Oh, my dear girl, what nonsense.
Oh, you're strong. Doesn't matter to you. But most of us spend all our time trying not to hope for what is quite unattainable. Trying to be content with what we have. It's not kind to make us dream of the waters of the moon. All kinds of happiness that are out of reach. Why do you come here to disturb us all?
Evelyn.
Oh, poor dear, she's overexcited.
Oh, you think you're going to Switzerland, Johnny, don't you? And Mr. Winterhalter thinks... Oh, really? I don't know what nonsense he thinks. Something ridiculous.
Oh, please.
And I'm to be married and live happily ever after one day. Such splendid futures are waiting for us all. Next year, sometime, never.
Oh, dear. I think perhaps you should go to bed.
Why don't you leave us alone? We aren't your sort of people at all, you know. We're just dull little people leading dull little lives in a backwater.
Evelyn, for heaven's sake.
Nonsense, my dear girl. Nobody's dull. We're all of us extremely interesting.
I tell you we're dull, and I ought to know. I'm an expert on dullness. If you led my life, you'd know something about it, too. Dull? This is Ditchwater Hall. Wouldn't you like to go to bed? What a beautiful dress that is. Is it real silk? Oh, yes, it is. Mine, real imitation wool.
It's very nice.
Do you think so? I'll change with you if you like. I've only had it for about 7 years.
Evelyn.
Now, come along, Evelyn, dear. We'll go upstairs together, and you'll have a nice lie down.
What's the matter, Mrs. Ashworth?
You take an aspirin and pop into bed, and you'll be as right as rain in the morning.
I don't want to pop anywhere. And I don't want to see the new year in. Expect it to look exactly like the old one. Well, why shouldn't it? It's only a figure on the calendar after all. Nothing else changes. I don't see the sense of us sitting here drinking and being sentimental just because another stupid year is starting. Well, if you could put back an old one occasionally, that might be worth celebrating. There are 1 or 2 old years I can remember. I wouldn't mind having over again. Well, there's one anyway. At the new year. You can have it, all of you. I don't want it. It's no good to me.
Oh, well, there's a cheerful way to talk. Now, you say good night, dear, and come along with me. There's a good girl.
Good night. Good night. Good night, Mrs. Lancaster. Thank you so much for inviting Johnny and me to your party.
Good night, and I hope you'll feel better in the morning.
Schlafen Sie wohl, Herr Winterhalter. See? I speak German, too. Sprechen, sprach, gesprochen.
That's right, dear. Come along.
But I'm not in the least sleepy.
I've no objection to them dancing, but I object very much to that vulgar, ugly noise.
But how can we dance without music?
Well, try to be a little understanding. Didn't you like to dance when you were young?
If you still wish to dance, I will play for you. dance if you want to.
Would you believe it? Oh, I'm beginning to like them. Dance, everybody. You should be good at this, Julius. Dancing with me.
Come along, John. Let's show them.
I'm afraid we're keeping you from your bed, Colonel.
It isn't so much my head as my digestion. It's always the same after Brussels sprouts.
Johnny, dear.
All right, I'm coming in a minute.
So late.
The doctor told me that the acid in my stomach would burn a hole in the carpet.
Stop, everybody. Listen. Yes, the bells. The bells are ringing out the old year.
Yes, in 1 minute from now, it'll be midnight.
Glasses, everybody. We must drink a toast to it. Oh, what a moment this is. It always makes me feel emotional. One is conscious suddenly of time passing, of standing poised between the past and the future. Silence, everybody.
She always makes a speech on New Year's Eve.
And she did. May the new year bring you all your heart's desires. Well, that sort of thing. Pretty forlorn, I hope, if you ask me. Still, we toasted 1951 and sang Auld Lang Syne, Mrs. White thumping it out on the piano, a trifle ironically, I shouldn't wonder. And Mrs. Ashworth made a speech of thanks, and, well, I made an ass of myself, singing They Are Jolly Good Fellows. Then suddenly, Evelyn burst into the room again.
Oh, it's raining. It's raining. I've just been out and there's a soft, wet wind and everything's thawing and dripping and the snow is sliding off the roof and off the trees. Look, I'm quite wet.
And she promised me she was going to bed.
Oh, thank goodness. Then it looks as if we shall be able to go tomorrow.
Yes, you'll be able to go tomorrow.
Oh, delightful. Speed the parting guest.
I didn't mean...
Why don't you go to bed, spoiling everything?
She didn't mean... Oh, I'm sure.
Johnny, dear, bedtime.
Yes, all right, Mother, all right.
Pops in and out like a jack-in-the-box, does Mrs. Daly.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Lancaster. And thank you, sir.
I did enjoy it. I really did.
Good night. Good night.
Good night.
I'll see you before you go.
Of course. Good night.
Good night.
Oh, I'm suddenly so sleepy. I can hardly keep my eyes open. Bed, Robert, dear. Tomorrow we'll lunch with the Maitlands.
So, tomorrow you'll be gone?
But we shall see you again. I hope we'll see all of you whenever you come to London. Look in whenever you like. We're just off Grosvenor Square. Where's my bag? Oh, thank you, Robert, dear. Good night, Colonel Selby. Now don't settle down, whatever you do, or you'll fall off to sleep again.
I'm going to bed once.
Good night, Mrs. White. Isn't she funny? Such a character. You know, Colonel, she intrigues me enormously. I'm only sorry I didn't get to know her better.
Good night, Mr. Winterhalter.
Good night.
After you.
Thanks.
Good night.
Good night.
July 1943. I must remember that. One day, when I'm engaged to marry my handsome young man, I shall make him take me to a restaurant and I shall say to him, I want a bottle of Perrier Jouet 1943. Poor young man. I've always said. Perhaps I shall keep this bottle, sleep with it under my pillow. Lovely, lovely Perrier Jouet 1943.
Good night.
Oh, good night. Poor, silly Mr. Winterhalter. Did you think I was rude, Mrs. White? I didn't mean to be. Or did I, perhaps? I don't know. Nothing seems to matter tonight. Nothing. I'm glad they're going tomorrow. They don't belong in a place like this, and people like us. It's as if some beautiful swans had suddenly landed on a duck pond, and all the ugly ducks felt envious of their fine feathers. Say what you like. It's hard not to be envious of people who are rich and successful, who don't know the meaning of drudgery and unhappiness. Girl is beautiful, isn't she? Such a lovely skin. She glows with happiness. Perhaps I could be pretty too if I didn't always feel so tired, so bad-tempered. If I didn't have to work so hard every day. Every day. My face is beginning to get quite lined. I'm not yet 30. Oh, Mrs. White, you've been playing there all this time. Don't you think life is unfair to some people?
It's stupid to talk like that. Life isn't fair or unfair, or tragic or comic or anything else. Life is life. That's all. One must accept it.
I like Chopin. Do you know the sad little prelude all on one note? Yes, that's the one. Go on, play it. You used to play that. How I wish I could sit here like this forever. Oh, if only the morning would never come.
January the 1st, and it might have been April. Typical of the abrupt changes you get in Devonshire. It's the Gulf Stream that does it. It doesn't bear thinking about where England would be without the Gulf Stream. Back in the Ice Age, I dare say. Well, around noon, the Lancasters were about ready for off. And something or other must have jolted Winterhalter into realizing how final a parting it had to be, and how little he'd really meant to his lady love. He was in quite a state, believe me. Now, I'd been out snipe shooting early on. Didn't get any, of course. When you're 70 and more, you react too slowly for snipe. Anyway, I'd left my gun against a bench in the garden. Poor Winterhalter spotted it. He took it in his two hands and sat there, with the butt on the ground, and stared down the barrels. Heaven knows what he was thinking of doing. But Robert Lancaster came out and took the gun from his hands, quite gently and without saying anything. He's a very nice chap, Lancaster.
I was just looking at it. I believe you're coming up to stay with us a little later on, aren't you? My wife mentioned something.
Yes. It was most kind of Mrs. Lancaster, but I told her this morning that I'm very much afraid I shan't be able to manage it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm rather a busy man, you know, and I find it difficult to make plans. I'm at work on an opera just at present.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's very absorbing work, and probably I shall have to make visits to colleagues of mine in Paris quite shortly. But it's most kind of Mrs. Lancaster to invite me. Very kind indeed.
I'm afraid you must find yourself rather lonely at times. If I had to settle down abroad by myself, I should certainly feel it very strange.
Oh, well, one gets used to it, you know. The human animal is very adaptable.
Winterhalter, I should very much like... it would give me real pleasure if I could help you in some way. I'm very interested in music as an amateur, and perhaps if you required any financial assistance...
Financial assistance? For what?
Well, this opera you mentioned.
Oh, yes. No, I don't... but it's most kind of you to offer. Very kind. You and I must be about the same age, Mr. Lancaster, no?
Yes. I'm 47, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, it's the same age. Just different stars.
Just a minute, I left my gun here. I was afraid Mrs. Ashworth might have seen it. Well, women are funny about firearms, very funny.
I think I should go for a stroll before lunch. In case I don't see you again, I say goodbye, Mr. Lancaster.
Oh, goodbye, Winterhalter, and good luck.
Thank you.
Curious how some of these foreigners like shaking hands. When he first came, he shook hands with everybody when he said good night, and if you gave him half a chance, he'd come down to breakfast and start it again. So one feels sorry for the poor devil all the same. You know, it's extraordinary the amount of oyster sauce the fellow eats. Hello, Mrs. White. Have you heard how the boy is today?
His temperature is still up.
Not at all strong with that. Slightest thing upsets him.
I gather your car's been rescued.
Oh, yes, yes.
You'll be glad to leave, I expect. This isn't a place one would choose for a prolonged holiday. There's really nothing whatever to do.
5,000 acres of rough shooting. That's what the advertisement says. There's plenty of rough and confounded little shooting.
Of course, when one lives permanently in a place, one gradually slips into a kind of routine. And then the days pass very quickly.
That's true. Now, just to give you an instance, Monday we had cottage pie for lunch and berry. Well, believe me or not, one seems to be eating cottage pie about every third day. It's amazing. As time certainly passes. Tempers fuse it.
Oh, there you are, Mr. Lancaster. I wanted to tell you how much I enjoyed the party last night. Last year, you know, it was very quiet. We were all in bed by 10:30. And I remember waking up at midnight and hearing the bells and thinking, whatever's that? What on earth's happening? It quite startled me. Until I realized it was only the new year coming in. And then, for some reason, I felt so sad I could have burst into tears. Silly.
Johnny, please.
I'll go back when they've gone.
So foolish, dear, when you've got a temperature. He insisted on getting up to see them go.
Now, that's not sensible, Johnny. It really isn't.
I'll go back when they've gone.
You see? What can one do?
That's naughty, you know. Very naughty. That's not the way to get well and strong, young man.
Lying in bed upstairs isn't the way either. Especially on a morning like this.
Well, I must go and get the car ready, pack the luggage. Goodbye. I only hope we haven't been too much of a nuisance.
Oh, of course not. Goodbye.
I'll lend your hand.
No, don't bother, Colonel. I can manage, thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. But come back, too.
Goodbye.
A real gentleman. So considerate to everybody. Too much of a nuisance. Oh, we should be grateful for being stirred up a bit.
I don't know that I care very much for being stirred up nowadays.
Johnny, I thought you were in bed.
No, I'm quite all right. I just wanted to see you to say that I mean to come, if it can be arranged.
Oh, but that's splendid. Of course it can be arranged.
Yes. Somehow, I'll come.
I'll write to you.
Whatever happens, I'll come.
Sonetta? Where's the hat box?
I've got it, darling.
Well, into the car with you.
Goodbye, Mrs. White. Goodbye, everybody. It's been such fun.
I'll bring the suitcase.
Can you manage?
Of course.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. There. We appear to be going at last. And what a beautiful morning we're leaving behind us. Really, it's enchanting here. Quite enchanting. Look, the first snowdrops, bless their hearts. The promise of spring. You know, I believe I quite envy you all living in such a place. Oh, envious. Yes, I mean it. Oh, if only I could settle down in the country, miles from anywhere, and simply do nothing all day long but cultivate my garden and watch the seasons change. It's the only dignified way of living. I'm quite convinced of that. Now I must rush. We're shockingly late. Goodbye to you all, and I've so enjoyed meeting you, all of you.
Goodbye.
Oh, where's Mr. Winterhalter?
He went out for a walk.
Oh, do tell him... No, just say goodbye to him for me, will you? Goodbye.
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 There. They've gone.
Today's Wednesday. They came on Saturday. Yes, 3 days and a bit.
I can't help laughing when I think about last night. That poor girl.
Nearly 1 o'clock.
Oh, I make it 10:02. You're a bit fast.
No, I checked it last night.
Oh, well, it doesn't matter. We're none of us catching a train. Ah, here's Mr. Winterhalter. Now the party's complete. Mrs. Lancaster told us to say goodbye to you for her.
Oh? Thank you. That's very kind of her.
Last night I heard her inviting you to stay with her in London, didn't I? I hope you'll go. I should so like to know what sort of establishment they keep.
I think that was just one of those invitations. people make rather late at night.
I shouldn't wonder.
Well, forward.
Johnny?
Yes?
They've gone now, so please go back to bed.
Very well. It's always the same. Excuse me.
Ah, lunch.
Yeah, I hear a welcome sound.
He always says that. I hear a welcome sound.
Oh, do I?
You don't notice it, perhaps, but you do. Doesn't he, Mrs. White?
We all have our pet habits.
That's true.
After you, Mrs. White.
Please go on.
This always happens, doesn't it? I say after you, and you say please go on.
Coming, Winterhalter?
Yes. Yes, I'm coming. Winterhalter. Colonel Dummkopf.
I suppose it's too late, is it? They have gone.
Yes. They've gone.
Oh. I found this in Miss Lansley's room. On it was this note. Dear Miss Daly, I'm leaving this coat behind in the hopes that you may find some use for it. We are about the same size, I think, but should it not fit you, do dispose of it in any way you like. T.L. I suppose this is left to the tip. It's quite ridiculous. Of course, I shall have to send it back. I don't think she's worn it 3 times, and it must be worth at least £30. How can she imagine I can accept a present like that? And to be patronized by a chit of 18, it's too much. Well, don't you think so, Julius?
I don't know. Perhaps she meant it kindly. She seemed rather a nice girl.
Yes, but really, if it had been a scarf, say, or a pair of gloves, I could have accepted it. This is much too much.
Do you like the coat?
Yes, of course I like it. It's a beautiful coat. I could never afford to buy anything half as good. Of course, it's out of the question.
If you send it back, it will probably hurt her. Is that what you want to do?
Why did she leave it for me? I hardly spoke 3 words to her. She didn't even like me. I don't know. The fact is, I suppose, I'm gradually becoming the sort of person who takes offense at kindnesses, who can't say thank you for anything. You know, when one is unhappy and disappointed for a long time, one's heart seems to shrink so that there's no room in it for gratitude and pleasant feelings. Why should one always think the worst of people? It's so mean, so despicable. Yes. I shall keep it. I shall sit down, write as nice a letter as I possibly can, thanking her for her generosity and kindness. I shall try for once to be a little generous, too. What am I crying for? What a miserable couple we are. Poor Julius. You know, I begin to think that the only sin in life is to be unhappy. How shameful it is to sit here in the sunlight, nursing our little sorrows as if they were important.
What a fool I've been. Oh, what a fool.
Evelyn? Evelyn! Never mind. Never mind.
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. In a newspaper office, the night seems especially reserved for all sorts of screwy crank calls. And if every wild tale that came in over the telephone was tracked down, there wouldn't be enough reporters left around to make up a game of solitaire. This yarn started with one of those calls, but it ended differently. And how differently it ended.
It was 8 o'clock in the evening. A heavy rain was falling, and I found an excuse to sit it out by polishing my next day's monumental trivia for the column. I was looking for the capital A on my typewriter when the phone rang. Stone talking.
Mr. Stone, please listen.
I'm listening.
A bomb in the plane to Denver.
A what?
In the Denver-bound plane tonight. A bomb. Don't you understand?
What's your name?
You have no time. The passengers...
If you're on the level, you give me your name.
No, my husband. I've got to go now. My bus is leaving.
You're in a bus depot. Which one?
Mr. Stone, you're wasting time. It's true, I tell you. The Denver plane.
Well, what time does the flight leave?
8:30. I couldn't call till now.
You say 8:30?
Yes. Oh, please.
Well, lady, you phoned exactly 10 minutes too late. It's 20 minutes to 9 right now.
Oh, no.
I repeat, some nights are good for a dozen crank calls, but I couldn't take chances with this one. I called the control tower at the airport.
Control.
This is Randy Stone, Chicago Star.
Yes, Mr. Stone.
You had an 8:30 flight to Denver?
Yes, sir, but then...
Oh, well, you better contact that pilot immediately and tell him to make an emergency landing wherever he is. Have him load the passengers and let no one near the plane till the police get there.
Yeah, but the Denver plane hasn't taken off. Fog came in suddenly, and the flight has been grounded till it lifts.
Where is she now?
Far into the strip.
Oh, good. Well, keep her there and warn all personnel to keep clear, and I'll be out there as soon as I can.
Well, listen, Stone...
No, you do as I say. I phoned police headquarters, and they sent a radio car to pick me up. In 5 minutes, I was sitting in the back seat with Sergeant Skalski while the driver ripped up the streets at 70 miles an hour.
If there's anything I can't stand, Randy, it's bombs.
What time you got, Sergeant?
8:55. And me off duty 20 minutes ago. I was getting a ride home when the call came through.
Oh, there she is. You can stop here.
Okay.
Come on.
I don't mind telling you, Randy, I'm scared.
Yeah, me too.
I hope that call was a phony.
It was a bomb, all right, and a big one. The explosion threw me to the ground. When the earth stopped tossing me around, I looked at the burning DC-4, and people were pouring towards her out of the main building. I saw a jeep with a fire crew race for the plane, and I fought my way back to my feet.
You hurt, Randy?
I'm shaken up, that's all. We better get over there, Kowski.
Yeah.
All right, folks. Step back. Now, let's clear the field now. Back inside the waiting room, all of you.
The fire boys already have it licked.
Yeah. It looks like a ghost lying there.
Well, what do we do now, Sergeant?
Poke around a bit. It's safe now. I have to make a report on this. CAB boys will take over in the morning, but I got to make a report anyways.
Well, exactly what are you looking for?
Bomb fragments, maybe? Maybe a hunk of the container the bomb was in. Who knows?
Oh, this is some mess. What's this?
Let's see. Could be a bomb fragment. If you see any more, don't handle them. Prints.
You mean prints that stay on after an explosion like that?
Yeah. Crazy, ain't it? Step aside for a minute.
What?
Another fragment, just like the other. And this one is embedded in a piece of leather.
Yellow pigskin leather. Figure the bomb was in this bag?
Maybe. Maybe not, but it's something to go on. Now, let's go talk to the passengers.
Why would a passenger put a bomb in his own luggage if he knew he was going to be blown to kingdom come?
Nice guy, whoever did it. All right, folks. All right, settle down. You've got a little talking to do. Everybody here, there was to be a passenger in Flight 63?
Officer, my name is Stephen Bradley.
So?
We're badly shaken up. Some of us need medical care. You have no right to hold us here.
Only the right to find out who tried to murder 40 people.
All right, Randy, I'll handle this.
Well, then it was murder. I knew it.
Now, take it easy, folks, and you'll all be out of here in a few minutes. I said quiet, everyone. Now, we'll call you up one by one. All you have to do is tell us if this piece of yellow leather pigskin was part of your luggage. There's enough of it here to identify. Okay, Bradley, you're in a hurry. We'll start with you.
36 potential corpses lined up and filed past the piece of yellow leather. None of them claimed it. Then Sergeant Kalski checked their addresses and gave them the routine spiel about being available for further questioning, and he let them go.
There's not much more I can do. Tomorrow the Aeronautics Bureau will take over. I'll phone my report in. My watch, right? It's just 9:45.
Yeah, it's right.
You coming back to town with me?
Well, if it's okay with you, I'll stick around here and do a little checking on my own.
Okay. But I tell you what. If anything hot comes up, call me at home. Don't phone it into headquarters. I don't want them to think you know.
Perish the thought. Kalski gave me his home phone number and left. A little prodding, and the baggage man remembered seeing the yellow pigskin suitcase. And then came the first big break. The baggage man found a delivery slip from the Minerva Messenger Service testifying to the fact that they'd delivered in good order one pigskin leather suitcase to be checked on the ticket of one of the passengers, Mr. Stephen Bradley. I phoned Bradley at his hotel. He hadn't checked in yet. Then I called Sergeant Kalski. There was no real welcome in his voice.
So glad you called, Randy. Got the thing all wrapped up?
No, but I found out who owned that yellow bag. Stephen Bradley, one of the passengers.
Yeah, I remember him. I'll go out and pick him up.
No, it's not going to be that easy. He's not at the address he gave us.
I'll get him, all right. So that's who it was, huh? I'll have him by midnight. What time is it now?
It's 25 to 11.
Where'll you be?
At the Minerva Messenger Company, 24-hour service.
Never heard of it.
You will. The brakes were with us. The Minerva Messenger Company had a complete record of the pickup on the suitcase. They'd found an envelope in the mail slot that evening with $2 bills and a key in it, and a typewritten unsigned note had instructed them to pick up a suitcase in the locker at the Arlington bus depot and take it to the airport to be checked on Stephen Bradley's ticket. It was nearly 11 o'clock when I got to the bus station. And near a row of long, unbooed telephones, there was a candy and cigar stand.
Yes, sir. Something for you?
Those are the only payphones here?
Uh-huh. No closed booths. When it's quiet, you should know some of the conversations I listen to.
I guess you make change for a lot of them, huh?
Yeah, it drives me nuts. My boss don't like me talking to men during working hours.
Well, I'm disqualified. I'm a reporter.
Reporter? No kidding.
No kidding. I'm trying to locate a woman who phoned me from here. She's about 20 to 9. Were you working then?
Yeah. Yeah, what'd she look like?
I don't know. She'd been crying. I'd say she was in her early 30s. Kind of a sexy voice.
20 to 9? You say she was crying?
Well, toward the end of the conversation, she started crying.
I think I know who you mean. I talked to her.
Go on.
She came in about 15 minutes after 8. Maybe 20 after. She looked scared, like she'd run away from somebody, so I watched her. That's my slow time.
You said you'd talk to her.
She asked me if anyone had left a note for Mrs. Curran or Curran. Some name like that. Oh, Mrs. Hal Curran. That's what it was.
You think she was Mrs. Curran?
I know it. She said if anybody asked for her that she'd be back. A few minutes later, she made the call. It must have been to you. She burst out crying and hung up.
What did she look like?
Like I wished I looked. Dark hair, 5'3" or 4. Beautiful figure. No wonder you're looking for her.
She was alone?
Nobody with her that I know of. And she got on the bus all alone.
You wouldn't happen to know what bus?
Sure, the Lake Forest bus. She asked me what time it left, and I told her. Say, that should make it a cinch. Her name is Mrs. Hal Curran, and she lives in Lake Forest.
Well, that's almost too easy. It looks like she loaded you with information knowing that I'd be around.
In a way. Maybe I don't blame her.
Now, what's your name?
Marion. Why?
Well, if this story breaks, I'll share my byline with you.
I don't know exactly what you mean, but I'm all for it.
I was looking for a Mrs. Hal Curran, the girl who'd phoned me from the bus station to so accurately prophesy the bomb explosion on the Denver-bound plane. And she'd left a trail easy enough for a tenderfoot Boy Scout to follow. In less than an hour, I was pounding on her door.
Is that you, Hal?
Open the door, please.
Who is it?
Let me in.
What do you want?
I want to talk to you.
What do you want?
I'm Randy Stone, Mrs. Curran.
I don't know you. Please, get out of here.
You called me earlier this evening at the Chicago Star, remember?
Oh, you're mistaken.
Mrs. Curran, you warned me that a bomb would explode in the Denver-bound plane. Well, it did.
What plane? I
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, let's face it, you're not very good at this sort of thing, Mrs. Curran. You gave yourself away half a dozen times. First, you made your phone call from a bus depot. I found out which one it was by tracing the baggage back to the Arlington. That's where you called from.
You're crazy. I wasn't out of the apartment all day.
Then you walked up to a bright young girl at the candy counter and asked her if there was any messages for a Mrs. Hal Curran. I talked to that girl. She described you to a T. Want some more?
You have no right to talk to me like this.
I'm just trying to refresh your memory. You took the Lake Forest bus, correct?
No.
You could have made it easier if you wanted me to find you, and I think you did.
Oh, I never thought of it. Stupid.
You wanted me to stop that plane and get to the person responsible, didn't you?
I tried to stop him. I begged Hal not to do it, but he was like a crazy man.
Your husband, he engineered this little thing?
Poor Hal. Poor mixed-up Hal.
Well, give me a description of him. We got to have him picked up.
No, it's too late, I tell you. He said he was going to take his own life after the bomb went off.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. This month of September, many thousands of children will be going back to school. 4 times daily, these children will be walking to and from school. You are urged to be careful, to be watchful, to be safe. In 1 year's time, 61,000 children were killed or injured by motor vehicles. Watch for children darting out from that blind spot between parked cars. Watch for them as they get on and off school buses. Watch for children playing on the sidewalks and crossing the streets going to and from school. Remember this: a child may dare, so drive with care. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
I got his description and phoned it into police headquarters. I asked them if Sergeant Kalski had brought in Bradley, and they told me he hadn't. All the while I've been on the phone, Mrs. Curran sat there crying. Sergeant, if you locate Kalski, tell him I'm at, what's the number here, Mrs. Curran?
Evergreen 31074.
It's Evergreen 31074, thank you.
He's dead. It's my fault. It's just like I did it.
Well, there's no point in blaming yourself, Mrs. Curran.
It was the quarrel. Hal and Bradley had started the business together. They were equal partners.
Mrs. Curran, I'm a reporter. Maybe you'd better not say anything.
No, just like I killed him, I've got to talk to someone.
He may not be dead.
About 6 years ago, Hal gambled with company funds. Bradley found out and said he'd prosecute if the money wasn't returned. Where could Hal raise $6,000?
Well, that's quite a mound of greenbacks.
They made a deal. Bradley was to get Hal's interest and agreed to keep Hal on as one of the shop foremen. After that, he lost all his initiative. He stayed a laborer in a business he'd created. I begged him to break away, but he wouldn't. We quarreled about it often. I didn't know it would lead to this.
Maybe you better try and have a rest.
Last night, Hal came home from work. I'd never seen him look so old and beaten.
Ellen?
Just a minute.
Hiya, honey.
Hi. How come you brought all your things home from the office?
Well, let's not talk about it now. I'm dead.
Hal, something's wrong.
Not now. After supper, please.
Oh, it's always not now with you, isn't it? Tell me, Hal.
All right. I lost my job. Out of work, canned.
Lost your job? Hal.
I'll get another one.
Bradley fired you? Why?
It wasn't Bradley. It was the new people.
What new people? Why is it you never start from the beginning? What new people?
Bradley sold them the business. They didn't want me, so I'm through.
Bradley sold out? That business is half yours, Hal.
We've been over that before.
Oh, without a fight, you let him sell out without opening your mouth. What kind of a man are you?
What was I supposed to do? Hit him over the head?
No, that takes nerve. He's a dirty, rotten. And he didn't say anything to you till it was all over, huh?
No, he came up this morning and said goodbye. He's going to the coast to live tomorrow night.
To the coast to... With your money. And you just stood there and said, good luck, Bradley. Oh, Hal, this is the last straw. I can't go on living with a man who won't fight back. Spineless, incompetent.
Oh, that's enough of that. Shall I kill him? Is that what you want?
You kill. You coward.
I'm no coward, Ellen. And I'll prove it to you. I'm going out now.
Hal, come back. What are you going to do?
What do you want? Kill Bradley. Kill Steve Bradley.
Oh, who said anything about killing? Just go up to him and demand what's coming to you.
That's not what you really want, is it, Ellen?
Oh, try talking sense, Hal.
I'm talking it for the first time in my life.
Hal, come back, Hal.
And this was last night?
I didn't know he meant it, but this morning he brought it home. He had a gun, too. He said he'd kill me if I tried to interfere. He was crazy.
What did he do with the bomb?
He put it in a suitcase and made me go with him to the bus depot. Put the suitcase in the locker. Later, he had a messenger pick up the key and check the bag through to the plane.
But why a bomb? Why take the lives of 40 people to murder one man?
I told you, he lost his mind. He wouldn't talk to me all day, just watched me every minute.
And after the messenger came?
He said goodbye to me. He said as soon as Bradley was dead, he'd kill himself.
Well, we've got to find him. When he finds out Bradley wasn't killed, he'll go gunning for him.
Bradley isn't dead? But the bomb, you said it went off.
Well, it did, but the plane was still on the ground. Your call was in time after all.
Then nobody was killed.
What's the matter? Don't you understand? Nobody was killed. Nobody.
Al killed himself for nothing. Poor Hal. Even this last thing couldn't come off right for him.
Well, I'm not so sure he's dead, Mrs. Curran. He may have been at the airport when the bomb went off. He may be looking for Bradley now. And with a gun.
He's dead, I tell you. He's killed himself.
The outburst tapered down, and Mrs. Curran fell back exhausted on the couch. I called the police again, still no news. Neither Bradley nor Curran had been located. Mrs. Curran had fallen asleep, and I sat opposite her and waited. I heard someone opening the door, and I turned around. He stood there in the doorway. An old man in his early 30s. His shoulders sagged, and there was a look of utter dejection about him, and he blinked stupidly at me, and then he walked slowly over to the woman on the couch.
What's the matter with her? Ellen?
No, let her alone. Let her alone. She's exhausted. You're Hal Curran.
I got to talk to her. Ellen, wake up.
What do you want?
It's me, Hal.
Hal, you didn't...
I couldn't do it. I couldn't go through with it.
He couldn't do it. He couldn't do it.
Ellen, what's the matter with you?
She's hysterical. That's what's the matter with her.
Poor kid, it's my doing. Ellen, baby.
Get away from me. Don't touch me. I hate you.
Ellen, listen.
I'm arresting you, Mr. Curran. A citizen's arrest.
Me? What for?
Well, just to remind you, the bomb in Bradley's suitcase. If that plane hadn't been grounded and your wife hadn't called me...
What are you talking about? I couldn't go through with it, do you understand? I was going to, but like Ellen says, I got no guts. When it comes to a pinch, I got no guts.
Oh, Hal, lying won't do you any good. Haven't you even got the strength to admit what you've done?
I took it out of the locker and brought it home early this afternoon.
What?
You were out, Ellen. I disconnected the fuse and I put it in this drawer, and that's the truth. Right in here. Come here, mister. I'll show you.
Well?
It was here. I put it here myself.
Oh, it's funny. Honest, it's funny, the mess he makes of things.
I'm phoning the police to come and get you, Curran.
Put that phone down.
Oh, give me that gun, Curran.
I mean it. I put the bomb in that drawer. Somebody took it out.
The gun, please.
Hal, what's the use?
Ellen, somebody took the bomb out of the drawer.
Curran.
Stay put, mister. I'm leaving.
How long do you think you'll last?
Long enough. And don't try to follow me.
I phoned the cops again and brought them up to date, and then I went looking for him. I figured he might be hiding close by. In a few minutes, the neighborhood was swarming with police, so I went back to stay with Mrs. Coran. I heard some movement behind her door. I was sure it was Coran. I wanted to get in quietly so that I could grab him from behind. A man was standing near Mrs. Coran when I got inside, but it wasn't her husband. Bradley.
What? Oh, Mr. Stone. Oh, did you...
No, we haven't got him yet. It won't be long, though.
This the newspaper man you told me about, Ellen?
Yes.
Where you been keeping yourself, Bradley? A lot of uniformed men have been looking for you.
Oh, he knew at the airport that Hal had put the bomb there, didn't you, Steve?
Yes, I recognized the letter. I'd given that back to him for a birthday present.
Well, why didn't you tell the sergeant?
I wanted to square it my own way.
I tried to stop it. I tried all I could.
You tried all right.
Hal!
I locked the door. Line up against the wall, all of you.
Give me that gun, Coran.
Get back. I'll shoot you. I mean it.
Well, the cops will be here in a minute.
That's all I need. A minute.
Hal, darling, put the gun down.
We can settle this without guns, Coran?
It came to me all of a sudden. A few minutes ago, I got the total. I did take that bomb home.
Oh, he's lying. He never came home all day.
So I asked myself, who put it back in the suitcase and had it delivered? The answer was so simple, I had to laugh. Ellen. She took it back.
Me?
Coran, you're not on trial here. Save your defense for the right place. I'd suggest that you...
Don't move. Anybody tries to stop me now gets killed.
Why bring Ellen into this? Why don't you be man enough to take it
I asked myself that, too. Why would Ellen...
Is anybody going to stop him?
Then it hit me. Ellen been working me up on Bradley. Not because he was running out on me, but on her. Get it?
He's crazy.
When I told her Bradley was leaving, I couldn't understand why she went wild like that. Then I started remembering little things, like useless trips Bradley would send me on, stuff like walking into a room and seeing him laughing about something. You know, that special kind of laugh.
Hal, you're being ridiculous.
Poor Hal.
When he showed he was going to run out on us, she wanted him dead. And she took the bomb out of the drawer, rigged it up again, and sent it to the airport. You see the way it added up?
Lies. Every word of it's lies.
You prove all that in court and you're in good shape, Hal.
I can't wait for the court to straighten my accounts. I just got the total tonight, and I got to pay it off.
Steve, he's going to kill you.
Hal, look. You're not yourself. What do you want? Money? I'll give you some. Lots.
Steve will make it right with you, Hal. He will.
Tonight, I got the picture. Bradley, Ellen, and Hal. Ellen, Bradley, and Hal. Hal always laughed.
No, that's not true.
You know when it all came to me? After I left you a little while ago, Ellen. I didn't go running through the streets looking for a place to hide. I went to the apartment house next door. I sat down on the fire escape. Open up in there. Keep quiet, all of you. Know what room I could see from the fire escape? This one, Ellen. I saw Bradley come in.
Hal, you... Oh, Hal, honest. It didn't mean anything.
You ran up to him, and I saw a look on your face, the same look I used to see when we were first married.
Rene, you in there? Hold it. Kowski's got a gun.
Shut up. You took that look away from me and gave it to Bradley. That made it a clean sweep for him, my business, my job, my wife.
Hal, I'll make it right. Just give me a chance.
You, Bradley? You don't owe me anything. It's Ellen. What she's taken from me, there's only one way to square.
Me? Hal, you're going to kill me?
Coran, listen. I believe you. The court will, too.
You love me, Hal. Don't you love me?
Yes, Ellen. I love you.
Then you wouldn't...
Coran.
Goodbye, Ellen. He did it. He killed her.
Yeah. Yes, I was in the middle of that one. Now I've got to write it up for tomorrow morning's eye-opener. Now, whose point of view will I handle it from? Hal's? You couldn't do that. He's a murderer. You wouldn't want to sympathize with him. And Bradley's? What's he done that a million other men haven't? And Ellen? That reminds me of the song, Please Don't Talk About Me When I'm Gone. Now we better leave Ellen out of this, too. How about a nice bit on the grain exhibit at the museum? Coffee, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. This transcribed story was a Lewis and Russoff script, with music by Robert Armbruster. The part of Ellen was played by Joan Banks. Others featured were John Stevenson, Paul Frees, Stan Waxman, and Sandra Gould. Frank Lovejoy appeared through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, producers of The Miracle of Our Lady of Fatima. Listen next week at this time, and every week, as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. Protect yourself, your savings, your very way of life by becoming an investor in America. Buy new, improved United States defense bonds regularly. Yes, buying defense bonds is the way you can directly contribute to America's security and your own. And it's so easy to save the defense bond way. Just join your payroll savings plan where you work, or if you're self-employed, sign up for the bond-a-month plan where you bank. This way, you automatically put aside as much money as you want to each month. Before you know it, you have a backlog for emergencies, savings for a trip, the down payment on that new home, as well as having helped Uncle Sam in the all-important job of defense. And defense bonds are now an even better investment than ever, with new improved interest rates and a quicker return on your money. So become an investor in America today. Buy more defense bonds more often, because they're now even better.
Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax Products for Home and Industry present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, B. Benaderet, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. Music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Isn't this just about your favorite time of day? You've done the dishes, your kitchen is clean and tidy, and you've nothing to do but sit back and enjoy the show. By the way, was it much of a job to leave your kitchen floor clean and sparkling? It was no trouble at all if you're one of the millions of women who use Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat. That's the beauty of Glow Coat. You just wipe your linoleum and other floors with a damp cloth, and all the day's dirt and spilled things vanish. And it's so easy to apply that protective film of Glow Coat. There's no rubbing or buffing. Glow Coat shines as it dries without streaking, leaving a beautifully smooth, bright polish. Glow Coat brings out your linoleum's original patterns, too, and makes the colors gay and fresh. Try it, won't you? No matter how dull or faded your linoleum is, you can brighten it up and add to its beauty with Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat. When a young man carries his bride across the threshold, it's for very sound reasons. It gives the poor lad an idea of the load he's going to carry. And it's the only time in married life when the lady doesn't do most of the hard work. Mrs. McGee of 79 Wistful Vista is not exactly a newlywed, of course, but she still has her moments of apprehension. Like right now, as we meet Fibber McGee and Molly.
McGee?
Huh?
Am I just having a bad dream, or is that your old high school chemistry set you got there?
That's exactly what it is, Tootsie. This was the very microscope I used when I discovered perfradrohydrobenzoquadrilline.
Come again? What on earth was that, dearie?
It petrifies mothballs. Invented it myself. I used to be the richest kid in Peoria in the marble season. Now, let me see. I better spread a newspaper out on the table here. Set the microscope on it so it don't scratch the table. Oh, I had a little guinea pig. I kept him on the shelf with a little brownie camera so he could reproduce himself.
May I ask the nature of the present scientific experiment, dearie? Or has the FBI asked you not to talk so much?
Just going to do a little research is all. Won't take long.
When you get through with the microscope, why don't you send it to President Truman?
What for?
He can use it to count his blessings.
This one ain't powerful enough. Now, let me see. Where's my eyedropper? Oh, yeah. Now then, 1 cubic centimeter of H2O. You know what H2O is?
Certainly. Water.
You know why they call it H2O?
Well, Natch, it's hydrogen, 2 parts oxygen.
Don't you believe it. It was really called H2O because it was discovered by a fellow named Haggerty who was 2 years old. Now, let's see here. A couple of adjustments here on the fibrosite. Get the... Oh, I had a little parrot, and he made so little sense. They put him on the air to talk of atom bomb defense. Oh, there was an old man. Well, I'm all set, Molly.
This is the moment I've been dreading. What are you all set for? And can I wait till I check on our explosion insurance?
No. I ain't going to do anything drastic, kiddo. I'm just going to analyze a drop of our city water.
City water's just like country water, except it's prettier in a brook than a gutter.
Well, I've been reading an advertisement for this new McTrickle water filter, and it says, quote, whether we realize it or not, the water we drink is filled with tiny living things. And I unquote. Now, if I can only get this dad-ratted microscope focused right...
Say, why don't you analyze a drop of alcohol and see if you can find Uncle Dennis? You know, he hasn't written for so long...
Wait a minute. I'm getting it. I think I got it. Yipe! Look out, Molly! Stand back! Don't get any closer! They're monsters!
What on earth? McGee, your hair is standing right up straight.
Get my shotgun, quick! Lock the doors! This water is crawling with animals.
What?
Big hairy ones, long-legged ones, gleaming teeth, red eyes. By George, I'm not going to drink another drop.
Come in. Oh, it's Mayor Latrivia, McGee. Come in, Your Honor.
Good day, Molly. Hello, McGee.
Latrivia, you couldn't have come at a better time for me or a worse time for you. I just took a gander at a drop of city water through a microscope. And you know what? That stuff has got more strange things in it than the Nuremberg jail.
Nonsense, McGee. Our city water is analyzed every hour of the day. It tests as pure as any drinking water in the country.
Well, you should have seen McGee's expression when he looked through that microscope, Mr. Mayor. He was as horrified as if Westbrook Pegler had joined the CIO.
Believe me, Your Honor, I'm scared.
That's not unusual, McGee. You get frightened at card tricks. However, I'll take your rather vague complaint up with the city health commissioner, who happens to be Dr. Gamble.
Oh, by the way, you know what Doc Gamble says about you, Latriv?
No, I don't. And I'm not the slightest bit interested. What did he say?
Tell me too, McGee, though I'm not one to listen to gossip, unless it's about people.
Oh, it wasn't anything much, Latriv. He just says he hoped you were keeping your striped pants pressed because you'd probably be best man when he married Fifi Tremaine.
Oh, he said that, did he? By Harry, if I weren't so busy with this campaign...
No, Mr. Mayor. Surely you're not going to let politics interfere with your courtship. After all, a ballot box may be pretty, but it can't cook.
I was not referring to any political campaign, Mrs. McGee. I meant the community chest campaign, of which I have the honor to be local chairman.
Oh, yeah, the community chest. Be glad to help you out with that, Latriv.
Thank you, McGee. I'll need all the help I can get. We must raise a total of $170 million this year, and that's...
Heavenly days. In Wistful Vista, there isn't that much money in town. Even if you include the $2 himself here got from the dry cleaners when they lost his overcoat.
It's $170 million for the whole country, Molly.
Oh.
Right, Latriv?
Quite right, McGee.
Right.
You see, in most community chest cities, the population has increased about 25%, and the need for red feather service has gone up proportionately.
That much?
And as I told the committee this morning, the more you throw into the community chest, the farther you can throw out your own. Call on me tomorrow, McGee. I can use you.
Swell, Latriv. But look, getting back to you and Doc Gamble and Fifi Tremaine,
I don't know how my private life got into this discussion, McGee, but I feel entirely capable of managing my own affairs.
Yeah, but I was just...
For your information, I have been buttoning my own rompers for quite some time now. Good day.
Billy Mills and the orchestra, and give me 5 minutes more.
Sunday morning, you can sleep late. Just 5 minutes more. Give me 5 minutes more. Let me stay here in your arms.
Hey, Molly, I'm in an awful predicament. I've called every hardware store in town, and they won't have any McTrickle water filters in for 6 months.
Well, you're in bad shape, McGee. Nobody can exist without water for 6 months.
Well, Uncle Dennis has gone without it for 30 years. Not that I want to follow it.
What's the matter?
My throat's getting dry. We got any root beer in the icebox?
Not a drop, McGee. You drank the last 4 bottles last night when you had that macaroni, pickle, and liverwurst sandwich.
My gosh, no root beer. What can a guy drink?
Come in. Oh, Dr. Gamble. Do come in, Doctor.
Thank you, my dear. And a curt nod of reluctant recognition to you, Low Bucket.
I'm glad you came in, you ill health commissioner. I got a bone to pick with you. A bone as big as a whale's clavicle.
Well, let's have it, Wobble Chin. And if you're going to suggest hairnets for our policemen's horses or spraying the city dump with Chanel No. 5, you can skip it. I get enough crackpot suggestions in the mail without having trouble with you.
This, my dear doctor, concerns something very vital to the health of this community.
Oh?
Have you seen the horrible things that come out of our water faucets lately?
No, but I've often suspected where Molly got you.
Don't change the subject, Bandage Bandit. Our city water, the H2O we drink and cook with and bathe little tiny babies in, is rife with life. It's fraught.
Certainly. What about it?
My goodness, Doctor, doesn't it alarm you to know that our water's full of bacteria?
Not in the least, my dear. The bacterial count after chlorinization is almost negligible. In fact, some of the bacteria remaining are actually beneficial.
Beneficial, are they? I have looked at that water through a microscope, you mass murderer. There are animals in there that would make a saber-toothed tiger look like a house cat. Monsters they are. Horrible ones. Vicious ones. Snarling teeth.
Well, if they were looking up through that microscope, I can imagine what they're saying about you, too.
A fine health commissioner you are, you callous old witch doctor. By George, if I...
What's the matter, Sonny? Vocal cords getting frayed?
I'm dry. That's all. Dry.
He isn't drinking any water, Doctor. He says he won't touch the stuff till we get our own filter.
Oh, fine. Well, when he dehydrates to the point where you can scratch matches on his pants leg when he hasn't got his pants on, call me. I'm pretty busy, but I'll come over.
You're not as busy as Latrivia is, Doctor.
Hmm?
I understand that he and Fifi Tremaine are just about set the date.
You don't say.
Yep.
Interesting, if true.
And how is Miss Tremaine these days, Doctor?
Ah, Miss Tremaine is in splendid health.
Boy, are you trapped. You know what Latrivia says about you?
No, I don't, and I'm not the slightest bit interested. What'd he say?
He says he hoped you were keeping your striped pants pressed because he wanted you to be the best man at his wedding.
Oh, he said that, did he?
Yep.
Well, it happens that I saw Miss Tremaine last night, and she... I'll get that. Gamble speaking. What? Oh, Fifi. Yes, dear, this is Willie.
Ha, Willie.
What, dear? Of course. Certainly, dear. I'll meet you wherever you say. I have a couple of appendectomies and a delivery, but I can postpone them.
That's the neatest trick of the week.
What, dear? Yes, dear. All right, dear. Yes, dear, I'll find you somewhere, dear. Goodbye, dear. I must go.
Where, Doc?
Deer hunting.
Huh?
You told the mayor that Dr. Gamble said exactly what you told the doctor the mayor said about him now. Is that fair?
Anything that'll make them two Romeos get with it is fair. They've been mooning around town like a couple... Have we got any milk? I'm thirsty.
I'm sorry, McGee. The milkman hasn't come
Hello,
yet.
Molly. Hi, pal. Just driving past and stopped in to see if you'd give me a glass of water. What's the matter? Pal, you're absolutely white. Molly, what'd I say?
Water.
Yes, but...
Look, Junior, if you knew what I know, you wouldn't speak of water so lightly. Did you know that our city water contains more foreign bodies than Ellis Island?
Himself here looked at a drop through his microscope, Mr. Wilcox.
Betcha.
He says it has more animals in it than an African waterhole.
Oh, those are just harmless little organisms, pal. Nothing to be perturbed about.
Nothing to be perturbed about, he says. Why, my gosh.
See, Mr. Wilcox? He won't drink any water and his throat is closing up like a black market butcher shop. Look, McGee, let me boil some water for you.
No. I can't drink it.
Why not?
It's too hot.
Oh, this is ridiculous, pal. You're just exaggerating what you saw in that water.
Oh, I am I? Take a look through that microscope, Junie. See if you can see the bug that looks like a pack rat. I'm telling you there's...
One side, Mac. Let old stout-hearted Harlow have a look.
Watch out for that glass of water, Mr. Wilcox. Oh, there it goes.
Clumsy lout. Stamp on that puddle, Junior. Stamp on it. Them animals will be all over the house.
Oh, be quiet, silly. Hand me that cloth, will you, Molly? I'm awfully glad this happened.
Here, Mr. Wilcox. And why are you so happy about this?
Gives me a chance to show you how easily spilled things are wiped off a Johnson wax surface.
Yes, but Mr. Wilcox...
You see how this water can't soak in?
Yeah,
It proves how Johnson's wax seals the surface of the wood, guarding it against dust and dampness.
Yeah, but...
Gee whiz, when you think that just an occasional application of Johnson's wax preserves your woodwork and gives it that beautiful, gleaming finish...
Yeah, but what that got to do...
Here you are, Molly, all wiped up.
All wiped up, they ran away.
Nary a stain, nary a spot. Now, you see how foolish it is not to keep all wood and enamel surfaces protected with Johnson's wax?
Look, Waxy. That's all very fascinating stuff, but I got more important worries right now. So if you've got to leave now, it's okay.
Okay. And look, pal, don't worry about this city water. I drink gallons of it, and look at me.
No, I won't say it. That's too easy. Like shooting a sitting bird. Go, Junior, before I weaken.
Sure. Goodbye.
Boy, is he knave. He gave me an opening there you could have flew a flying fortress through. I was going to... We got no milk, huh?
No milk, dearie. I'm sorry.
I'm drier than Arizona August. Hey, what's that in that little bottle on the desk there?
Ink.
Ink, eh? You think it'd hurt me if I took...
No. You mustn't even think of it. Heavenly days, you... Come in.
It's just me, Mrs. McGee. Elsie from the Wistful Vista Saloon of Beauty.
Hi, Elsie. Don't tell me my wife left her compact there again.
Well, I'm afraid I did, dearie. Thanks for bringing it back again, Elsie.
Oh, that's perfectly okay, dear. I don't mind. I just... oh, look, home movies.
That isn't a projector, Elsie. That's a microscope. I've been analyzing our city water.
And scaring himself into a 60-day drought while he waits for a water filter.
Did you know, Else, that our city water is crawling with wildlife? You could fill a swimming pool with that, and Weissmuller couldn't get 3 feet before he was chewed to pieces.
Gee, honest? I'm sorry you told me. I always say when it comes to eating, drinking, and marriage, what a girl don't know is a blessing.
Let Elsie take a look through the microscope, McGee.
Don't do it, Elsie. Don't do it. You've never seen so many horrible faces in your life.
Please, Mr. McGee, you're talking to an expert.
She is at that, McGee. How'd you ever happen to get into the beauty parlor business, Elsie?
Oh, it's hereditary, I guess. My old man was a panhandler, too.
You like it, sis?
Well, it gets pretty discouraging sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
When you work all day taking the slack out of somebody's face so the party which owns it can compete with the other tomatoes at a wingding. And she comes back next day with her cheeks riding her shoulders again. It's disheartening.
You certainly paint a gruesome portrait of the day's work, Elsie.
Well, we do the best we can with her, Mrs. McGee. I had a lady which she called me up this morning for a complete overhaul. And when she come in the shop, she was the living image of General Grant.
Holy smoke. Sounds like a hopeless assignment, sis. What'd you do?
Oh, we took simply years off her looks, Mr. McGee.
You did?
Yeah. When she went out, she looked like General Eisenhower. Well, I gotta get back now. Goodbye.
The King's Men, and it's a pity to say goodnight.
You gave me 5 minutes more, then you gave me the door. It's a pity, it's a crying shame to be wasting this moon. It's a pity to say goodnight, because I never saw stars so bright. But if you gotta go home, you gotta go home. Give me a good night kiss. It's a pity to say farewell, because the man in the moon won't tell. But if you gotta go home, you gotta go home. Give me a good night kiss. How's about tomorrow night? Just you and me. I'll be waiting for you, darling, underneath our apple tree. Underneath our apple tree. It's a pity to say goodnight, because I want you to hold me tight. But when you gotta go home, you gotta go home. Give me a good night kiss. It's a pity to say good night, my darling. It's a pity to leave this moon aglow. And here it is, good night time. We hardly had time for hello. It's a pity to say good night, because I want you to hold me tight. But when you gotta go home, you gotta go home. Open that door. Just give me one more good night kiss.
Boy, am I thirsty. Isn't this awful, Molly? A house full of water pipes and not a drop of water you dare drink?
Well, you speak for yourself, sweetheart. I just had a big glass of it, and I feel fine.
Maybe you wouldn't touch the stuff if you looked into that microscope.
That's why I didn't look. If you're full of confidence, it doesn't matter if you're full of germs.
It's a horrible situation. I'm going to call up the waterworks and give them the works about this water. Those guys ought to do something about
Come
this.
in. Oh, for goodness sakes, Mr. Wimple.
Hi, Wimp.
Hello, folks.
It's nice to see you, Mr. Wimple.
Yeah, and it's a lucky thing you dropped in right now, too. I've been studying our water through a microscope.
You have?
You betcha. When you fill a tub to take a bath, Wimp, Do you know what's in that water?
Yes. Sweetie Face. Sweetie Face, that's my big old wife. She always takes my bath water.
How is she anyway, Mr. Wimple? We haven't seen her for quite a while.
Oh, she's just wonderful, Mrs. McGee. Wonderful. I've never seen her in better shape.
Well, good.
She's been sick in bed for a month.
Really, Wimp? What is it, a touch of the flu?
No, Mr. McGee. The touch of a truck. Tore some ligaments in her back.
Oh, my. I hope she gets along all right, Mr. Wimple. Is her back in a cast?
Yes. I helped the doctor put it on myself. I even mixed the concrete for him.
Concrete?
Yes. She looks like a cornerstone.
Boy, oh, boy. I'd hate to be around there when she gets hold of an air hammer and unbuttons that concrete corset, Wimp.
Yes. I've been in a cold sweat just thinking about it. I wonder if I could have a drink of water, Mrs. McGee.
Why, of course, Mr. Wimple. I'll get a cold glass of water in the kitchen for you.
Water? Hey, no. Don't give him that stuff, Molly. This water's not fit to drink till we get a fill report, Wimp.
Or till we throw away that microscope. The water tasted fine yesterday.
Well, I know all about those things, Mrs. McGee. I invented a dandy water filter last summer.
You did?
Yes, it slipped right over the faucet and held back every bit of impurity in the water.
Oh, sounds wonderful, Mr. Wimple. Dirt couldn't get through it, huh?
No, but there was one drawback, Mrs. McGee. Water wouldn't go through it either. Goodbye.
You know, I somehow wish I'd never looked at that microscope. Molly, oh, boy, am I thirsty. I'm drier than the congressional record.
Look, dearie, I can't stand to see you suffer. I'll go out in the kitchen and see if I can find some fruit juice of some kind. Better sit down and relax now.
Okay, kiddo. Ah, there goes a good kid. Must break her heart to see me suffer from malnutrition like this. But she'd never show it. No, sir. Come in. I said, come in. Oh, hi, Teeny. What's on your mind?
Hi, mister. You got a cold or something? You got a cold?
No, I'm just dry, sis. I quit drinking water. I am now a member of Hydraulics Anonymous.
See that?
Skip it.
Okay. You mean you don't drink any water, mister? Not any?
Not a drop, sis. Very dangerous stuff.
I know it, mister.
You do, eh? I said you do, eh?
Do what?
Know it.
Know what?
That the water is dangerous.
I'll say it is, mister. My uncle got hit with a cake of ice this summer and it gave him a conclusion.
Concussion, sis. You mean concussion. Conclusion means the end.
You seen my uncle lately?
Come to think of it, Look, sis, have you ever seen a drop of our city water through a microscope?
No. Have you?
Have I? Yes, and it scared the bejunior out of me. I would have fainted if I hadn't been scared somebody'd throw water on me. You want to take a peek, sis?
Sure I do, I bet you. Can I please, mister? Can I please? Can I?
Sure. But I hope it don't scare you like it did me. I'm warning you, sis. It looks like Halloween at 40 fathoms.
Oh, boy.
You'll see monsters that got teeth a foot long, waving tails, ferocious eyes, bills like geese, hair like a wolf.
Oh, boy. Let me take a look, Is that the microscope sitting there on the newspaper?
That's it, sis. I got it there so it won't scratch this table. Here, now let me lift you up. Now, close one eye and look through this gadget right here.
Okay.
You see him, sis? There's one in there as big as a pack rat, and another one snarling like a timber wolf. Ain't they terrible?
No. No, I like them.
Huh?
I've always liked them.
You've always liked germs?
Those aren't germs, I bet you.
Huh?
That's Pluto and Mickey Mouse.
What?
Sure. You got the microscope crooked and you've been looking at the funny paper.
Oh, my God.
If you're your kitchen linoleum could talk to you, I bet I know what it would ask for. A little more protection against the rain and snow that winter brings. And I have an idea it would add. How's about some Glow Coat? Seriously, for real honest-to-goodness protection, there really is nothing quite like Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. You know how easy it is to use. There's no rubbing or buffing. Yet in 20 minutes, Glow Coat dries to a hard, long-lasting wax polish that protects every square inch of your linoleum and other floors. When you spill something or when wet feet track in mud, this tough film of Johnson's Glow Coat stands between the dirt and the floor. Wipe the shining surface with a damp cloth and the stains vanish. And right away, your linoleum is beautiful again, its colors bright and fresh as ever. It stands to reason that with protection like this, your linoleum will last longer, too. So why not start having better protected, more beautiful floors right away with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat?
Give me another glass of water, Molly. Thanks. Ah, that's wonderful.
Yeah. And to think you were looking at magnified pictures of Pluto and Mickey Mouse.
Yeah. Isn't that silly?
Yeah.
Give me another glass of water. Thanks.
You should have realized it when you started feeling that way, dearie.
What way?
Sort of weak in Disney.
Ooh, sort of weak. Here, you have a drink of water.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Products for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
We present now a special transcribed Christmas message from the President of the United States to the American people.
My fellow countrymen, all over our country and in many other parts of the world, men, women, and children are preparing to celebrate the birthday of Christ. Never before in our lives has a Christmas seemed so important. I'm not thinking of turkey dinners and stacks of gifts. I mean the quiet, reverent celebration of faith, hope, and love, born in a manger in Bethlehem. Across all the continents of this world, peace-loving people today feel apprehension and loneliness and fear. Many have forgotten the humble surroundings of the Nativity and how from a straw-littered stable shone a light which for nearly 20 centuries has given men strength, comfort, and peace of mind. At this Christmas time, we should renew our faith in God. We celebrate the hour in which God came to man. It is fitting that we should turn to Him. Many of us are fortunate enough to celebrate Christmas at our own fireside. But there are many others who are away from their homes and loved ones on this day. Thousands of our boys are on the cold and dreary battlefield of Korea. But all of us, at home, at war, wherever we may be, are within reach of God's love and power. We can all pray. All of us should pray. We should ask the fulfillment of God's will. We should ask for courage, for wisdom, for the quietness of soul which comes alone to them who place their lives in His hands. We should pray for a peace which is based on righteousness. The nation already is in the midst of a crusade of prayer. On the last Sunday of the old year, there will be special services devoted to a revival of faith in God. I call upon all of you to enlist in this common cause. I call upon you no matter what your spiritual allegiance may be. We're all joined in the fight against the tyranny of communism. Communism is godless. Democracy is the foundation of faith. Faith in oneself, faith in one's neighbors, faith in God. Democracy's most powerful weapon is not a gun, a tank, or a bomb. It is faith. Faith in the brotherhood and dignity of man under God. Let us pray at this Christmas time for the wisdom, the humility, and the courage to carry on in this faith.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard President Truman's Christmas message to the American people. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
In answer to many thousands of requests from its listeners, the National Broadcasting Company is happy to bring you Adventures in Time and Space, transcribed in future tense.
Dimension X.
This is the story of Riesling, the singer of the spaceways. You've probably sung his songs in school, in English, French, or German. The language doesn't matter, but it was an earth tongue. But the real story of Riesling is not found in the footnotes of a scholar's critique or a publisher's biography. It is in the memories of the old-time spacemen, the pioneers who pushed the thundering old-fashioned rockets to the far, strange ports that are our commonplace heritage. These men know the true story of Riesling.
The arching sky is calling spacemen back to their trade. All hands stand by, free falling, and the lights below us fade. Outride the sons of terror, far drives the thundering jet, up leaps the race of earthmen, out far and onward yet.
When I first met Riesling, he was hustling drinks in the Twin Moons Bar at Drywater, Mars. He'd won a guitar off a Chinese barkeep at Luna City by cheating at one thumb, and he made his whiskey by singing in the bar and passing the hat.
Listen to her, Hudson. Don't she strum pretty? Like a 16-year-old gal.
Say, how much you collect on that last song?
$3 Martian and a slug. Al grabbed it from my bill. He don't trust me no more. Funny, never did have no luck with hound dogs nor Martian barkeep.
Hey, Riesling, look over there by the bar. There's an Institute 4 striper giving you the eye. Know him?
Captain Hicks off the Goshawk.
He's sure giving you the once-over. Maybe he's got a job.
They don't make never no mind to me. I've been blacklisted. Hicks logged me for making up a song on watch. Right fine song, too.
Hold it. Here comes the brass arm.
Riesling, I've been looking for you.
I've been right here, Skipper. You saw to that.
I need a jetman on the Goshawk.
Interesting. Real interesting.
Well?
I got news for you, Skipper. You blacklisted me, remember?
Well, you kept your nose clean, and we need an experienced man.
Been a little changing down aft in the Goshawk, ain't there, Skipper?
How'd you know that?
You got that new atomic pile drive. Last 3 of them tea kettles blew somewhere in the asteroids.
Look, it's double pay, but if you're scared...
Scared? Listen, fella. For double pay, I'd jump off the top of the Harriman Tower if you allowed me rubber heels for the landing.
All right, then. You show up tonight to sign the book. Sober.
Got no choice, Skipper. Money and me is total strangers.
We lift at 11:30 Mars time. Sober, you understand, Riesling?
You taking the job?
Well, that Goshawk is one stinking old tub. Her engine's got more bugs than a beagle dog in spring. And that new drive is about as safe as a pretty gal in the Ozarks. But I reckon she'll do for one more trip. Welcome home, Riesling. Hi, Jimmy Legs. Meet my friend Hertzman. He's signing on as a wiper. This here's Jimmy Legs Casey. He's bosun. Can't hold his liquor no more than a sieve, poor boy.
Mr. Casey.
Riesling, you sober enough to sign the book? Drunk or sober, I'll make my mark. Stand aside. 3 X's? Took me a middle name.
Yeah, you 2 lay below. And Hertzman.
Aye, sir.
Get him sobered up before the skipper makes rounds.
Jimmy Legs, I'm sober as a hanging judge.
Yeah?
Well, you can leave that bottle here.
What bottle?
The one in your back pocket. Oh, glass buttons, maybe, huh? Give it here.
Jimmy Legs, I swear I'm going to write a song about you.
Go ahead, threaten me. Now get below. We raise ship in 30 minutes.
Hi, Skipper.
Riesling, what the devil are you doing up here on the bridge without permission?
Figured I'd take a little stroll.
Riesling, get below before I have...
Hold on, Skipper. You'll have that gold braid just crawling up your arm. I'm up here on business.
Well?
That number 2 jet ain't fit. Cadmium dampers are warped.
Why tell me? Tell the chief engineer.
I did. He says they'll hold.
Well?
He's wrong.
He's wrong. He's got a Harriman Institute degree in power electronics. And some drunk space rat says he's wrong.
Skipper, I was damping jets when that shirt-tailed tad wore pins for buttons.
I've got no time for you, Riesling. Casey, sound takeoff.
Aye, sir. I'm telling you, Skipper, that number 2 jet's gonna blow. Dampers warp crooked like a turtle's back.
Riesling, drag your deadhead out of here. Get below.
Go ahead from the control tower, Captain.
All right, Casey. Fire 1 and 4.
Hawk-class Thunter had to blast for 3 watches before going into free flight. Riesling and I had the second watch. Damping was done by hand in those days with a multiplying vernier and a danger peeper. And as long as the peeper ticked off slow and steady, we knew the ship was safe. For a while. Hey, Riesling, you better stow that guitar. If Jimmy Legs catches it, he'll blow a gasket. Don't worry, I can damp this tea kettle in my sleep. How's number 2? All right, so far. Did you ever hear that song about Hicks, the one that got me blacklisted?
Oh, the skipper is the father of his crew, a gentle guiding light to me and you. But on Mars he likes his women if they walk or if they're swimming or if they've got 6 arms instead of 2.
Hey, the second verse is better.
Now the skipper likes his liquor by the quart. Yes, he'd go from Mars to Venus for a snort. He'll drink rocket fuel and...
Hell, hi, Skip. Didn't see you come in.
You were too busy, eh? Who's watching the gauge?
I got an eye on it. Don't you fret none.
Riesling, I'm going to fix it so you can't get a berth on a rocket-powered pogo stick. Report to Casey under arrest.
I don't rightly think I will.
You what?
You kind of forget, Skipper. According to Space Code, you can't remove a jetman till the end of the watch, right?
Now, look, you corn-fed space lawyer.
Now, is that a rule or ain't it?
Riesling, your shift is over at 2300. And I'll see you ride the rest of the way in slop locker.
Maybe. Maybe. In the meantime, you clear out of my power room. I gotta make me up a 3rd verse for my song. I got it. Power room.
Damp number 2 a point.
Number 2, all right. Hey, let me have that mic. Jimmy Legs, is that forced dry boil up there?
Give me that, Casey. Riesling, I've taken just about enough from you.
And I've got a little news for you, Skipper. Number 2 jet is bulging like a fat lady in a satin skirt.
Listen, you clown, that's...
Skipper, I think I'm gonna junk my song and start over. I could do much better on you.
This is the last time, Riesling. Damp number 2 a point.
Sure. Look out, Hurt. I'll take it. You watch the gauge. Now. Riding easy here. She's bucking a little. Riesling, hit the emergency. She won't damn. It's that floor. There go the lights. Riesling, stay down behind the baffle. I've got to take a look. It's radioactive. Look out. I've got to piece the hot stuff out of the tube.
What's going on down there?
Shut up, Jimmy Legs. I'm busy. Hey, she's tight now.
What happened?
Number 2 blew, you lunk-headed space rat.
You all right?
A little sunburn. The lights are gone. What's the matter with the emergency circuits?
Riesling.
Jimmy Legs, get some lights down here. It's dark. Get the emergency light on.
They're on, Riesling.
They went on after the blast. The lights are on.
What are you talking about? Jimmy Legs. Jimmy Legs, turn on the lights. It's dark. Turn on the lights.
That blue radioactive glow from the jets was the last thing Riesling ever saw. His optic nerve was burned out in an instant. He was in sick bay on the rest of the trip, and on the swing back, we set Riesling down at dry water Mars. Look out for the cable, Riesling.
Thanks, Hertzman. Hey, Riesling. That you, Jimmy Legs? Hold up a minute, will you? Oh, Riesling. Jimmy Legs, I promised I'd write a song about you, didn't I? Sure, Riesling, sure. Can't seem to sing like I used to. Look, Riesling, the men up on the bridge feel kind of bad about this.
Yeah? Why didn't they think of that when Riesling told them that damper was shot?
Now, Hertzman, that's all over.
Sure. That's all forgotten. Riesling, let's get down to the Twin Moons before I vomit.
Now, hold it. The skipper feels pretty bad about the whole thing, Riesling. Kind of late for that, Jimmy Legs. Feeling sorry don't hold no corn. The boys passed the hat. The skipper kicked in half a month's pay. Did he now? Then on principle, I suppose I ought to tell him to stuff it back up the jets. But you can't buy no drinking whiskey on principle. I'll take it. Here you are. I'll get it. I'll be seeing you, Riesling. Sure, Jimmy Lee. Sure. Come on, Hertzman. Let's get that drink.
That was all. Just another space bum who didn't have the good sense to finish before his luck ran out. Well, Riesling holed up at the Twin Moons till his money was gone. Then he hooked a ride on a crawler over to Marsopolis. It was a boom town then, with an industrial district mushrooming between the Lesser and Grand Canals. I ran into Riesling about 2 months later, playing his guitar on a jetty that ran out into the canal. He had a dirty rag tied over his eyes with a jetman's knot, and his hat was on the wharf beside him.
Riesling! Who's that? Wait a minute. Hertzman.
Yeah, how you been?
Passable. Say, is this a Venusian dime?
Ah, it's a slug.
I figured.
Well, how's it going? Singing again?
Some. Working saloons, mostly. But I've been thinking some funny songs, Hertzman. The words come out different than they used to. Come on along the canal with me.
Sure. Here, take my arm.
I know the way. That's a funny thing, Hertzman. I figure I know it better than other folks. Look back there, towards the city. What do you see?
Factory towers. Smell them from here.
But it don't seem that way to me. I remember them old buildings, old before Bible times on Earth. Thin and graceful like the fairy palaces my Grammy used to tell about down home in the hills.
They've torn them down now, or else blocked them up with cinder bricks.
Hertzman, when I stand out here on the canal, I can see it the way it used to be. The water, ice blue with the stars shining up out of it. Way off there, the city with the towers sweeping up like a bird flying off a tree. I can see it.
It's the dirtiest stinkhole in the system.
Not always. Depends on how you see it.
Bone tie the race that raised the towers, forgotten are their lores. Long gone the gods who shed the tears that lap these crystal shores. Slow beats the time-worn heart of Mars beneath this icy sky. The thin air whispers voicelessly that all who live must die.
You make that up? Why don't you go home, Riesling?
Home? Earth. I've been thinking about that, Hertzman. When I was a youngster down in the Ozarks, I used to climb a big old oak tree my daddy had in the dooryard. You could see the hills for miles, green and cool. I've been thinking about that.
Why don't you go back then?
I couldn't see them hills no more now. I couldn't stand to see black when I knew they was lying all around me, cool and green in the sun. I couldn't stand that. Yeah. Well, let's get back to town, Hertzman. Today I made $3.50 mush, and I'm all set to drink it down before dawn. Come on!
I lost track of Riesling after that. I shipped out on a slow freight of the Condor class for Luna, and he hitchhiked to ride to Venusburg on an ore ship in the Tri-Planet run. So he beat around the system, Venusburg to Layport to Drywater to New Shanghai and back. Any spaceport was his home, and no skipper had refused to lift the extra mass of Riesling and his battered guitar. He made up his songs, sitting out watches down in the power rooms with old shipmates, while the monotonous beat of the jets shook the hull plates.
Hear the jets.
Hear the jets.
Hear them snarl at your back when you're stretched on the rack. Hear the jets. Feel the pain in your ship. Feel the strain in your grip.
Hear the jets.
Feel her rise, feel her drive, strand steel come alive on her jets.
Little by little, his songs began to travel along the spaceways ahead of him. Raw spaceman songs with titles like Since the Pusher Met My Cousin and The Spacesuit Built for Two. But more and more, we began to hear a different kind of song. Strange, sad songs, the ones you find printed in the centennial editions. Dark Star Passing, Death Song of a Woods Cove. And then, finally, The Green Hills of Earth. It grew for 20 years, that song. They say it started way back when Riesling was down in the labor camps on Venus, singing for the indentured men.
Now, if someone will kindly pass a bottle.
Oh, it is not much, Riesling. Here.
It'll do. Ew, what is that stuff?
Tequila. You cannot make him good here on Venus.
What do you use?
Carac bush. Home it is different.
Where are you from, son?
Tasco, Mexico.
It's a long way from here.
See, a long way.
How'd you come to sign on?
The man comes out to the village from the city in a shining automobile, very big. He says there is work. You signed the paper for 10 years and you work. Yeah, work. There is work here, all right. 10 stinking hours in the jungle with machete. I tell you, when I get home to Earth...
What'll you do, son?
What is the use? We aren't getting home. You know how many men die out there in the swamp today? 10 men, 10! What is the use? My mother, she's dead. My father don't care.
A girl?
Oh, she says she wait. I don't know.
Sure, son.
You sing some more, Riesling. We drink, you sing.
Maybe a new song, son.
We rot in the molds of Venus. We wretched her tainted breath. Foul are her flooded jungles, a crawling with unclean death. Let the...
What is the matter? Finish the song, Riesling.
I can't. Can't yet. It just don't come. I'll finish it when I go home. That's it. When I go home to the hills. Now pass that bottle. The dawn whistle don't blow for 4 hours.
That's where the Green Hills started. And I was there when it was finished. It was 20 years after that. And there wasn't a man flying or on the beach hadn't heard of Riesling and his songs. He was getting old now for a spaceman. He was a familiar figure through the whole system. Tall, gaunt, and with that dirty bandage tied across his blind eyes. I was chief jetman then on the old Falcon. We were cradled at Venus Ellis Isle, scheduled for a direct jump to Great Lakes, Illinois, on Earth. I was checking in dunnage when Riesling felt his way up the gangway and came through the lock. Riesling!
Who's that?
Mike Hertzman.
Hertzman.
Well, what are you doing on this old hog?
I figured I'd ride her back to Earth.
Earth? Are you going home, Riesling? I thought you were never going to make that run.
I've been hankering to set foot in the Ozarks again.
How about those hills?
I've been singing about them so long now, Hertzman. I got to finish the song. I got to set foot in the dooryard and hear the wind through that oak tree. About the last thing I'll be doing. I got to get home before it...
Riesling, there's a new company policy in effect.
You see, Hertzman, I'm getting just a little old.
But Riesling, listen. No more deadhead rides. The new code book is in force.
Oh, I seen code books come and go.
The skipper's one of them youngsters fresh out of Harriman Institute cadet training. He's liable to throw the book at you.
At me? I've been around space as long as Halley's Comet and Brewster's Ridge. I'm going back to Earth, the cool green hills of Earth. I'm going home.
All secured, Hertzman. What are you doing here?
That's Riesling, Captain.
Riesling, huh?
I'm dragging it back to Earth, Captain.
Not in this ship. Hertzman, have this man removed.
Funny thing, Captain, I sprained my shoulder suddenly.
Look, Skipper, you're a youngster. You're pretty new out here. I'm going home. You don't know what that means to an old man, going home.
I can't take you. Against the Harriman Code.
Oh, now look, Skipper. You can slide me by to the distressed spaceman's clause in that code book.
Distressed spaceman, my eye. You've been bumming around the system for 30 years.
Skipper, you make me do something I never done for no one before. I'm an old man. An old blind man, and I want to go home. I ain't never crawled in front of a four-striper in my life, but you gotta let me drag home. The law says a man's got a trip coming to him. You can stretch for a poor old blind man, now can't you? You got it, Skipper.
All right, you old space rat. But keep out of the way. I run an efficient ship, and I don't want any trouble.
No, sir, no trouble. I'll just lay down to the power room. I kind of like to be near the jets when they blast off for Earth.
Sit down, Riesling. Take a load off your feet.
Thanks, Mac.
Stand by for lift. Stand by.
Best seat in the system. Power room and an old Hawk class ship.
Power room, fire 3.
Aye, sir.
The cool green hills of Earth.
Still singing that, Riesling?
Oh, some. I changed her a little. Gonna finish her now, Mac. Going home to finish her.
Yeah. Have you seen those new automatic dampers, Riesling? Don't have to do nothing but sit and watch.
Where's the peeper?
Turned off. She's all automatic.
You have it soft nowadays. When I was twisting her tail, you had to stay awake. You got an old hand damping plates on?
All but the links. Iron ship them. They cover up the dials.
You might need them.
No, the automatics handle everything. Well, you're finally going home, Riesling, huh? Won't seem the same out past the moon.
I've been waiting for this a long time, man. Gonna be good to get home, I reckon.
The argent sky is calling spacemen back.
Mac, you all right? I got the emergency. The hand dampers, where are the links? Mac, you gotta be on the wall here somewhere. I got him.
Power room, what's the alarm? Emergency squad coming in.
Stay out, the place is hot. Radiation blast.
Stay behind the baffle.
I got the link shift. I can hand damper now.
What's going on in there?
I'm still in Jet 3.
Is this McDougal?
McDougal is dead. This is Riesling on watch.
Riesling, get out of there. You'll kill yourself.
Don't worry, Skipper. I know this power room like the inside of my shirt. Somebody's got a damper.
Riesling, I'm sending in a crew.
No use. The whole room will be hot for an hour and the other jets won't hold. Skipper, throw on the recording tape.
What?
Throw on the recording tape. I want to get something down.
Tape's on, Riesling. Stop it, Riesling. The radiation will burn you down.
Yeah, I reckon. Yeah, pretty sharp sunburn. Pick me out of here with the tongs and bury me in a lead shield coffin. Okay, Skipper. She's clean. Radiation's getting brighter. I can almost see it. Bright, rosy like the sun. Like the sun over the hills down home. I got my song figured right now. Here it comes.
We pray for one last landing on the globe that gave us birth. Let us rest our eyes on the fleecy skies of the cool green hills of earth.
I can see him now. The hills. The sun. I can see the sun.
That's the way he died. Riesling, the blind singer of the spaceways, singing of the home he never reached, the cool green hills of Earth.
Next week, we bring you another story many of you have requested that we repeat. It's the strange tale of man's first visit to another planet and why he decides that Mars is heaven. Be with us at this same time next week for another adventure into the unknown world of Dimension X.
This program was transcribed. Now, dynamic Tallulah Bankhead brings you The Big Show on NBC.